Hollywood Stories. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. I'm about to cough to death. What does Jurassic Park mean to Roland? He knows it better than anyone. Is it the excitement after integration? No, it is the success brought by the change. Perfect character setting, no need to change. T2, classic science fiction, impeccable, hook, pure soy sauce, practice cameo, hard 2, commercial money making, personal connections. To put it bluntly, the only relationship between Roland and the first 4 movies was that he played smoothly, but Jurassic Park was different. He at least removed the disgusting brother and sister in the original film. Is this a change for the better? Roland doesn't know. In fact, when filming the scene of protecting his sister, Roland was uneasy because he didn't know whether it was the right decision to add a guy who could fall into extreme rationality to protect his sister in a movie that should have been purely a thriller. But the box office and word of mouth told him that in such an epoch-making movie, the bolder the heart, the more productive the land. As long as he doesn't make stupid mistakes, he can gain more by standing with technological progress. So after being sprayed with champagne, he just laughed and picked up his weapon to fight back. Unfortunately, he couldn't stand up to the siege of a group of people. After spraying Spielberg, Lucas, Scorsese, Coppola and other important figures with champagne, he decisively jumped into the lake, swam to the center, and made a stop gesture. Okay. Champagne also needs money to buy. Let's not waste it, okay? No. This champagne is a gift from Moet. I have a warehouse. Lucas spit out the wine in his mouth, stroked his head with his right hand, wiped all the wet hair, and then rubbed his chin, and his beard was all stuck to his skin. How could he not know what Roland meant? Didn't he just want to run away after spraying them for fun? But how could this matter be so simple? Come on. There are so many of these. Don't you want to spray them? Don't be a spoiler. Shit, George. Can't you save some of them? You can still use them at the next party. Roland, who was floating in the middle of the lake, rubbed his face with water. He didn't want to go up before those guys put away the champagne. It's not that he couldn't accept it, but being sprayed and spraying others are two different concepts. He was happy to spray others, but as for being sprayed by a group of people, when the snow white covered your body, don't you think the situation seems meh and probably a little strange? Oh, are you trying to be a coward? Spielberg, who had taken off his glasses, wanted to trick Roland up. Hey, Steven, no matter how you provoke me, I won't go up. Roland, who was hiding in the middle of the lake, said arrogantly. That's no problem. If you don't come up, we'll let Xylee go down and catch you. Coppola, who was covered in alcohol, twisted his neck. Upon hearing this, Harrison Ford laughed and kicked off his leather shoes, pretending to be fierce and said, Roland, you can't swim faster than me. Since you broke my record, don't even think about leaving Skywalker Ranch today. Although he knew that the other party was just joking, Roland still showed a terrified expression, as if his life was threatened. With his neck below the water, he raised his hands and surrendered. Oh, Xylee, you pilot don't have to come down. I'll come up by myself. To be honest, can we change the show? I admit that I can't beat you guys. How about I play the guitar and sing a song for you, and then we can dance? The performance of the coward made everyone on the shore laugh. Seeing that the situation was almost over, Scorsese immediately waved his hands and said, No. We don't have to spend money to listen to Michael singing, but listening to you sing is too deadly. I still remember the Golden Globe Awards. I told Francis at the time that Steven had found another psychopath. Fortunately, you didn't pursue a career in the music industry, otherwise I think you might be even more famous than you are now. Come up. I won't criticize you anymore. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of laughter at the scene. Roland knew that the other party was joking, but he didn't care. He swam to the shore in a few steps. When he climbed up, an arm suddenly stretched out in front of him. He looked up and saw that it was Harrison Ford. "Congratulations, kid." The old man who had threatened Roland before smiled. "Thank you, old ghost." Roland grabbed the other party's forearm without hesitation and let the other party pull him up. For most members of Hollywood, the celebration banquet is actually a job. The production company paid for the event, and the main creative team also attended. They invited a few friends and a bunch of media. The event that should have been a celebration turned into a social gathering of peers. The subsequent promotion of the film, everyone was vying for power. The male lead might be discussing the next project with other guys, while the female lead might be chatting happily with the sponsor. Want to chat? That's dreaming. But Jurassic Park is different. In the case that the whole world wants to curry favor with this master and apprentice, whoever they want to enter can enter, and whoever they want to leave will leave. Not to mention, among the guests present today, more than 20% are A-list, 30% are B-list, and 40% are behind the scenes of the production. The remaining 10% are either A+list or famous directors. To put it bluntly, if Skywalker Ranch suffered a terrorist attack today, more than 60% of Hollywood projects would have to be suspended tomorrow. In this case, what restraint and caution are there? Oh, come on. The most powerful group of people have been defeated by Roland, and the rest are either licking him or licking him. When he got up from the lake and went to the guest room of the ranch to wash up under the guidance of the waitress, Roland rolled his eyes at the suggestion of wanting to go into the shower room together. After rejecting the guy who was dressed as Maximum Black, but not as pretty as him, he took a shower, changed his clothes, and reappeared at the party. All the guys who had something to gain came up to him. "Hi, Roland. Nice to meet you." David Fincher raised his glass and laughed. "Oh, David, I heard you are preparing a new movie recently?" Roland picked up a glass of juice and clinked it with him. David Fincher was Lucas' neighbor and participated in the production of Star Wars: Return of the Jedi. Even though he was a director of MTV commercials, he shot the Rolling Stones, Madonna, MJ, Coca-Cola, and Channel. Can those poor guys shoot these things? Dream on. His presence here proved his identity, and while hugging Roland, this guy who was not yet famous also responded, yeah, I saw a good script recently, telling the 7 deadly sins of Catholicism, but I can't find an investor, so I want to ask George for help, and I want to ask Al Pacino, to do it together. Al. Wow, you are so bold. Al just won the Best Actor award this year. If it weren't for a good script, I don't think he would be impressed. Roland tilted his head and smiled. While giving his own ideas, he also gave a hope. "If possible, I would like to see the script. Anyway, before the filming of Spider-Man starts, I have nothing to do, and I'm bored." Okay. Hearing this, David Fincher was delighted. "When I go back, I will take the script to your house. We are all family, there will be no problem." After reaching a brief consensus, the two separated, but before Roland took a few steps, a guy wearing a baseball cap came over again. Looking closely, he saw that he was selling copies. At the age of 28, he was far from the crazy he would be in the future. When he found that Roland's eyes were on him, this guy who wanted to say hello took the initiative to extend his right hand. "Hi, Roland. Congratulations on your movie's success. My name is Michael Bay, a new director. We can have a chance to cooperate in the future." "Thank you, Michael." Roland stretched out his hand and responded simply. Although Bay, a newcomer in the circle, did not show too much enthusiasm, his intimacy was already a very flattering performance. After all, he was not a rookie. When Chris Columbus was filming Home Alone, he used the relationship of the Jewish gang to get $15 million from Fox, and when Robert Zemeckis was filming Back to the Future, Spielberg signed his name to get $19 million from Universal. But what about Michael Bay? His training work was the 19 million Bad Boys, and this money was not taken by the 7 major companies, and he came with Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer. So, he can be considered as one of us. After a few simple words, Roland separated from the other party. Now he doesn't care who Michael Bay's father is. What did the principal say? "I don't care whether my friends have a background or not, because none of them have a background like mine. Can your father be as good as me? No matter how well he gets along, He is just a producer, and I have a dozen colleagues like Warren Buffett. David Fincher and Michael Bay are actually a microcosm of the whole scene. Regardless of whether they are men or women, old or young, stars or rookies, there are too many people who want to get close to him. Some of them come to get a glimpse, some want to start a project, some want to get investment, and some, fuck, don't let your daughter lean on me. Fuck, hug me if you want. Don't hug my waist. Fuck, don't touch my belt. This thing is expensive. In short, Roland is now like Mr. LIU's master. His eye-catching box office results are the key to everyone's desire to get in touch with him. The Spider-Man movie, that has been confirmed to be filmed, is a project that many people are jealous of. They contacted Roland just to join in. No matter if they want a role for themselves or to ask for a position for their relatives and friends. Everyone understands that if it is based on the standards of Jurassic Park, this is a movie that can be box office without any effort. They don't need money. The famous ones want to take advantage of Roland's popularity, and the less famous ones want to increase their status. And those who desperately introduce their daughters to Roland, how many of them are not aiming for the position of the heroine? To be honest, the second generation of stars are generally good looking. And when they did this, it was like choosing a concubine in the harem. Whoever is chosen by Roland is like getting a free layoff ticket at the New Year's party. Ouch. This is a blessing. Seeking professionalism, of course. Everyone is a well-known figure after all. Even if they bring their daughters to meet Roland, they will not be as naked as the Giango brothers. However, those who seek other positions are as bold as Harry and his wife who want to settle in Canada. Roland is naturally full of nonsense about this situation of being praised by many stars. Although this kind of extravagant life has always been the celebration banquet that Roland expects. But rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. What do you mean by bringing only your own people to me? What's more, after looking around, he didn't find many famous people in later generations. So, he laughed a few times and decisively went into the main venue to look for food. Oh, it takes you 2 hours to take a shower. The guys who were soaking wet earlier had already sat down, and after seeing Roland's arrival, they who were eating immediately focused their attention on the late little guy. Facing Harrison Ford's cheesing, Roland rolled his eyes and shrugged. There's nothing I can do. They keep pulling me to talk about projects one after another. George, your neighbor David Fincher said he wanted to invite Al Pacino to make a movie. Steven, Michael Bay talked to me for a while, and then David Koepp, the screenwriter of Jurassic Park, said that he also likes Marvel, and he has a lot of ideas for Spider-Man. Ron Howard, Michael Keaton, Batman and Tim Burton's version of Batman told me that, since I beat him with Jurassic Park, I might as well beat him again in the movie. He wants to participate in Spider-Man and play a villain, but my script hasn't been finished yet. Who else asked me for the heroine? Really, if I wasn't afraid of being shot in the head by Steven, you wouldn't have seen me this afternoon. Roland's complaint made the big guys at the scene laugh. They have been famous for a long time, and everyone has a temper, so no matter how much others want to ask for projects, they won't pester them. But Roland is different. In the eyes of those guys, he is just a child. New Year's Day, it's not easy. I'm here. People are dead. It's a child. The first 3 may not apply in America, but the last 2 can still sweep everything. If you don't like it, ignore them and say what I said. Spielberg also hates those buzzing gatherings, so his attitude is very firm. But the others were different. Old Dong Mu, who was watching the fun and not minding the trouble, put down his knife and fork, folded his arms, and said with a smile, Steven, this is also a practical problem, right? Spider-Man needs a heroine. Since we have someone of the right age, let's use our own. And 2 years later, at the age of 15, Roland should also be in love. Before he finished speaking, Lucas, who was sitting next to him, smiled in agreement, turned his head, and looked at the old man, then grinned and said, I remember. Don't we have a suitable one on the scene? Bryce Howard. Ron Howard, who was still watching the fun, jumped up when he heard the name. George. What are you doing? Isn't that my daughter? What's wrong with your daughter? She's still my niece. Old Dong Mu turned his head and glared back. No. My daughter doesn't like acting. Ron Howard frowned. How do you know my niece doesn't like acting? How come I don't know my daughter doesn't like acting? Seeing that the two guys were about to fight, and the people around them were just eating and laughing, with no intention of paying attention, Roland, who was the focus before, hooked his feet on the seat and sat down. I don't know how the seats were arranged. On his left was Spielberg, and on his right was Scorsese. After he sat down, the two people shook their heads almost at the same time and said, "Don't pay attention to them. Clint has always wanted to beat up the guy who cheated his sister away. It's normal to compete." Oh. Roland showed an expression of a spectator, picked up the juice and drank it. However, before he could rejoice, when the guns of these people were finally moved away from him, Francis Coppola, who was sandwiched between two people, couldn't stand it anymore. Okay. Clint. Ron. Please stop arguing about whether Bryce likes acting, okay? Since you two parents can't figure out whether Bryce likes acting, let me recommend one, okay? My friend Melanie Sloan, her daughter loves acting very much. She did some stage play with Ethan Hawke in New York last year. I forgot what it was called. But now, she is filming Kevin Costner's The Bodyguard with Elijah Wood, Bruce Willis, and Julia Dreyfus. Although she is a little younger than Roland, she looks good, and she likes to play with my daughter the most. Her name is Scarlett Johansson. Steven, Roland. If there is a shortage of people in Spider-Man, I can ask her to try. Cough 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 cough. When Roland heard the familiar name, he almost coughed up his lungs while drinking juice. When he took the napkin handed by Spielberg and wiped his mouth, his face was as black as young Master Yang. What? Did I hear it wrong? Who can tell me who the girl that Francis Coppola, who cosplays Italian Mayfair every day, is talking about? Note, Xylee is Harrison Ford's nickname, and pilot is his main job. He has a driver's license very early. When he has nothing to do, he buys planes and flies them for fun. Under normal circumstances, there are only 3 possibilities for him to appear in the news: promoting movies, saving people, and then flying a plane, and having an accident again. That's right, in addition to flying planes, he also likes to save people. He flew a helicopter to Yellowstone Park to find lost children, smashed car windows to save trapped babies, and saved hikers on camping trips. His national popularity is not accumulated by making movies, but by saving people. Al Pacino rejected SE7N, mainly because he was filming Heat at the time. Chapter 127 Two Beautiful Cabbages. Small success depends on support. Big success depends on luck. This is true, but if there is no small success before, how can there be big success in the future? Therefore, this sentence is actually very contradictory. The guys who can play the first, second, and third roles in film and television dramas are generally not newcomers, and if she is a newcomer, the result is obvious. Everyone is a relative, without exception. That's right, there are no exceptions. In a mature and extremely closed circle, how can there be any good luck? The same is true for Scarlett Johansson. Compared with the A+list, Ethan Hawke is indeed not very famous, but he is a friend of River Phoenix and a younger brother of Robin Williams. Scarlett Johansson acted in a stage play with him. Her debut film, The Bodyguard, was aimed at Elijah Wood, who made his debut in Back to the Future 2, directed by Spielberg's apprentice Robert Zemeckis. Her second film, The Righteous Man, was a film by Spielberg's wife Kate Capshaw. The lead actor was either the first-generation James Bond or Lawrence Fishburne, who had always been hanging out with Francis Coppola, and was the captain in The Matrix. Although the director was not good, this lineup was already very profitable. And then there was Home Alone 3. Although the quality of the films that followed were not very good, they sold well. As for The Horse Whisperer, which really made people know her, Robert Redford, the Oscar-winning director, was originally a member of the Jewish gang. The female lead, Christine Thomas, was recommended by Brian Palmer, who was a close friend of Lucas. The second male lead was Sam Neill in Jurassic Park. The screenwriters who wrote the role for the girl were Eric Roth, the screenwriter of Forrest Gump, and Richard Gravens, the screenwriter of The Bridges of Madison County, who was recommended by Clint Eastwood. Later, for Lost in Translation, Francis Coppola's daughter was directly in charge. Woody Allen is not crazy. He has been using her as the female lead in movies, just to help her win awards. As for Michael Bay, no matter how awesome his father is, he had to use her in Get Out of the Island because all the people on the scene are her uncles. If we must describe it, the Jewish gang is actually a very meticulous machine. When the older generation became famous, they began to promote their own people, such as Natalie Portman, Scarlett Johansson, and Bryce Howard, and Pepper Potts. Spielberg really promoted this goddaughter. In order to prevent the promotion of Shakespeare in Love from being overwhelmed by his own Saving Private Ryan, he did not even lobby DreamWorks to do it. As a result, in order to let the goddaughter win the Best Actress, he lost the Best Picture. Even if he was unhappy, he could only say that it didn't matter what to do. You can't ask him to beat up the goddaughter, right? But unfortunately, Pepper Potts is a hopeless person. So much so that, when the old man attended her wedding, he directly said to Tom Cruise next to him, "She's finally married." As for why women are promoted? Because women are easy to promote. Being a vase in a commercial film can increase national popularity, and the more beautiful it is, the easier it is to succeed in acting ugly and heartbreaking when competing for awards. Because this intuitive change can give the judges the biggest impact if she dedicated herself to art. Compared with male stars, they prefer to train directors and producers. As long as they can control the overall situation, those males with good acting skills and high national popularity can only let them slaughter. So, small fire depends on support, big fire depends on fate, which is right and wrong. Because as long as there are enough resources, you can change your fate. If one movie doesn't work, then 2 movies. If 2 movies don't work, then 4 movies. If 4 movies don't work, then 8 movies. As long as you are still willing to play in this circle, they will continue to support you. In this case, the film production link has actually been monopolized by them. Next, it is self-production and self-sales. The so-called DreamWorks is actually the dream of this group of people. Do you really think Spielberg just wants to be a boss? Because the Jewish gang has already controlled the 2 basic links of production, and sales, they must solve the problem of selling movies. Self-production and self-sales is their dream, and they also firmly believe that, as long as they make it, the 7 major, all of them are younger brothers. The efforts of 3 generations only hope that one day they can get the money. Unfortunately, when they set up the company in their previous life, it happened to be the year of the internet explosion, which led to a slow overseas release. Coupled with the prevalence of hype, they lost everything. It is precisely because of this that after Roland mentioned that he was harassed by the group of people outside, Clint Eastwood and George Lucas mentioned Ron Howard's daughter, and Francis Coppola mentioned his niece, because for them, it is not too normal to let Roland, an old man, take care of a new actress. They have always done this. Besides, they don't think Roland will refuse. Because H2 can prove that Roland is very good. If it were other guys who participated in H2, they might have floated to the sky and used their power to force Fox to change the script, but Roland didn't. The kind of behavior of "you cooperate with me and I repay you" is the real reason why they are willing to be snorted by Roland. The point is, they are not just randomly inserting people now. If you, Roland, like them, you can choose them. If you don't like them, you can change people. After all, Harrison Ford is not an ordinary Super A for this guy who can sell box office with his eyes closed for 2 hours. They are willing to listen to your ideas. Moreover, they believe that they are still very attractive to Roland. They can put their names on any movie Roland wants to make. It only takes a few phone calls for these people to put together a production team. But for Roland, let Black Widow and Spider-Man fall in love? Isn't this a fuss? These people may think there is nothing wrong, but well, this kind of uniform role-playing seems to be quite interesting. Besides, even if she is not chosen in the end, it should be okay to trick the little lolly to meet. As for rabbits not eating grass near their nests, who said that? Stand up. What's wrong with rabbits eating grass near their nests? Don't accept it? Believe it or not, I will block your door with a G63. However, before Roland readily accepted Coppola's proposal and let the young Black Widow try it out, Spielberg had already waved his hand and said, Ford, Francis Coppola, Clint Eastwood, George Lucas, Ron Howard, don't make it difficult for Roland. Let's talk about this later, okay? Hearing this, Roland's neck turned faster than anyone else. The look he cast at Spielberg was full of surprise. "Steven, I'm not embarrassed at all. There is absolutely no problem for me, a senior, to teach others." But before he could say anything, the old man said, "Robert, Roland will go to the crew of Forrest Gump next month. Tom said he would take him with him, so I think the movie can be shot along the life trajectory of Gump. This way it will be easier to find the feeling." After hearing this, Roland, who was still struggling with whether he could be single, immediately returned to normal. Since he is a member of the Jewish gang, he can't run away, right? With everyone in the audience knowing him, it doesn't matter if he knows him a day earlier or a day later, right? Roland is now very confident. The reason is simple, just one word: super handsome. In this way, Roland, who has no pressure in his heart and knows what is important, casts his eyes on Robert Zemeckis, who helped him get home alone in the time loop. To be honest, he has always been grateful to him, but there are some things that cannot be said. However, Robert Zemeckis did not have so many concerns. He nodded directly and said, "That's no problem. It just takes a little more time and raises the production cost. The whole movie won't be released until next summer. Finishing it a month earlier or a month later will not affect the post-production at all. I don't have any follow-up plans. As for Tom, there's no rush for Tom." Robert Zemeckis was a little hesitant, but Ron Howard gave an affirmative response. "Tom's next project is my Apollo 13. We won't start shooting until the second half of next year. It doesn't matter if it's a month later. The movie won't be released until the summer of 1995. We will do all the post-production ourselves. However, as for Steve, I'll coordinate with Steve Jobs." Kathleen Kennedy, who had been silent, took over the conversation and smiled at Roland. "It's Toy Story. Tom is going to do the dubbing. It will take at most a week. Roland, just follow Tom to get the feel for it. Don't worry about other things. Even though they are asking now, none of them are in charge. They are all telling me 3 answers to 1 question in less than a minute. These guys arranged everything properly. That execution was more natural than eating and drinking, and Roland was stunned. However, this is what he wants. I have a good idea today. The crew will start to pull it together tomorrow, and we can shoot the day after tomorrow. No need to think about whether there is investment. No need to think about how to rush to produce after shooting. And no need to worry about no one taking over the distribution, because this machine has a clear division of labor. With his stable status in the industry, he will not be bound by his hands and feet in doing anything. And the cool and handsome part that people like to see. What's the point of those girls introduced to him by those guys outside? The ones whose names he can't even remember are definitely not as pretty as Elizabeth and Scarlett. Those guys are just greedy for his body. And he, or the cabbage he chose, is beautiful. After the Forrest Gump thing was finalized, everyone stopped talking too much about the main business that they could touch every day. The topics on the table kept changing. Luxury goods, real estate, cruise ships. No matter if it was flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the water, they could talk about it. When they talked about investment, when they learned that Roland actually used all his earnings to buy Berkshire Hathaway stocks, everyone expressed surprise. "Wow, don't you buy a car, a house, or a plane?" Harrison Ford was a little confused. "I want to buy it, mainly because I don't have enough money." Roland sighed. "You earn so much, how can it not be enough to buy a car, a house, and a plane?" When talking about this, Francis Coppola was no longer sleepy. "You know, this guy, but he likes eating, drinking, and gambling the most." In response to their questions, Roland shrugged his shoulders naturally. "Because I want to be like George, buy a piece of land as big as Skywalker Ranch, and then raise crocodiles, walk mountain lions, and let polar bears and Antarctic penguins be neighbors. Then you do your best." The two looked at each other, and the twitching corners of their mouths contained countless complaints. The American Animal Protection Association is not a vegetarian. If you want to turn your home into a zoo, it is not a problem that can be solved with money. Then why don't you accept endorsements? The income from this thing is very considerable. I made money by accepting endorsements when I was a child star. Ron Howard asked this guy whose life experience was very similar to his. because I have given all my authorizations to my guardian David. Didn't you see the latest clothing advertisements released by Walmart? They are all our own brands. I can get 50% in the end, so why do I want to endorse? Oh my god. Ron Howard, who has a black history of 996, white and black, and rushing to rush advertising schedules, was almost choked to death by Roland's words. Oh, then if you just rely on the profit share of stocks and clothing, it will probably take you until you reach adulthood, right? George Lucas scratched his head. Even if you get 8% of Jurassic Park and 18% of Spider-Man trilogy, you still have to wait a few years. After all, you have to pay taxes. I remember that I spent more than 100 million to buy this land. That was the price in 1980. Now, it will cost more than 200 million. More than 200 million is enough. So cheap. Upon hearing this, Roland was surprised. Then I can afford it. I thought it would cost 500 or 600 million. What? Exclamation mark. In fact, the people who had already eaten and were chatting there suddenly quieted down after hearing this. They looked at Roland seriously, and when they saw that his expression was not fake, they immediately shifted their gaze to Spielberg. After sensing the doubts at the scene, Spielberg nodded and said, in 1991, Ronald Perelman, and then his parents. Steven, now that we're done eating, I should go out and take a look. Yes, we've been gone for long enough. If we don't go out, the police will probably be called to look for us. We invited them all. If they eat separately, we can still say that there are too many people. Now, of course, we are playing together. Let's go. I'm here in a helicopter. Does anyone want to skydive? I'll take him up. I want to jump. Roland immediately got excited when he heard about skydiving. However, Harrison Ford, who came in a helicopter, gave him a perfunctory smile. Haha. No chef for you. Note, Scarlett, Natalie and Bryce were all promoted by the Jewish gang. They appeared in commercial films when they were young, but went their separate ways when they were almost old. Not going their separate ways would be like family members fighting each other. The Horse Whisperer was indeed a movie that promoted its own people. There were only 2 candidates for the little girl, Scarlett and Natalie. When the final cast was chosen, Natalie was sent to Star Wars by her mother, and her previous movie Ha-3 was a big flop, so Natalie went into commercial and Scarlett went for awards. But man proposes, God disposes. Natalie was sprayed by Star Wars fans. Scarlett's custom movie flopped, and then the two switched paths, but Star Wars had 3 parts, so it was delayed until 2005. As a result, Scarlett's Get Out of the Island flopped again, and Natalie's V for Vendetta also suffered a small loss. The original candidates were actually only Scarlett, Natalie and Bryce. Coupled with DreamWorks' Mercury retrograde and the subprime mortgage crisis, the Jewish gang's layout exploded. But who would have thought that when DreamWorks went bad, the two who changed their route would have good luck. Boom, boom, boom in Avengers, and they also won a Best Actress in Black Swan. Now it's the same routine. One went for the awards and got 2 nominations directly, and the other went to shoot Thor. Spielberg lamented that his troublemaking goddaughter finally got married. It was Tom Cruise himself who revealed it during the road show of Minority Report. Pepper Potts' Best Actress could not have been achieved by Weinstein alone. After the scandal was exposed, Harvey faced a lot of people defecting and only responded to Pepper Potts, "How dare I seduce her? Her father wants to promote it, so I have no chance to do it." Chapter 128, a few things before joining the group. The lunch ended unhappily because everyone felt that they had lived in vain all these years. A teenager with a net worth of hundreds of millions? This is really a comparison that makes people angry. Of course, leaving angrily was just a way for them to end the topic. After returning to the courtyard and chatting for a while, Roland was still dragged by them to go skydiving. Since they had not had much contact before, the helicopter pilot became the operator that George Lucas kept at home all year round, and Harrison Ford, the ace pilot, was tied to Roland and took him to a high altitude descent. The feeling of falling, which was more exciting than bungee jumping, made Roland exclaim with excitement, and the feeling of floating in the sky and looking down at the earth made Roland understand why many Hollywood stars like to fly their own planes. Is it because you have to rush to work like Kobe Bryant? No, it's because the feeling of looking down on the world is too cool. But no matter how cool it is, he has no intention of buying a plane. Airplanes are too ordinary, right? Roland, who felt the charm of the blue sky, was ready to write Musk on his list of must invest in the future. Skydiving? No. I want to blow up rockets. I want to use rockets as firecrackers. The celebration banquet, at most, will only last one day. Everyone basically has projects on their plate, and it is impossible to celebrate endlessly. In addition, Lucas and his team did not arrange a banquet, so after everyone had an open-air barbecue that night, those who had itineraries set off on their way home, and those who were not in a hurry, rested at Skywalker Ranch for a night, and took the next day's plane to travel around. Roland was of course the one who left the next day, not only because he had nothing to do, he didn't have to ask about the clothing sales at all, and Blizzard was busy tinkering with its own game engine, but also because he wanted to take advantage of Spielberg's private plane. Well, it's fun to pretend to be cool, but it's a crematorium. Even if Roland wanted to mess up the zoo or blow up the rocket, that would be a matter for the future. Now, he had to pretend that nothing had happened, pat his butt, and get into the old man's plane. After 2 days of fun, he returned to Los Angeles, so of course he had to return to his life. After entering the second week, the box office of Jurassic Park declined, but the unrivaled momentum of one man standing against 10,000 men was still unstoppable. The single week closing was more than 60 million, and the 2-week record of 160 million made the public scalp numb, but there was no way. In the absence of a second movie of the same kind in the market, the high figures would only inject life into the records of speculation, and those newly released movies. Sorry, I originally wanted to release a movie that would compete with Jurassic Park a week after it was released, but all of them were sold out. The withdrawal of the same kind of films from the same period made Disney laugh so hard that they couldn't close their mouths. If they were not afraid of causing public outrage, they would even want to give Roland a lifetime free membership card. As long as it is our Disney territory, you can book the whole place. There is no way. Who made Disney these days unable to beat anyone in the field of live action movies? After seeing their once arrogant colleagues being beaten to a pulp by the guys who bullied them, the thought that they were happy to see that they were in a worse situation than them was the source of their happiness. If Roland knew the joy of the Disney people, he would definitely be even happier. Because Marvel can't be taken by you, Disney. This is really a happy thing. Of course, after 2 consecutive weeks of box office success, a new movie was released in the 3rd week. But the name of that movie is Sleepless in Seattle. That's right, isn't it one's own people fighting one's own people? Other movies don't dare to be released, but Sony, with the Olsen sisters, is not afraid. In Jurassic Park, the girls who were responsible for advancing the plot did not act stupidly like the children in the original book, but cried with tears in their eyes. After watching the movie, all the mothers and sisters wanted to hold them in their arms, rub them into their bodies, and engrave them into their bones. The little ones who attracted another wave of fans by being cute were naturally a guarantee of box office success. While the North American Theatre Alliance lowered the screening schedule of Jurassic Park, it also increased the number of screenings of Sleepless in Seattle to 32. Although there was no premiere, and Sony's publicity was not as loud as Universal's Aftermath, the first day box office still reached 8 million. According to the report sent by the statistics company, the ratio of male to female audiences reached an astonishing 7-4. What does this mean? Has Tom Hanks become a friend of women? How is it possible? Those who go to the movies in pairs are the fans of Hanks and Sweetie. A large part of the singles, or the moms who go to the movies with their same-sex friends, are the Olsen sisters' beauty lovers. With the support of these people, the movie box office is the best data for clothing sales. When the first week's box office of 22 million was freshly released, the major Walmart supermarkets in America also put Roland and the Olsen sisters brand clothing on the shelves. The first day's sales were as high as 5.2 million. If every day for 365 days can be so explosive, the annual turnover will be 1.898 billion. And David gave a gross profit of 50% and a net profit of 32%. That's 600 million. Just for a few decades, you can acquire LVMH, replace Jeff Bezos, and become the new richest man in the world. Well, this is wishful thinking. Most of the guys, that is impulse buying. It is the aftermath bonus brought by Jurassic Park and Sleepless in Seattle. After this wave of free publicity, it is normal for daily sales to drop below 1 million. David estimates that the annual net profit is about 100 million to 110 million per year, and at most 120 million. How much of this profit will be split with Roland? Even if the manager hired by David has a savvy, he can't calculate it. However, the benefits of bundling sales are obvious. If a certain person's clothing sales plummet, Walmart will not immediately drive that person out of its store. After all, the Olsen sisters' Full House is still being filmed, and Roland's movie is a project that all film companies are scrambling to bet on. This kind of operation business is much faster than building a house. Looking at the report in front of him, David smiled with emotion. Oh, dear, I've told you many times before that popularity operation is the profitable way to make money. Ganetti held her chin with one hand, her eyes always focused on her husband's face. But you just won't do it. You tell me every day that Mary and Ashley have to go to school, they have to rest, they have to enjoy their childhood. Isn't that right? Although the numbers in the report were very tempting, David still looked up and stared, and asked back, yes, of course you are right. You have a point. Ganetti had seen that look of self-assertion many times, so she didn't take it seriously and just followed what the other party meant. Honey, they are my children too. Of course I will take care of their feelings. Isn't it good now? While the tutor is teaching them, they go to film. However, before Ganetti finished, David interrupted her. Really? Are you sure it's not because of Roland? The project you received recently is from Robin Williams? Do you think that under normal circumstances, people would call us to inform us as soon as the project is established, and that our daughter will make time to film in the fall of 1994? The irrefutable question made Ganetti smile brighter than the flowers. She had been lying opposite him, but now she stood up, walked behind her husband, leaned down, and lay on his shoulder. Oh, David, isn't this good? We love Ashley, Mary, James, and Lizzie, and we love Roland too. Since they are willing to give us the project for Roland's sake, why should we? Why not answer it? And if we don't need to find projects, don't Ashley and Mary have more time to study and play? We just need to wait for the time to come, and then go to film. I know what you want to say. You want to say that I was a little eager for quick success before. Yes, I admit that before Roland became popular, my ideas were indeed radical, but I have changed now. Don't hold on to it, okay? If you say the same thing to me next time, I will go to Roland to make a small report. I will tell him that your Uncle David still thinks Ashley and Mary are too busy, and he wants to divorce me. Oh, no. When his wife lay on him and admitted her mistake with soft words, David, who was not angry, felt very happy. But when he heard that his wife wanted to make a small report, he turned around and pulled her into his arms. Okay, I'm just emphasizing a fact that happened in the past, okay? But you did complain to Roland before that we want a divorce. Ganetti was dissatisfied. But isn't this matter resolved? There was no conflict between us. David glared at his wife. But I'm just emphasizing a fact that happened in the past. Ganetti repeated what her husband said before. Before he finished speaking, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly cooled down. Their eyes met, stared for a moment, and they laughed at the same time. David leaned over and buried his head, and Ganetti opened his arms and hugged his neck. The unpleasantness that happened before was now gone. Life is made up of little things, and now that my daughter can not only maintain her popularity, but also study with peace of mind and play freely, what do parents need to argue about this? The Robin Williams mentioned by the Olsens before, and the new project that would accept the Olsen sisters was Jumanji. With the great success of Jurassic Park, Industrial Light and Magic has already begun research on Jumanji, and the little girl who drives the plot in the movie was naturally eaten by Roland. Or, Roland hasn't thought about this yet, and the Jewish gang has already digested it. This is actually a very normal thing. They need Roland, and they will not forget what Roland needs. Of course, even if Roland knew that the pie of Jumanji fell into the hands of the Olsen sisters, he would not be surprised. There is no way he has gotten used to it. When you think about the fact that 5 out of 10 projects on the box office rankings every year are the work of their own people, what else would you feel sad about? While Jurassic Park was released for 4 weeks and reaped $250 million box office, and Sleepless in Seattle was released for 2 weeks and reaped more than $70 million box office, Sony released another work by the Jewish gang, Mr. Dong Mew's The Wire. Roland has almost forgotten the content of the whole movie, but there is one thing he knows very well. That is the heroine Renee Russell in The Wire, who is the mother of Thor in Thor. Many people think she is good looking, and more people think she is a typical model who switched to Hollywood. But, the so-called shit luck is not being chosen by a famous director at all, because she is a classmate of Ron Howard, playing the leading role. As soon as she appears on the big screen, Hollywood has never lacked beautiful girls. But those pure girls can't directly cooperate with Dongmu. The release of The Line of Fire means the arrival of July. According to common sense, Roland should have read the script before joining the crew, but since he doesn't have to play any role, the so-called character biography and character creation will also be taught by Hanks, so he has nothing to do during this hot holiday. In addition, fitness and oral English have reached the stage of self-practice and maintenance, so he doesn't have to go to Universal and has a little follower around him. Elizabeth wants to go to the zoo, so he takes the 3 sisters to the Los Angeles Zoo. Elizabeth wants to see fish, so he takes the 3 sisters to the San Diego Sea World. As for James, Roland actually asked him, "Why, you don't want to go with us?" "Yes, I want to study. I love to study." James, who was sitting at the desk, didn't raise his head and stared at the textbook intently. "Then do your best, old Jen." Roland patted the other person's shoulder to show encouragement, then looked down at the 3 little Lalita beside him and said helplessly, "James needs to study, so the 4 of us will go." The 3 little Lalita nodded in confusion and walked out of the bedroom under Roland's leadership. See, it's not that Roland didn't want to spend the money and didn't take him. It's that James himself didn't want to go. However, before Roland closed the door, the other side couldn't wait to turn around and said, "Can you return the comic to me?" Hearing this, Roland, who insisted on speaking with facts, didn't even turn his head. "I'll talk about it when I come back." As a guy who keeps his word, after taking the 3 Lalita out to play for a week, he naturally returned the comic to the other party. Of course, this is also related to James holding David Fincher's contact information. Yes, he forgot about the other person after he said that casually that day, but David Fincher didn't forget him. Just when the other person packed up his things and rang the doorbell of Roland's house in high spirits, Roland was stunned to hear the news that he was going out to pick up girls. Oh no, he was taking girls out. However, when he left his business card. To be honest, Roland has never felt anything about the dark movies like 7 Deadly Sins, especially the saying that people are evil at the beginning. Well, he has always remembered the Lord moves in mysterious ways in the opening. But compared with that, what impressed him the most was actually, Brad Pitt is really handsome, especially when he pointed a gun at Kevin Spacey. Yes, he is such a superficial person. Although the teacher talked about various techniques for movies and analyzed the entire movie when he was in school. Movies are visual arts after all, and the impact of the pictures is easier to move people than the plot. Just like Tom Hanks smashing his teeth with ice skates and rocks in Castaway, the visual impact is more painful than any narration. However, this does not mean that he hates or likes Seven. If the wedding banquet intervened to satisfy himself, then Seven was actually for publicity and promotion. He clearly remembered that if Spider-Man was not filmed, they would not have to bear the losses of the distribution company, but once the filming started and the contract was signed and effective, he would have to plug the hole. So, for Roland, using movies to plug the hole is more cost effective than real money. Although he can claim that he is meeting the needs of different groups of people. But that sounds fake. He respects every movie that can satisfy a specific group, but now it is indeed for plugging loopholes. He lives clearly, so there is no need to whitewash the piece. Because of this, after calling David Fincher to his house and reading the script, he told him very straightforwardly that he was interested in the story. If the other party couldn't find an investor, he could wait until he got his share of the box office of Jurassic Park and then invest in the other party. After hearing Roland's affirmative answer, David Fincher, who was not prepared to find the 7 big investors at all, nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go find someone." The neat answer was the greatest trust in Roland. This guy didn't even ask Roland how much money he was going to invest, and he didn't think about telling Roland who his targets were. Because David Fincher understood that, even if Roland was ready to invest, he would give the script to Kathleen Kennedy and let her prepare it. And Roland also understood that after David Fincher determined the target, his first reaction was to call Kathleen Kennedy, report the list to her, and let her find someone. As for why he did this, it was purely for the sake of saving trouble. After throwing out 7 deadly sins to plug the loophole, Sony also told him the release date of The Wedding Banquet. "We set it in August. Since it can't pass the review, it will be a small-scale regional screening. You decide. I don't care about this." Oh my god, you have made money, okay. How much did you make? Subtract what we should take. You made about 3 million. Yes, although the total box office of The Wedding Banquet is $30 million US, surpassing Jurassic Park and becoming the movie with the highest investment return in 1993. The problem is that box office does not equal profit. Jurassic Park can be counted as profit if you do global publicity and distribution, but for movies like The Wedding Banquet, the copyright is bought out in most cases. For example, if a German company wants to introduce it, it is a fixed price and there is no profit. As for why this is the case, it is actually related to the type of film. For a non-commercial film, you go to lobby various departments and connect theaters, and the labor cost and time cost may not be as high as the profit from the box office of a small country after deducting the expenses, and it is a net loss. In this way, it is only natural to sell the copyright and let local organizations operate it. After all, businessmen are all profit-seeking. To put it bluntly, in this era, only those movies that are big sellers in the United States will work hard to promote them globally. Apart from that, selling copyrights to make quick money is the first choice. According to the revenue outside North America, his final share after the North American release should be around 6 or 7 million. Roland understood all these things, so after reminding him to remember to share the money on time, he wanted to hang up the phone. However, before he put down the receiver, the other party said, "Ang Lee is very grateful that you bought his movie. If possible, he hopes to meet you." Ang Lee wants to meet him, sure. But now, it's not suitable. Please tell him that I'm going to shoot with the crew soon. I look forward to his next movie. If he finishes filming, you can come to me again, and we can meet then. Note, in the summer of 1993, few movies held premieres. Jurassic had a huge impact. No matter how loud the premiere was, it couldn't be suppressed. He had to invest in SE7N himself, because in reality this movie had a bumpy road. After Alien 3 flopped, Fincher and Fox had a quarrel, calling each other stupid and refusing to admit that this was his work. He also revealed that the filming had to be completed in 13 weeks. After that, he saw the script of SE7N, which was not sellable at all at the time. Fincher liked it after reading it, so he got it, but with the unpleasant experience with Fox, he wanted to shoot and edit the film himself. But how could a director who had just flopped get the final editing rights? The Jewish gang couldn't help him, they all worked with the Big Seven. Then Fincher found Oliver Stone, who introduced Arnold Olsen, director of Columbia, to him. But Sony didn't want to invest in such a bad-tempered new director at the time, so they helped him find New Line. Brad Pitt and Oliver Stone were both from Troma. Kevin Spacey, Morgan Freeman and Pepper Potts all came to New Line, but after the filming, they quarreled again. The people in the New Line publicity and distribution team couldn't understand his ending and asked him to change it to be concise and clear, but he didn't change it. The Jewish gang was powerful, so they didn't change it. The global publicity and distribution of small budget movies like The Wedding Banquet is like that. The copyright is sold to large companies, and the large companies act as middlemen. to sell it to film companies in various countries, all at a fixed price. Unless the North American box office is a big hit. Otherwise 9.5 out of 10 movies will definitely lose money. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Pretending to be a big shot, the essence of performance, the biggest advantage. Joining the crew right away was just a lie, to fool the other party. In fact, from the beginning, Roland had the idea of doing special training after finishing the filming of Forrest Gump. Whether it is fitness or martial arts, it is not something that can be achieved overnight, just like losing weight. If you fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days, the little fat on your belly will eventually say goodbye to you tomorrow like the enoki mushrooms. Roland planned to help Ang Lee to recruit a group of people in early 1994 and then make sprint preparations for the filming of Spider-Man. The reason for this choice was actually related to James Cameron. You ask me when True Lies can be completed. The earliest will be April next year. What? You said you are going to wait for me to come back to discuss the action scenes of Spider-Man? Fuck. What do you mean? You have to wait for me. I tell you. Don't think that I won't dare to beat you after you have been promoted to the A+ list. Spider-Man is my project. If you let Steven shoot it, I will definitely drive the AV-8B to grab the project back. When it comes to Spider-Man, the old man's mood became a little irritable. If Roland hadn't thought about changing directors, perhaps the old man would have rushed all the way from Venice to his home shortly after the phone call was hung up. That's right. After Jurassic Park became a big hit, Stan Winston, who had been fooled by Cameron, finally had some time. Under Cameron's coercion, they lived together with Scott Ross, a manager from Industrial Light and Magic, in Venice, Los Angeles. Digital Domain was born. Roland had no idea about this company that would be among the top 3 in the visual effects industry in the future, because he could use the back door. It's queue jumping. Want to use Industrial Light and Magic's technology? Call their big boss. Want to use Digital Domain's technology? Then call their big boss. One phone call can make his project a priority, so he doesn't have to throw Franklin into this money burning hole. Of course, the Digital Domain has nothing to do with Spider-Man, because the special effects of Spider-Man's Spider Silk were solved by Industrial Light and Magic. The table tennis in Forrest Gump, which Roland will enter next, is a special effect, and the blurred CGI technology is actually the basis for the production of the Spider-Man trilogy after the millennium. With the technology already conquered, how can those visual effects films that want to follow the trend compare with Spider-Man, the son of the film? Roland firmly believes that, as long as he works hard, he will have no rivals in the same period, not to mention the whole year. However, while preparing for Spider-Man, Roland was actually very curious. If the stubborn truck driver really comes to tinker with Spider-Man next year, will his boat still be able to operate? Although the actual filming of the big ship was only from September 1996 to March 1997, Fox officially invested in it in 1995, and the real exploration and preparation time actually started as early as 1991, including digging the pond and building the ship. These things were personally supervised by James Cameron. When Spider-Man meets Titanic, what will the truck driver choose? Roland really wants to know. Of course, Spider-Man and Titanic are not what Roland is thinking about now. When the box office of Jurassic Park continued to rise, most of the global ticket warehouses had completed the filming, and the global box office also exceeded 600 million. When those film companies were at a loss and could not break through the defense line of Katherine Kennedy, Spielberg's butler, Warner, who wanted to win over the master and apprentice, found a trick. Katherine Kennedy is a business person, and they can't see her in person. It doesn't matter. I will use the media invitation, which is okay. Small media and small newspapers don't like it. It doesn't matter. Do you know the cover person of Time magazine? Compared with News Corporation, which is building a media network, and Disney, which has not yet acquired ABC, Time Warner is now very wealthy. As one of the 3 major current affairs magazines in America, this is already the largest media resource besides the Person of the Year. Now, it is just a means for Warner to force people to come forward. Kathleen Kennedy naturally accepted Warner's generosity with a smile. When Roland learned that he was going to be on the cover of Time magazine, he was excited because when he was looking for a job in his previous life, he wrote on his resume that he was selected as the Person of the Year of Time magazine in 2006 and won the special award of the China Touching Organizing Committee in 2008. But that was a collective award after all, and it would not only be uncomfortable to say it out loud, but it would be easy to be laughed at. And now, this is a real cover. Although it is on the cover with Spielberg, it is also an honor that can be shown off, right? However, just when Roland was happily making the connection, Kathleen Kennedy told him again, no, 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 you are the only one who will go on the show. Steven said that he will definitely go on the show next year, and he asked me to tell you that if anyone from Warner asks you about Spider-Man or his own projects, just tell them directly that Steven said, wait until I win 2 trophies at the Oscars next year like Clint, then come back to me. Fuck. This old man is definitely doing it on purpose. Roland originally thought that the fact that Time magazine came to him with such a licking face would allow him to brag a lot, but he didn't expect that the old man's bragging skills were even better. Listen, is that human talk? What do you mean by definitely going on the show next year? What do you mean by waiting for me to win 2 trophies at the Oscars next year? This guy simply doesn't take the American Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences seriously. Compared with this guy who will beg me to be on the cover next year, Roland instantly felt that the cover character thing was boring. What a hot thing. If they want to be on the cover, they can be on it. If they don't want to be on the cover, they don't. It's boring to just dawdle in and out at will. It's just like the holy monk refusing 50 billion. It's so annoying that you can't open your eyes. Of course, although the old man made a big fuss about it, Roland still took the cover. Don't refuse the resources that are delivered to you. The news that Roland was on the cover of Time magazine didn't cause much of a stir. Or rather, those guys who subscribed to Time magazine were not curious about his appearance. There's no way. With a personal cumulative box office of more than 2 billion and unlimited screen swiping results in 2 months, it's abnormal not to be on the cover. Moreover, since his debut, there have been only 2 paper interviews about him, which is far from the level of being a star on the carpet of international film festivals or a star at the United Nations. The criticism that his talent is not worthy of his virtue is not worthy of his position, his reputation is not worthy of his reality, and his bluffing has nothing to do with him. The confidence that he can announce that he has been preparing for a new movie for 2 years while being promoted to the A+ list is a reason why everyone still likes him. There is no way. In the eyes of the public, there are not many down-to-earth guys like Roland. Those who have become famous, which one is not crazy about making money? There are too few who can settle down like him. However, for such a reputation from the outside world, people in the circle said when there are resources to make a comeback, even if you fall into the trough, who dares not settle down? Yeah? After dealing with various miscellaneous things and leaving a pile of fairy tale books for the little girl Elizabeth, Time quietly entered August, and Roland also sneaked into Hanks's house and saw the project team arrangement of Forrest Gump. According to the previous plan, their filming time was from August to December, but because Roland was very eager to improve himself, Paramount carefully considered it and sent a production director to coordinate the time. Well, actually, after Paramount learned that Roland would accept any replaceable role and join the crew for zero pay, they directly estimated a release date and then left it alone. In the words of the board of directors, that is, what do we need to take care of? Producers, directors, screenwriters, actors, photographers, editors. They are all their people. Roland is willing to show his face, so we just need to invest money. What else do we need to take care of? Just wait for the release. Unlike David Fincher, who can fight to the death with investors. The guys in the Forrest Gump crew have all proven themselves. The main players are still box office guarantees. This list of people who can succeed with their eyes closed is the favorite lineup of investors, because they don't have to worry that the main creative team will suddenly become literary and artistic. Since everyone lives clearly, what's wrong with paying a few million more to change the shooting process? Just think of it as the money spent on asking Roland to help him get on the stage. Millions for a potential promotion point. It's totally worth it. Because of this, when Roland opened the plan book, the first thing he saw was Walterboro, South Carolina. We will go to Walterboro first, where we will shoot the scenes of Forrest Gump's childhood, including Jenna's farmhouse, Forrest's family boarding house, and the elementary school, where he was chased by bullies. All these shots will be shot there. Tom Hanks and Roland opened the plan book together, looking at the process above, and said, the oak tree, where Gump and Jenny fell in love, is in the Lee Mountain Plantation. Then it's the University of Alabama in Alabama. We will shoot Gump's college life and the scenes of the abolition of racial segregation, and then Gump finds out that his girlfriend is playing with other male classmates. Then we have to go back to South Carolina. The scenes of joining the army and the Vietnam War are all shot on Fripp Island and Hunting Island. As for the mountains and other scenes, George and Industrial Light and Magic will help we deal with it. Then it's Washington, where we need to show our buds to the president. Then we go back to Port Royal in South Carolina to shoot the fishing boat scene. Then we go home, my mother dies, and I reconcile with Jenny. Jenny disappears, and Gan starts running. The Woods Memorial Bridge in Beaufort, Bryce Canyon National Park in Utah, Monument Valley, these are all places we will go, and after the running scenes are shot, we will return to our families. In other words, our route map is from California to South Carolina, then to Alabama, then back to South Carolina, then to Washington, then back to South Carolina, to Utah, back to South Carolina, and finally back to Los Angeles. When the circular itinerary appeared in Roland's mind, how do you let a guy who hasn't touched geography for a long time calculate the length of the entire route? What's more, this is not something he needs to care about at all. He only knew that the filming process of the movie would be consistent with Forrest's growth process, and then at the end of the film, the plot of sitting in front of the bus stop waiting for the bus to arrive and telling stories to passers-by would be okay. Since the characterization follows the character's experience, then, where do we start? Should we learn the spoken language of Little Forrest first, or? Roland closed the shooting plan, clapped his hands, and smiled at the fat-nosed uncle next to him. Tom, come on, I will listen to you in the next time. I'm not here to play. Roland clearly remembered that in the behind-the-scenes revelations of the previous life, there was a content that Hanks deliberately learned the accent of Little Forrest in order to make a good movie. In his opinion, this was actually the first step for Hanks to get into the state, and he came here to learn how to shape the character from the great god. However, when he threw away the shooting schedule, Hanks, who heard this, immediately shook his head and said, no, Roland. Character creation is actually very simple. You don't need to be so excited. What? Roland smiled. He thought Hanks wanted him to relax. Tom, do you think I'm not in the right mood? No, I'm serious. When we create a character, we never start by digging into the character's heart. Seeing that Roland didn't believe it, Hanks didn't give him a chance to ask questions. Instead, he stood up, took out 2 cans of Coke from the refrigerator, put them on the table, and motioned Roland to sit across from him. Since you think what I said is a bit confusing, let's move on to the quick question and answer session. First of all, the first question is, what do you think of my acting skills? Great. Perfect. Roland thought this was a 3-point question. If Hank's acting skills were not good, he wouldn't waste his time. Okay, since you think I'm good, can you tell me what's good about me? Hanks smiled. I don't feel embarrassed watching your movies. Roland thought this question didn't need to be thought about. Okay, third question. You don't feel awkward. Is it because the scene is harmonious? If so, don't you admit that it's the director's credit? Do you believe that if Steven hears you saying this, he will hit you? Hanks tapped the table with his right index finger, with a curious smile on his face. Oh, no, Tom, I admit that it's because the scene is harmonious, but can you stop mentioning Steven at this time? Roland rolled his eyes. Of course, but I'm saying this to tell you that acting is never a one-person job, catch it? Hanks pushed the coke in front of him hard, and when it slid in front of Roland obediently pressed it and Hanks nodded. So, do you think the scene just now is harmonious? Looking at the coke in his hand, and then looking up at Hanks, Roland, who thought the other party was a bit pretentious, narrowed his eyes. His action made Hanks tilt his head and said, your current appearance can be used in the plot, where the police interrogate the prisoner. Or, in the scene, where two characters are confronting each other, and you express doubt about me. After hearing what he said, Roland reacted, do you think this is teaching? Unfortunately, Hanks still shook his head. Teaching? No, no, no. Before teaching, I just want to tell you that any scene you see on the screen cannot be completed by an actor alone. You think I acted well, but the premise of my good acting is that there are a series of behind-the-scenes personnel such as lighting and photography. Moreover, the character creation you want to know about is completely different from the character creation I'm about to teach you. I know you may be thinking about genres now, but that kind of thing does not require you to think about it at all. As for explanation, I will just give a few examples. Robert De Niro, his acting is great, right? He played a cynical gangster in Mean Streets. He played a retired veteran and Taxi Driver, and he is the kind of after failing to pursue a girl, he will assassinate the presidential candidate to prove himself. In Raging Bull, he played an angry, paranoid, and madman who refused to flatter the vulgar. In Once Upon a Time in America, he told the story of a gangster fighting on the streets. In The Untouchables, he played a gangster boss in the bootleg liquor market. In Goodfellas, he still played a gangster boss. In Cape Fear, he still played a bad guy. Did you find any problems? When Hanks rubbed his hands and smiled at the little guy opposite, Roland's surprised expression made him sigh. Do you know why Steven didn't let Robert, Clint and others teach you? Because your acting styles are different. You think we acted well, but in fact we are just repeating our successes. And the so-called breakthrough is nothing more than adding some other character element in essence. When Hanks said this, Roland finally understood. He knew in his previous life that Hanks was a consummate method artist, but he didn't expect this guy was more straightforward than he thought. Yes, repeated success and breakthroughs in acting have never been a contradiction. Hanks played a homosexual, an AIDS patient in Philadelphia. In Forrest Gump, he played a guy with an IQ of only 75. In Apollo 13, he played a pilot. In Saving Private Ryan, he played a captain. In The Green Mile, he played a prison policeman. In Castaway, he played a courier company employee. In Cat and Mouse, he played an FBI agent. In The Terminal, he played a poor man who lost his country. In Captain Phillips, he played a captain hostage kidnapped by pirates. In Bridge of Spies, he played a lawyer. In Sully, he played a captain. In The Washington Post, he played an editor. They seem to have different professions, but they are actually the same in essence. They are all good people. Like Robert De Niro's gangster attributes, Tom Hanks has been repeating his truth, goodness, and beauty, using various different professions to repeat the same core. Different professions are what people often call acting breakthroughs, and the good guy is actually the core of his performance. So what do you mean, Steven? Do you think I'll be a good guy in my life? After understanding what Hanks meant, Roland smiled brightly. To be honest, after these big names admitted that they were just repeating their successful selves, Roland actually had no psychological pressure on acting. Although what Hanks said was simple, it is a trap that every actor can easily fall into. If Hanks and De Niro were to switch roles, with the former playing the bad guy and the latter playing the good guy, would it not be successful? Of course, they might succeed. But for them, this is actually throwing away the greatest chance of success. Obviously, I can achieve the breakthrough that critics and audiences want most by changing my career and identity. So why should I throw away the core of success that I have accumulated for many years? I can find a script for a good guy. Why should I play a bad guy? This is the same as Chendeoming. If I can get a good script, I will not play those small characters. Although script selection and casting seem to have nothing to do with acting, it can greatly avoid your failure in acting. But when Hanks heard Roland's question, he shook his head. Good guy? No, I don't think you are. Although I haven't talked to Steven about you, you give us a weird feeling, you know? If Arnold Schwarzenegger will repeatedly play tough guys, Robert De Niro will keep playing bad guys, Harrison Ford will keep playing the identity of a savior, and I will keep playing the good guy, then you. It's impossible to define it now, you know? I personally think that your biggest advantage is your age, and the core of your success is your age. You only need to do what the guys at each age want to do most. As long as you act in your true colors, you will be the one with the best acting skills. Just like when you played Home Alone. To be honest, if you compare with Jim Carrey, he can pin you to the ground. I'll beat you up. And in Terminator 2, if I play the protected person, I can kick your ass hard. And in Jurassic Park, if Harrison Ford plays your role, he can knock your teeth out. But people will still like you in the end. Because they will feel involved when watching you. But we don't. That's what I just told you. To avoid being out of character, the first consideration is not the acting, but the harmony of the picture. And Steven put you in Forrest Gump, because Gump is a good person, and the Spider-Man you will play next has to be a good person too. The core of your success is your age, and the direction of your acting breakthrough is the hero. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah. This is already straightforward enough. If Roland still doesn't understand, then he is stupid. The so-called superhero is equivalent to the professions Hanks mentioned before. His age corresponds to Hanks's good person nature, and De Niro's bad person nature. After the nature is determined, the role is easy to shape. The reason why those big guys can film continuously is not because they don't get into the role, nor is it as exaggerated as described in the novel, that they can enter the role instantly and then get out of it instantly, but because the essence of the role they play has not changed at all. For Hanks, playing a good doctor only requires observing the doctor's habits, because the core goodness already exists. For De Niro, playing a bad doctor also requires observing the doctor's habits, because he has played the core badness countless times. In this case, repetition is the easiest performance for them, because they only need to grasp the details of each profession. Okay, now that you understand, I can teach you how to play a good guy and you won't have to keep playing the good guy like me. After seeing Roland nod, Hanks happily opened the can. If my teachings let you lose the core of success, Steven and the others will definitely beat me to death. Oh, Tom, you're not right. Roland also opened the Coke and took a sip. Is it not okay to play a good guy? You are very successful now. I'm successful? Yes, but I can never be like you, getting 18% in every movie. Okay, if I were you, then I would. They only use my good nature as a tool. After filming Spider-Man, I changed my way of acting as I got older. Hanks shrugged and gave an example. For example, when I was 17 or 18, I could play a soldier, whether good or bad or a rookie, which are things people of that age can do, or have a romantic relationship. Guys of that age have a lot of hormones. Even if your performance is just average, as long as the story is more touching, people will think you act better, because age filter. When Hanks said 18%, Roland he smiled, because the uncle in front of him got no less than that one. But when the other party mentioned the breakthrough, the rookie and the century love, Roland, who was still treating the other party's words as chat nonsense, raised his eyebrows. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? What am I talking about? Let me give you another example. I'll tell you the difference between your age nature and my good nature. Seeing that Roland's expression was a little wrong, Hanks spread his hands and said, that's right. When your Spider-Man is released, you will be at least 16 or 17 years old. If you don't make a sequel immediately, then you can try the most common choice of young people nowadays. For example, when you join the army, no matter if it is a recruitment advertisement like Top Gun or an anti-war movie like Full Metal Jacket, no matter whether it is the Vietnam War or World War II, there will be a wave of people rushing to help you promote it, okay? And that age is also the age when many people fall in love. If you can find a script that moves the world, brother, I think with your popularity, that movie will definitely be more popular than Jurassic Park. How tall are you now? 5 feet. In 3 or 4 years, as long as you can grow to 6 feet, I think you can really try to take on a romantic movie. Oh my god. The extremely affirmative words made Roland curse in his heart. He knew that Hanks was just chatting with him casually, and before formally teaching him how to play a good person, he talked about the specific direction of choosing a script according to his own success nature. But Hanks's casual remark was like a bolt from the blue to Roland, because the script mentioned by the other party was given to him for free. Free in every sense. Note, the spider silk technology for Spider-Man was already solved by Industrial Light and Magic in 1993. In reality, Cameron has always emphasized that the technology was not mature at the time and he could not shoot Spider-Man, but true lies. In fact, it was because he was tinkering with the digital field. Industrial Light and Magic thought that Cameron would keep poaching its own employees, so they did not give him the job. The idea of establishing the essence of success, personal characteristics, first, then looking for a script, and then repeating yourself while shaping different roles is not my theory. This is what Hanks himself said. I'm just pretending to be someone else and playing myself. Aunt May also said the same thing in the promotion of the Washington Post. Acting is not about becoming a different person, but finding similarities in appearance and then being yourself. Including Ang Lee also said, emotions cannot be acted out. Life of Pi has always let children play themselves. Of course, this can be said to be the result of Hollywood being occupied by the method school. In Silver Sea Reverie, written by Mr. Zheng Zule, researcher of the Institute of Film and Television Art of the Chinese Academy of Arts, former head of the Institute of Foreign Literature and Art, he recorded the invitation to the Moscow International Film Festival in 1987. He said that Robert De Niro emphasized creating different roles, but focused on personal characteristics. If there is a conflict, the personal characteristics will be retained. When watching the movies of those so-called great gods, few people have changed their essence. Their changes are changes in their careers. The real core changes are all about acting. Of course, I personally have always felt that it is really shameless for veteran actors to cheat young people, making them good guys today and bad guys tomorrow. Chapter 130, a project within easy reach, a course for two people. Regardless of whether it is a movie about conscription or an anti-war movie, Roland can count a lot of them with his fingers. But if it is limited to after 1995, when Roland was 17 or 18 years old, there is only one. Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks' Saving Private Ryan. As the most successful movie reflecting the cruelty and bloodiness of World War II, Roland does not want to recall too many reviews and achievements, because how much people hate Shakespeare in Love means how much they love Saving Private Ryan. As for the role, Roland doesn't even need to think about it. He knows which guy is suitable for him. Besides the unlucky Ryan who was saved, who else is there? But Ryan's age is a problem. Ryan in the movie is the 101st Airborne Division. Would such a unit accept a 17 or 18-year-old guy? And talk about a love affair that moved the world? 101. However, in response to his question, Hanks finished a can of Coke in one gulp, stood up to get another can, and said without turning his head, while opening the refrigerator, "Roland, I think you need to take some history classes. Have you seen the Vietnam War conscription plot in Forrest Gump? I want you for US Army." The conscription age in America before the war was between 21 and 35 years old, and it was expanded to 17 to 50 years old during the war. At that time, in order to join the army, all kinds of false reporting of age were normal. As long as you can pass the physical examination, no one will stop you. Some people who failed would even commit suicide out of anger. If it weren't for this, how could we have more than 10 million soldiers with a population of more than 100 million at that time? Besides, there's nothing wrong with feeling young. Just add a label of a rookie in the script. Besides, you have to go to military training before shooting this kind of movie. You go for 2 months of training, and the image will come out. When Hanks sat down opposite Roland again, he felt that age was not a problem and asked curiously, "Don't tell me you've seen this kind of script. Movies about World War II are really hard to make. If you're interested, then ask Steven to do it with you. His father can call the Marine Corps and they can get you detailed information about World War II. With them around, no one will care about your real age, because they will use the butts of their rifles to tell those film critics that this is the fact they fought for bit by bit back then, and those guys will definitely shut up. The humorous words made Roland grin, and as he shook his head, the topic changed. Then what do you think will be the social reaction if I fall in love on the screen with a guy who is 5 years older than me? Hearing this question, Hanks, who was still playing with a Coke can, blinked his eyes, tilted his head slightly, raised the corner of his mouth, narrowed one eye, and scanned Roland's body with curiosity for several times. Then he quietly stood up, squeezed next to Roland, raised his hand, and put it on his shoulder, and asked in an inexplicably excited tone, "Oh, tell me who you like. I thought the thing about you and Ivanka that the media publicized before was hype, but now it seems. Do you really have someone you like? You were born in 1980, 5 years younger than you? Let me think. A girl born in 1975. Wow. Are you talking about the little one in the Voight family? The one called Angelina Jolie?" Roland was so proud of the gossip that he frowned. Just when he spread his hands to show that everything was just a hypothesis, Hank's trembling eyebrows made him smile bitterly and slap his forehead. "Tom, what I mean is, there aren't many actresses my age." Hank snorted at the questioning words. Seeing that Roland wanted to hide something, he crossed his arms and leaned his upper body on the table. "Don't you know that it is normal in the industry to let actresses in their 20s play the role of a young girl?" "Oh, I forgot about that." Roland rolled his eyes. "That's right. Pretending to be young has never been a strange phenomenon in the entertainment industry of a certain country or region. Emma Thompson in Sense and Sensibility is actually 35 years old, but she plays the 19-year-old heroine. Barbara Streisand in Yentl is actually 41 years old, but she plays a 16-year-old girl. Audrey Hepburn in Breakfast at Tiffany's is actually 32 years old, but her character is only 18 years old. And Leo in Catch Me If You Can is 28 years old, but he plays a 17-year-old thief. You can certainly say that they have good acting skills, but that face is the fact that they have eaten the script. Otherwise, even if you put Meryl Streep's acting skills on Zeman Wuhan, the little leafy Deo with the ramen hair still can't eat it. And no matter how good Xiao Miniyang's acting is, who really looks up to Aunt Liu? Many people think that Hollywood is professional, but that's just because the movies they produce overseas are the best after the test of time. For those movies that are complained about in China, which stupid investor would do the publicity? And even if they do, it will be stopped by the association, because using bad movies to export culture is no different from slapping yourself in the face. So, it's not a big problem for you to date a guy who is 5 years older than you on the screen. I still say that the so-called audition is to see if you are suitable for the image of the role in the play. Only if you are okay at the first sight, you will have the opportunity to act. Acting is actually a very general thing. I will not teach you systematically like the teachers in school, because those unknown and powerless guys don't know what their masterpiece is. They themselves can't find the essence that can make them successful, let alone repeat it. So they need to try different roles and conduct trial and error. And people like us have the right to change the script. The protagonist of the novel Forrest Gump is too gloomy. I won't act unless he is changed into a good guy. Let me ask you, when the investors know that you are interested in a script now, but that script is not suitable for your image, what will they do? I believe that, as long as you go outside and shout, the 6 major companies will have people working all night tonight. Tomorrow morning, you will find 6 scripts that fit your changes lying at your doorstep. Unless the script is from Steven, no director in Hollywood will say no, because the investors will tell them that if they don't use us, the investment will be cut in half. Of course, if it's Steven, is that still a problem? You go to Steven's house and tell him that you like the role, but it needs to be changed. Do you think he will call the police and report you for trespassing, or kick you in the ass and tell you to get out with the script? And even if it's James with his bad temper, it doesn't matter. If you took his script, would he really dare to beat you up? He has made several movies, and the most annoying thing is that the investors don't pay. After you take the script, will the investors not pay? When Hanks held his chin with one hand and looked at Roland with a smile, Roland, who was still looking for the result, directly raised an okay gesture to the other party. As Hanks said, if Fox knew that the truck driver chose to give up when he could have used him, they would definitely kick the truck driver's ass before the project was officially launched. Moreover, the male lead chosen by Fox was Matthew McConaughey, but the truck driver changed Jack's age to a younger one in order to get Leo to join the team, and the wide-angle shots of the bird's eye view were all completed by industrial light and magic. Not only that, Fox doesn't have to worry about the 40 acres of land it bought for the film, because a water tank was set aside in Skywalker Ranch, which is much cheaper than buying land and paying taxes. Roland admitted that Hank's idea was quite tempting to him. Well, to be honest, it's not quite tempting, but epic. If all of them are realized, his acting resume will be Home Alone, Terminator 2, Hook, Home Alone 2, Jurassic Park, Forrest Gump, Spider-Man, Titanic, Saving Private Ryan. When all these movies are finished, his charm value will reach. With these works in hand, this is no longer surpassing a certain actor. Even if God comes, he can't stop it. He can crush all his peers in the industry by himself. At that time, all the scripts suitable for him will be handed to him, and before he says no, the producer will not look for a second alternative. Because I love the world. The world loves me. Of course, he understands that all of this is a beautiful vision, but he is willing to work hard to board the unsinkable ship and become a missing recruit. Because all of this is the best choice for him. And because all of this is within his reach. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Tom, I accept your advice, thank you. But I can't mess up the movie, right? Let's do it step by step. First of all, Spider-Man needs the good guy label. When Roland put away the topic, suppressed his fantasy, and wanted to get the key to the film, Hanks looked at his watch, smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, I have an appointment for lunch. Let's go together. After the meal, we can start the afternoon activities." Okay, no problem. Hearing this, Roland nodded immediately. For him, in the next 6 months, just follow Hanks. He believes that when the other party emphasizes the essence first and then teaches him to shape the role, the whole learning process will be very pleasant because many times, it's not that the students can't learn, but that the teacher is teaching nonsense. Yang Nabi really wants to scream out Mom has been gone for 10 years. Isn't it the teacher who stupidly asked her to shout it out in the background? Sitting in the living room for a while, after Hanks changed his clothes, Roland followed him and climbed into the low-key Toyota SUV. He put on his cap and tapped the handlebars with his right hand. Just as he was thinking about where Hanks was going to take people for lunch, the car turned left and right and stopped at the door of a mansion on the other side of Malibu. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After 3 beeps, Hanks closed the flip cover. Just as Roland looked around, he heard the dull footsteps coming from far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, an old woman with golden curly hair, round framed gold rimmed glasses, a dark blue floral dress, and a white handbag appeared in his sight. Such a situation made Roland in the car twitch his mouth. "You actually made an appointment with a famous lady for dinner?" "Yes. Is there any problem?" After knocking the car horn, Hanks smiled and asked, "Can't you tell who she is?" "Who is she? How do I know?" Roland raised his eyebrows, thinking that Hanks was joking. "I only know that you made an appointment with an old lady, and when you made the appointment with her, you definitely didn't tell your wife." "Oh, you are right. I really didn't tell Rita." Hanks nodded. But he continued, "But you don't need to tell Rita when you meet her." While speaking, he opened the car door and got out of the car. Under Roland's gaze, Hanks opened his arms and hugged the old woman who walked out of the villa tightly. Of course, hugging is not the point. What surprised Roland the most was that the two people actually kissed each other. That kind of openness gave Roland an unusual headache. What does this mean? Cheating in front of students before class? If this is the content of teaching liberating nature, then it is too liberating, isn't it? After taking a glance, Roland, who was a little speechless, put one hand on his forehead and turned his eyes away, not wanting to see how Hanks was flirting with an old woman. However, not long after he turned his head, a thumping sound suddenly came. Turning his head, he saw that the two guys had actually come to the passenger window. Looking at the gesture of pulling down the window, Roland pressed the button. As the car window glass fell, the two people standing side by side were clearly visible. "Roland, don't you recognize me?" Just as Roland was thinking about how to start, a familiar male voice came from the old woman's mouth. Hearing this, Roland, who was still sloppy, almost jumped up. Wow. Is this guy actually a shemale? However, the next second, the old woman with a male voice took off her glasses. When the naked face without any decoration appeared in front of Roland, his brain was a little out of control, and his eyes widened. "Fuck. You are actually Robin." Robin Williams, who was recognized, smiled and patted the car door. After seeing Roland's surprised face, Hanks held the roof of the car and said, "Yeah, I made an appointment with Robin. Welcome to Tom Hanks' acting teaching class. Our first classes, whether good or bad or heroes, it's easy to become them." Note, Gay Company talked about the conscription environment during World War II, and Captain America also reflected the same problem. As long as the physical examination is acceptable, everything is fine. And the role of Vin Diesel was added by Spielberg specifically for him. As I said before, the movie is great, but they always bring in relatives when they do things. The male lead of the big ship was originally chosen by Fox's Matthew McConaughey, but the truck driver thought he was too old. As for Leo, Fox thought he was just a child. The 22-year-old in 1996 and the 18-year-old in 1992 were no different except for their height. He did not fit the identity of the painter in the script at all. Moreover, Fox thought it was crazy to put this kind of vital drama that should exist in the campus on a sinking ship, so the truck driver changed the age of Jack in the script in a very showy way. As for the prototype of Rousey in the movie, in reality, she is a 53-year-old woman, but who wants to watch old men and old women fall in love? The more handsome and younger, the more impactful it is to die. As for the filming process, the documentary said that they were a 100-day crew. Starting in 1995, Fox bought the land and dug the pit, which took 100 days, and then built the ship on the spot for 100 days. It took 100 days to configure the equipment and other things, so it was delayed until 1996. The visual effects were rushed by 17 teams. It is too common for female stars to play young, and Europeans and Americans are precocious. Hanks does like sweets. He revealed it himself, and he developed diabetes because of his love for sweet food. Chapter 131, Mixed Use of Three Sects. If Roland in his previous life received systematic teaching, from theory to practice, it was a gradual process. Then now, what he wants to understand is not a certain school in the eyes of the gods and their personal views, because these guys' views on the school are meaningless in front of Roland. The general teaching method that is only applicable to those who cannot find personal characteristics will only make Roland confused, and it may also have the opposite effect on Roland who has already found his personal characteristics. For example, some gods and Roland emphasize starting from the self, living in the situation of the role. This experiential approach, which is roughly equivalent to acting theory, is the most talent intensive. To put it bluntly, Roland is now at this level. If anyone tells him that the experiential school is awesome, he can disappear from Hollywood. No matter if it is the Jewish gang or the producer, they will kill that guy as soon as possible. Let a guy who is almost full of national popularity sharpen his sword for 3 years. Don't be kidding. The Jewish gang who relies on him to lead people and the producer who relies on him to make money will not let those guys live in the world. The method school that allows actors to substitute emotions and the expression school that emphasizes that actors have reason in their performances, advocates that performance is performance, and that actors are separated from their roles, are actually very ridiculous in the eyes of the great gods. For a newcomer, the choice of genre may be the basis for entering the industry, but when they reach the top of the pyramid, everyone will find that the so-called genre difference is a pitfall. Performance should not be divided into genres, because the experience school cannot be 100% pure in actual performances, and the expressionist actors cannot really be separated from the role without any emotion. The guys who really stand at the top of the pyramid never follow a certain faction. Therefore, Tom Hanks will not talk about theory with Roland, because he who has walked this road personally understands that it is misleading and nonsense. What he wants to teach is actually the correctness that a bunch of predecessors have found out through their own personal experience. That is Robin Williams now. When Roland recognized Robin Williams, the words cross-dressing man immediately popped up in his mind. He followed the two of them to the restaurant Hanks had already booked, walked through the hall, and watched Robin Williams order food. He lowered his voice, talked to the waitress, nodded and smiled, and watched him leave the room. The showmanship made Roland full of questions. "Robin, where did you get all this?" Roland asked as soon as the waitress left the room. "Oh, this is the costume from Mrs. Doubtfire. Tom said he wanted to give you an example, so I asked the Fox people to come to my house to help me put it together." Williams, who was wearing women's clothing, did not feel any psychological pressure. He stood up and turned around in front of Roland, then lifted his skirt and said, "How is it? The makeup artist's skills are pretty good, right? You didn't recognize me at first glance?" Roland nodded blankly. He admitted that he did not recognize the other party at first, but what does this have to do with acting? Hearing this, Williams, who had already entered the class state, sat down with a smile, while Hanks shook his head and answered his question. "Oh, Roland, this has a lot to do with acting. The reason why I tell you that no matter whether you are a good guy, a bad guy, a hero or anything else, that state is very easy to enter, because if you want to quickly enter that specific role, just experience it once in real life. The essence of acting is performance. Acting is just a skill. The performance you act is transmitted to the audience and produces certain results. This is the key, and the audience infers the acting through the performance. This is what you said before about the harmony and naturalness of the picture, but the naturalness of the picture will never be. It's the actor's credit. Kuleshov, who wrote Shot and Montage, can make the same face express different feelings. Can you say that the actors acted well? No, it's the good filming. So, we can make up for the acting skills in countless ways, just like Robin now, the expression he shows is made up for by makeup. What really makes you feel that he is natural is his emotions. That's right, imitating women's movements and postures. You will never learn all the acting skills. After Hanks finished speaking, Williams continued, "What really allows me to sit here naturally is because my brain tells me that it is normal for me to wear women's clothes. When my brain doesn't resist, I only need to imitate certain skills. I can act. Don't be surprised, this is our common method. Many actors say that they like to write biographies for their characters. That method is too slow. We don't need to act a role, we just need to let the role become ourselves." How to let the role become ourselves? The fastest way is to do it normally. I heard that Harrison Ford took you skydiving during the celebration party at Skywalker Ranch. Then do you know that he likes to save people normally? When he passed by a bank, he found a mother calling for help, so he went to the bank to find a mop, smashed the car window, and saved the suffocating child from inside. This is a very common thing, right? But it's acting, you know? He was a hero once in his life, and when others thanked him and cheered for him, that emotion could be used in Han Solo's performance, and it could also be used in Indiana Jones. When he repeated this behavior every once in a while, he could keep playing heroes on the screen, and others would only say he acted well because he was a hero. And Joe, who you worked with, Joe Pesci liked to hide his imitation guns in the trunk of his car when filming. Since he didn't have a concealed gun license, whenever he met a policeman, the emotion that came naturally was his accumulated emotions. Do you know why Meryl's performance in the first movie was so different from the second movie? If you ask Robert De Niro, Dustin Hoffman, or Francis Coppola, they will tell you that after Meryl entered the industry, she fell in love with John Cazale, but just when they were engaged and preparing to get married. After filming The Deer Hunter, John Cazale was diagnosed with bone cancer. John Cazale was accompanied by Meryl in the last stage of his life. The reason why she played the so-called crazy woman, self-doubter, anti-human and anti-moral role well is because she was crazy before. Even if she sometimes expresses emotions positively, no one will criticize her for acting wrongly, because when it comes to venting emotions, no one understands it better than her. Well, although he didn't have a bite of food, he sat here and listened to the two people's long speech, but Roland understood what they meant. The so-called good acting is first of all the first is the right image, the second is the right emotion, and the third is to add character features. Hanks has helped him solve the problem of the right image. Or rather, all lay plus list actors solve it in the same way. That is to make the script character fit their own image, and then let the god level costumes and props come on stage to serve. Just like Lady Lou, if he shaved his head and took off his makeup, it would definitely be 10,000 times better than having bangs. As for the second emotion, it is even simpler. Robin Williams wears women's clothes on the street. Harrison Ford instinctively saves people. Joe Pesci carries a simulated gun. Meryl Streep loses her love. Not only that, Tom Hanks also likes to take pictures with passers-by who find him. When he encounters a wedding photo shoot, he takes the initiative to take pictures with the new lights. These real attributes of being approachable and kind can all be remembered by them. They can also be used by them. Ang Lee did say that emotions cannot be acted out, but not being able to act out does not mean that you cannot recall them. Recalling a real emotion is hundreds of times more effective than simulating something that does not exist. Once the first two problems are solved, you can start to imitate various professions. Learn the characteristics of different professions, and call upon your own successful emotions. This is the most economical and affordable performance. Use the experiential approach to find the true feelings needed for various plots. Use the method approach to inject different emotions into each relative role, and then use the expressionist approach to continuously add your own skill library, and that's it. Sounds troublesome, but it's very simple to do. The most important thing is that you can reduce the chance of going astray as much as possible. Because the true feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness that you correspond to are your own emotions, not imitating other people's lives. This is to pretend to play someone else and actually be yourself. After treating those characters as different professions, in the eyes of the audience, they are all kinds of life. If I play myself, will it still be out of place? My essence is still me. I just keep changing jobs. Okay, if you just want to say this to me, then isn't that a bit of a show? Looking at the two big names on his left and right, Roland, who had explained the process clearly, laughed. Wow, if people outside knew that Tom Hanks and Robin Williams taught me how to shape a character, I would probably be killed by the eyes of my peers. Oh, they won't know. Hanks also laughed after seeing Roland sort out the process. Even if they knew, it would be useless, because they can't learn. Williams tasted the baked snails on the plate with an elegant posture, and said with a smile, "Our method is only suitable for people who have succeeded many times." That's right, you must succeed first, before you can repeat the success. In the absence of success, repetition is tantamount to seeking death. However, after listening to what they said, although Roland's logic became clear, he was actually more confused in terms of finding emotions. If Tom can win the favor of the people in a friendly way, to continuously accumulate the good person attribute in their hearts, and Harrison can continue to save people, to repeat his screen hero attribute, then how can my age attribute be reflected? Compared to you, my age should be the most empty thing, right? If you only rely on age, there is actually no emotional match. Roland asked, and Robin Williams put down his knife and fork, pointed at himself. Look me. HMM. Roland's eyes shifted over. The movie Mrs. Doubtfire was my first time to dress up as a woman. Before that, Dustin Hoffman had a movie called Tootsie, and that was also his first time to dress up as a woman. Everyone has a first time, and you who have the advantage of age, aren't you selling the beauty of the first time? Robin Williams took off his glasses, clasped his arms, and looked at Roland with a smile. Tom Hanks next to him also wiped his mouth with a napkin, and while pouring a drink for Roland, he also smiled and said, in Home Alone, Kevin McAllister was home alone for the first time. In Terminator 2, John Connor had a father for the first time and lost him. In Jurassic Park, Tim Hammond saw a dinosaur for the first time and protected his sister. Why do I say that your age is an advantage that none of us have? Because you acted immature and overwhelmed on the screen. These things that should have been classified as acting mistakes did not hinder you at all, because the audience knew it was your first time, and they would regard all this as a learning process for you. And the same goes for Peter Parker, who you will play next. Peter Parker went from a student to a superhero. He is not the assistant of other adult heroes. He does not have any experience and skills taught by any heroic mentor. He grew up alone. The troubles he encountered in his youth are the easiest for your fans to resonate with. You do not need to be a good person like us in your daily life. You do not need to save people like Harrison, and you do not need to experience the pain of your fiancé dying in front of you like Meryl. You are you. The feeling of learning and the immaturity are the emotions you already have. Roland got it. He already had his own. The characters he played next were all those who wanted to do things well. Whether it was Spider-Man, his potential target Ryan, or Jack. These characters were all small people. When Spider-Man got his ability, he was only thinking about making money, but when his uncle died, he changed. When he failed, he would choose to throw away his uniform. Ryan was the most ordinary soldier, sticking to his post and fulfilling his mission, and Jack was a group of people who yearned for the American dream. He went to the United States from Europe just to make a fortune. And this kind of emotion of small people wanting to be promoted is not what Roland is thinking now. Question mark? He is worth 300 million. He has resources everywhere. He has a high box office and is newly listed on the A+ list. One of the girls he likes is at home and the other can be found by making a phone call. But in terms of acting, he still feels that he is not good enough. And this kind of self-denial and the desire to rise are exactly the emotions those characters need. This purest emotion is the truth that Harrison Ford feels when he saves people. Meryl Streep feels pain, and Tom Hanks takes photos with people. Now he only needs to use the method school to inject this instinct into the plot, and then use the expressionist way to express it. Just accumulate and make up for various details. Spider-Man is a civilian hero, so he should be a good man in the eyes of the people like Hanks. Ryan's details can be made up by military training, and Jack just have to have a real love affair. For an actor, skills can be accumulated at any time, and only those fleeting emotions are the real wealth. Roland believes that if Hanks and Williams hadn't pointed it out, he would definitely not have discovered all this, and at that time, it would really be a rote performance. After all, using skills to drive performance and using emotions to drive performance are two different concepts. Thank you. Roland was really grateful. Although this kind of thing sounds simple, the teachers in the academy don't teach it at all. Mixing the three schools. You young men who are just starting out have the wrong roots. But which of the real evergreens in the film industry doesn't mix them all? Since I can achieve the best results in the simplest way, why should I make myself a madman? Experience school? Yes, all actors are experiencing. But they are experiencing the profession of that role. I can gain weight, lose weight, and learn the skills that the role has. But this is all external. The real core is the emotions I get in my daily life. I'm crazy, I love, I hate. Everything is something that has existed before, so there will be no problem of whether I can act or not. I will not become the role, I will only let the role become me. And when the role becomes me, then I will have many faces. And there is no need to worry about becoming neurotic. While Roland was thanking, Hanks shook his head and said, "No, no, no. You don't need to thank me. We are just mutually beneficial. Since you understand our performance style, you should understand what I'm doing." What is Hanks doing? Roland was stunned for a moment, then he sighed. Yes, mutual benefit. To you, Steven, or other people's advice is just the run in Forrest Gump. The Gump in the script is like an angel who has fallen into the world. He never forgets the kindness of others, does not care about people's grievances, does not think about people's faults, and does not think about people's mistakes. And now, your teaching to me is to remember the kindness of others. Lon discovered you, let you appear on the big screen, and recommended you to act in various masterpieces. So when you repay him, you will be good to him, and the people around him, just like Gump treated Jenny in the script, without asking for anything in return. That's it. You have too many expressions, and are a bit talkative. However, these are all technical corrections. There is no problem with the character's emotions. Oh. Bingo. Roland's words made the two laugh. Since Roland could use their skills for analysis, then the performance would be even simpler. Note, genre is originally a pseudo concept, and top actors use it in a mixed way. This was said by Zhao Shen, director and screenwriter of Mr. Donkey and Half a Comedy, including Pacino, Meryl Streep, and Lewis. The movie Philadelphia, in which Hanks won his first Best Actor award, the opera scene was performed while he was starving after losing weight. He really felt like he was dying, and Washington really looked at him and cried. The scene where Hanks looked helpless during the trial, according to Denzel, Hanks was losing weight, but he wanted to gain weight, and then he ate the other person's favorite chocolate in front of him to deliberately provoke him. There is an ultimate DVD version of that movie, which also has Hanks' gay sex scene and shooting highlights that were cut. The incident between May and John Cazale happened during the filming of The Deer Hunter. The film was not finished at the time and Robert De Niro was in the crew. When recalling it, he said that the crew wanted Cazale, who had bone cancer, to leave, but May said that if he left, she would leave too. After her fiancé died, her performance was like a cheat. The most typical example was her first Oscar. In Kramer vs. Kramer, Hoffman and May were both improvising. The director said that they kept changing the words on the spot. That sense of reality was not acting at all. Hoffman had an unhappy marriage, and May had just lost her lover. The situation of Hanks, Joe Pesci, and Harrison Ford is also true. If you want to keep acting, don't worry about the genre. The fastest way to shape a character is to mix and match, and the side effects are minimal. To put it bluntly, they are all billionaires. How many of them want to die or go crazy? Chapter 132, Toolman Roland, The Choice of the Times. In fact, for new guys, adapting to the role is what they need to do most. But for guys who can pick and choose, like buying vegetables in the market, putting themselves in a comfort zone of performance is a basis for playing more roles. If they are not happy, how can they have the heart to shape the role? If Tom Hanks played a quiet death in Philadelphia Story, then in Captain Phillips, it was madness in despair. After 20 years, Tom Hanks played the moment of death again, but the means used were completely opposite. In this way, many people think that he is changing genres, and it is a manifestation of superb skills. But he himself admitted on the Fat Lon show that he, who suffers from type 2 diabetes, dares not disobey the doctor's advice, fearing the emergence of various complications, and regrets that he was too dissolute when he was young, opening his eyes to the night and getting drunk to the dawn. Acting is a profession that requires continuous accumulation. When you are young, you can play a certain type well and continue to deepen it. That is a very successful performance. When your life experience is constantly enriched, the changes that come naturally will come naturally. This is not a matter of forcing things to grow. However, many young people are arrogant and want to show themselves after hearing criticism. This performance will only be to attack the strengths of others with their own shortcomings. Steven Spielberg will not let him fall into the pit, or in other words, male stars are always harder to promote than female stars. Will Smith fell into the pit in order to promote his son, and Tom Hanks wrote, directed and acted in Imperial Miracles, Band of Brothers, put him in King Kong, played him in The Great Buck Howard, and let him show his face in the rebooted Game of the Brave. But it's really fate that he can't become popular. Compared with the unlimited resources of female stars who can change their fate, male stars can't become popular. Because male stars can't just keep being a vase like female stars. To put it bluntly, since Roland has climbed up, stacker holders don't want him to fall down. In this case, what can we do? If we ask Tom Hanks and Robin Williams to help, Roland now is actually the same as Bill Gates, who dropped out of Harvard. After Bill Gates dropped out, his mother immediately donated a sum of money to the school. What is the money used for? After receiving the money, Harvard will always open its doors to him. Even if he can't become the richest man in the world, he will still be a Harvard student. Because of this, Roland didn't ask Robin Williams why he was here. You know, when Steven Spielberg was in a bad mood, Robin Williams told him jokes across the Atlantic. This kind of relationship can no longer be measured by money. For them, helping is just a piece of cake. After enjoying lunch happily, Roland, who already understood the process of shaping a role, was taken to the Los Angeles Special School by them. After determining the essence of success and the method of character building, you will not make mistakes in imitating skills. In Hank's words, if you can become friends with these guys, then you are a good person. And in Williams' words, I will try to make them have emotional fluctuations. You observe their reactions, facial expressions and movements. This is your skill accumulation. You don't need to think about capturing their characteristics all at once. Daniel Lewis also took 29 years to get his first Oscar. Tom Hanks teaches inside, and Robin Williams teaches outside. In this case, Roland feels that shaping a character is easier than drinking water. This is not to say that his talent is so awesome, but the guys around him can help him eliminate wrong options. In this way, when Roland achieved the 7-day check-in achievement, he sat side by side with Hanks, just like a moron. Although it was just a similar action, but this feeling is very good. As for learning a zombie face in 7 days, is this teaching progress too slow? No, this is already very fast. Compared with the previous method of analyzing the role first and then acting according to the character's characteristics, changing the performance method and making the role cooperate with oneself are two different paths. And as long as this path succeeds once, future role-playing will be faster, because the richer the acting experience, the more inventory your emotional library and skill library will have. When you have too many emotions and skills to use, you can be like Tom Hanks and Meryl Streep in The Washington Post. The two of them haven't even put in any effort, just acting casually, and Steven Spielberg has already shouted cut. Good. After 7 days in the special school, Robin Williams officially withdrew, while Tom Hanks took Roland to continue to experience life and became a volunteer, cooking for the homeless in the rescue center and distributing food to them, carrying plastic buckets to collect donations for the Disabled Association at the intersection in the downtown area, chatting with the elderly in the nursing home, wearing rain boots, gloves, detergent, brushes and mops, cleaning the statues and railings at the entrance of the Jetty Center. Volunteer culture is very popular in America. April 15th and 21st of each year are National Volunteer Week. The annual contribution of unpaid labor to the economy is as high as about $200 billion US. Not only that, many middle schools have the saying of adding credits for volunteer activities, and many universities also value volunteer experience, especially medical universities. If applicants have not worked as volunteers for a certain number of hours in hospitals or nursing homes, no matter how good their grades are, they will not be considered. Of course, Roland, a foreigner, how could he have such ideological awareness? Instead of advocating dedication in a high-sounding manner, it is better to say that he wants to be a civilian hero. Just like Harrison Ford saving people, he was experiencing the feeling of being a good person. When the passers-by found that the two people standing together were Roland Allen and Tom Hanks, they were excited about the chance encounter and asked for autographs and praised him, which made Roland's cheeks a little hot. However, this is normal for Tom Hanks. Remember this reaction. You can use it in shy, embarrassed and other performances. And when you can fully accept other people's praise, you can show the calmness after doing good things. No matter how others cheer, you can remain calm, because being good is your instinct, and you are used to it. Being yourself, not shaping a role, is Roland's biggest gain. When he and Hanks appeared in the streets, reporters who heard the news also took pictures of them. For ordinary people, being a volunteer would definitely not make the front page headlines. But after more than 2 months of continuous screening, the North American box office of Jurassic Park has exceeded $360 million. As the second highest grossing movie in North America after Star Wars, Roland, as the main creator, will naturally make the media excited and concerned about his every move, not to mention that Hanks is next to him. Since Roland and Hanks did not want to be interviewed, the media reporters just took some photos. But as the news spread, more and more people came to ask for autographs and take photos. Some people even drove 200 miles just to meet them. And there was no suspicion of the so-called box office hype and project publicity. There is no way. In the eyes of the public, Hanks, who greets passers-by all year round and keeps playing good guys, is a good guy. Roland, who can withstand the pressure from fans and directly reverse the case at the box office, is so handsome. Many young ladies are wearing sweatshirts bought from Walmart, pulling the hem of their clothes, and wanting Roland to sign on them. If Hanks hadn't stopped them, those female fans who came up would probably eat Roland. Of course, as more and more people were greedy for Roland, their volunteer career also came to an end. Although they only worked for a week, Roland was very satisfied with the kindness he delivered and received. Experience and emotions, including those career changes, are the foundation of his role. These are the guys who make a living, and he will keep them well. After remembering these, news came from the crew of Forrest Gump. Robert Zemeckis called Tom Hanks to tell him that the little actor who played Forrest Gump had arrived, and he could go to learn the accent. In fact, many movies and TV series are criticized as bad, but they are just lacking in professionalism. Regardless of ancient and modern times, China and foreign countries, regardless of what industry, once you get the script, it's all about love. It's okay at the beginning, but it's boring after watching it too much. Most people are tired of watching things that are just a change of soup, but not the medicine. Once there is a slightly more professional film and television series, the reputation will rise. Is it because it is well shot? Not necessarily. More often, there are too many bad ones. For the whole month of August, although Roland was running around, he actually only did one thing. I love to study, and studying makes me happy. When he followed the crew to South Carolina, the systematic filming was on the right track. The movie Forrest Gump is actually a modern history of America. Although the economy of America was booming after World War II, young people lost their original beliefs, so they were called the Lost Generation. The inconvenience of young Forrest Gump's mobility was actually the confusion of a generation. When some people were bullied, they ran forward. Forrest Gump, who got rid of the support, was the spirit of America's forward movement. The rapid development of more than 200 years was the result of generations of people running like this. The subsequent Vietnam War was about joining the army to defend the country, and the disastrous failure was simply portrayed, and Forrest Gump's beloved was the young people who opposed the war in America at that time, and the hippies were the representatives of anti-war. As for the subsequent ping-pong diplomacy and Watergate, there was nothing hidden. The so-called shrimp boats and Apple are telling the world that, even if you are mentally retarded, as long as you work hard enough, you can succeed, because this is the beacon of the human world, and the American society can create such legends. At the same time, Forrest Gump's lover Jenna's life was decadent, and she began to complain about grass, and the lost generation gradually grew old. In the end, Jenny returned to Forrest Gump's side, which was the fusion of old ideas and new ideas, and they began to accept each other. To put it bluntly, if you reselect 100 times, Forrest Gump will be the winner, and The Shawshank Redemption will still be a failure, because The Shawshank Redemption says, as long as your personal will is strong enough, as long as you have enough desire for freedom, you can break the injustice imposed on you, and find your own paradise. Isn't this nonsense? How did One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest become an Oscar-winning movie? Isn't it saying, darkness and injustice swallowed up justice and conscience, and people with talent and yearning for freedom were marginalized forever by them? Comparing the two, you will find that The Shawshank Redemption is encouraging people to learn the art of slaying dragons. Their hearts are damnable. The Oscar jury must have voted for it. Those old white men live a comfortable life. Who wants to experience turmoil? What's more, the current public opinion is really the same as the idea promoted by the film. Even the mentally retarded can make money. Open a website, you can get investment, and then become the general manager, the CEO, marry a beautiful and rich woman, and reach the peak of life. Yes, the current internet trend is so wild, and it is precisely because of this wildness that Forrest Gump has become more realistic. If we can dream it, we can do it. Since Forrest Gump has achieved movies are art derived from life, it is invincible in this year. As for why The Shawshank Redemption was overturned, sorry, it has never been overturned. The so-called fan ratings are nothing more than the fact that the guys who couldn't vote back then can now go online. This is a conflict between the two camps of wanting to change the status quo and not wanting to change the status quo. It is also a conflict that has never been resolved since ancient times. Because of this, Roland had no intention of studying the script at all. There is really no point in studying this kind of Oscar customized film. His biggest goal is to make the fool become himself. After joining the crew, the role assigned to him by Robert Zemeckis was also the first guy to sit in a chair and listen to Forrest Gump's story. He will correspond to Forrest Gump's childhood, implying the generation gap between the two generations. Roland didn't ask about all the arrangements. Now, he is just a tool man who loves to learn. As for Robert Zemeckis' creation, he didn't even think about participating. However, Roland was careful about the costumes and props of the crew. He wanted Forrest Gump's son to wear his own clothes. After all, with the release of Forrest Gump, the Nike worn by Tom Hanks was selling like crazy. If he couldn't get in touch with Paramount, that would be fine. But now he has the right to product placement, so why not? If you don't make money, wouldn't that be stupid? Of course he is not stupid. He is handsome, suave, unparalleled, talented, the embodiment of justice and wisdom, loved by everyone, and flowers bloom when he sees him. He is the most invincible in the universe, and is known as the beautiful boy of the Thunderbolt century. Note, Tom Hanks is also a diehard fan of his son, but unfortunately, like Will Smith, he is too unlucky. Bill Gates himself admitted on a talk show that he thought about going back to get a diploma if his business failed. Schools do have requirements for volunteer service hours, and Harvard is one of them. Forrest Gump is the American dream. When it was released, it was indeed a period of internet boom. It was easy to raise funds. Just like everyone talked about blockchain before, people thought that they could make money by setting up a website with their eyes closed. Oscars have always been characterized by the times and are very subjective. As for those who say that The Shawshank Redemption was wronged, put yourself in their shoes. If those people were old white men with voting rights, wouldn't they choose Forrest Gump? You know, Forrest Gump is the movie that best suits their interests. Chapter 133 MJ River. The negotiation on the issue of product placement without payment went very smoothly. On the day of joining the crew, Roland just chatted with the production director of Paramount, who gave a positive answer the next morning. Paramount didn't care at all whose clothes Forrest Gump's son wore. Not only that, they also gave a very considerate suggestion, saying that Roland could also wear their own clothes. Product placement is originally a profit-making method for producers. The chocolate beans in Ed the Alien and the dazzling car logos in Jurassic Park are all classics that make a lot of money. Not only did the producers make a lot of money, but the sales of the advertisers' products also increased sharply, which can be called a win-win situation. But Paramount asked Roland for money? Isn't this a dream? When everyone was rushing to give Roland money, let alone sponsoring clothes, you can change the plot of Forrest Gump investing in a fruit company. But the problem is that Roland doesn't have any popular internet companies. Otherwise, he really dared to change it. Just like Brother Pig dared to advance the release date for his own movie despite the world's disapproval. The reason for advancing the release date was because he felt that he could not beat Detective Chinatown 3 and wanted to make money. And for the first time in history, the Spring Festival movie premiered online, and ByteDance spent $630 million to take over. Do you really think that Zhu Guangtao invited people to watch movies for free? You have to lose your pants. 2 days after the filming of Forrest Gump, the crew in South Carolina received a message from the outside world. Michael Jackson was sued. In fact, at the beginning of this year, Michael Jackson also accepted an exclusive interview with Oprah Winfrey to clarify various fake news and rumors. But not long after the release of Jurassic Park, this summer, a dentist named Evan Chandler used a large amount of the sedative sodium amytal on his son when he extracted his teeth. Since sodium amytal makes people extremely sensitive to outside information, under Chandler's questioning, his son Jordan said that he had been molested by Michael Jackson. These words were used as evidence and became the key for Chandler to ask Michael Jackson for a $20 million out-of-court settlement. However, Michael Jackson refused such blackmail, so a formal lawsuit naturally appeared, and the child molestation case that had been entangled with Michael Jackson for many years also broke out. However, even though Neverland Ranch was searched, those children who had gone to Neverland Ranch to play with Michael Jackson were questioned by the police, but Roland, who had previously taken advantage of the popularity, did not receive any calls from beginning to end. Not only that, even the outside news did not mention the black or white MV that Roland had used his face in. It seemed that the music video with the most viewers in history had never existed. In this situation, Roland was confused. Although it is indeed a good thing not to be affected, but this kind of silence is too weird, right? He is indeed a new A+ list, but his popularity is still not as good as Michael Jackson. But it is precisely because of this status that those bitch media should swarm around him like flies. After all, the two of them together is big news. While he was curious, his phone kept beeping. He picked up the phone and the calmness of the other end of the phone made the truth clear. James Cameron, Arnold called his wife. The matter will not be traced to you. I've also contacted Ronald, NBC, News Corporation, and the New York Times will all shut up. Of course, the little girl who pursued you, her uncle also helped you suppress CBS under the name of Viacom. But her father did say that, if your uncle's clothing company needs a model in the future, her daughter can do it. Just focus on filming. The public opinion outside has nothing to do with you. The police will not let you cooperate with the investigation. Oh, before I hang up, I have to emphasize that Spider-Man is mine. Not long after the truck driver hung up the phone, the assistant asked Roland to answer another call. This time, the caller was Kathleen Kennedy. Don't buy newspapers. Don't listen to the radio. Don't watch the news. This matter will not spread to us. Chandler's lawyer dare not go to you to find out the situation. Even if everything is true, when he gets on the plane to South Carolina, he will be kicked out of the law firm. Well, Roland was asking why he would not be affected. It's not that those flies can't smell the stench, but the whole thing was suppressed from top to bottom. That's right, Roland and Michael Jackson did only have one intersection in the morning, and the two were not familiar with each other, let alone other things. But the public doesn't know. If he was implicated at this critical juncture of Michael Jackson's child molestation case, the impact would actually be very bad. The public is not sure whether Michael Jackson is a pedophile or not, and they are also not sure how true or false Roland's words are. No matter whether Roland testifies for Michael Jackson, denies the relationship between the two parties, or cooperates with the investigation and trusts the police, all of this is actually wrong. As long as his name appears in the case, the matter will have an impact on him. Those who think Michael Jackson would do this will think that Roland is in cahoots with the other party, and those who believe in Michael Jackson can only gain their favor by testifying, because denying the relationship will be regarded as an ungrateful person, and cooperating with the investigation and trusting the police is indecisive. But once he testifies, Roland will lose more. To put it bluntly, no matter how Roland answers, there is no perfect solution to the case of pedophilia. And Macaulay Culkin in his previous life fell because of this. When critics were blasting Home Alone 2, his fans still pushed the movie to the second place in the North American box office that year. But when he helped the other party testify in the child molestation case, his box office performance fell to the bottom. Is this really because Macaulay Culkin keeps repeating himself? No. It's because he was dragged into a very troublesome abyss. Regardless of whether it is a child or a teenager, in the eyes of the public, at least he must set an example for his peers. He can't make mistakes in public, let alone have stains, even if it's suspected. Just like the smoking scandal, the social response is extremely bad. And denying the relationship between the two parties can completely refer to Anne Hathaway. Her boyfriend is not as good as Michael Jackson at all, but even so, Anne Hathaway was sprayed with dog blood, and what if Roland severs his relationship with the other party? Michael Jackson's fans can boycott him to death. To put it bluntly, if these people hadn't helped Roland suppress the investigation and publicity, then Roland's goodwill accumulated by shooting more SSR level movies would have been lost directly because of this. But now, those two phone calls are to maintain successful interpersonal relationships. For the current public, if the media didn't report it, it was almost like it didn't matter. And if the police didn't investigate, and the lawyers didn't mention it, it was like it was confirmed that it didn't matter. But the problem is, it's not that the police don't want to investigate, it's not that the lawyers don't want to mention it, it's not that the media don't want to report it, but that they can't do it. James Cameron wants Spider-Man, Ronald Perelman and Carl Icahn are waiting for the movie to be released, selling the peripherals at a high price, raising the company's value, and making money continuously. And Chuan Jianguo is greedy for David Olsens' casual clothing brand. As for the Jewish gang, a mature actor with strong appeal can help them bring more projects to the forefront. Some things don't need Roland to do. Those guys who are entangled with him can be directly settled. And these nominal mutual assistants are the key to Roland's continued running. Yes, he didn't make any mistakes. But in reality, whether you made any mistakes or not doesn't mean whether you did it or not. As long as your name is not in those things, then you didn't do it. Because the public can only see these. It is precisely because of the entangled interests that when the outside world's attention is all focused on the stains on the superstar Michael Jackson, Roland is still running comfortably in South Carolina with Tom Hanks, with those guys intervening, strangling the government, the media and the people directly related. Even if there is a fight outside, it has nothing to do with Roland. And when Michael Jackson would rather accept the investigation and want to clear his name through judicial channels and was unwilling to settle with the other party out of court, the long tug-of-war seemed to become the biggest news in the media industry at the end of 1993. However, when time moved to the end of October, the news that River Phoenix died in front of the bar opened by Johnny Depp instantly squeezed out the daily broadcast of the child molestation case and became the biggest entertainment news hotspot at the moment. Born in 1970, he entered the entertainment industry at the age of 9, became famous at the age of 15 with Stand By Me, was nominated for the Best Supporting Actor Oscar for Unlimited at the age of 19, and conquered the jury of the Venice Film Festival with Unbound Skies at the age of 21, winning the Best Actor Silver Lion. He was hailed as the next James Dean. His sudden departure and fall without any signs shocked the world and his relatives and friends, but Roland was not surprised. Not only because he knew that this day would come, but also because he had always been curious about who would put River Phoenix and James Dean together. The next James Dean? Yes, James Dean is really awesome. As the 7th of the top 10 cultural icons in America, it is understandable that he has become the target of River Phoenix's pursuit. But the problem is that he also died young. Born in 1931, died in a car accident in 1955 due to speeding, at the age of 24. River Phoenix was born in 1970, died in 1993, at the age of 23. In fact, when Roland was gossiping in his previous life, he was already stunned. Take a guy who is only 24 years old and a little kid, and say that you will become someone like the other in the future. Aren't you cursing the other person to death? What's your intention? However, these complaints were just vented in his heart. When he learned that before River Phoenix died, his brother Joaquin Phoenix was drunk and thought that his brother was just like him, and it was just a normal physical reaction, so he wanted to drag him out of the bar. When River Phoenix fell to the ground and twitched after leaving the bar, Joaquin kept emphasizing that his brother was fine. He knew why Joaquin squeezed out Jared Leto to play Joker, because he killed his brother with his own hands, and he stopped his companions from calling 911. According to Tom Hanks's teaching of self-emotional accumulation, Joaquin Phoenix's personal experience is the most perfect madness, and when he gets into the role, he doesn't have to worry about continuing to be hurt, because he is not performing in front of the camera, but venting naturally, venting the depression in his heart, venting endless regret. However, no matter how precious this emotion is, Roland doesn't want it. Why do you have to dig into the evil of human nature? Isn't it good to live a good life? As for dedicating yourself to art, delivering truth, goodness, and beauty is also dedicating yourself to art. He loves movies, games, and his own life as well. When Roland and Hanks talked about River Phoenix and Harrison Ford's funeral during their spare time, Robert Zemeckis, who was eating with his head down and didn't say a word, expressed his regret for River. Unfortunately, he took the purest path of experience. Chris in Stand By Me was afraid of his father, gave up his life, and saw through his future. Isn't it the same for River? His stupid parents, sad life experiences, and unclear future are the materials for his performance. He is acting in his true colors, so it seems pure. And then Danny in Unlimited, his parents are anti-war radicals. because their anti-war methods were too cruel. They were wanted by the federal government and lived a displaced life with a name change. Isn't River's life like this too? When filming Unbound, River and Keanu Reeves became good friends and were inseparable. Yes, he did give the pinnacle of his career in that movie, but the problem is, do you know how he acted like that? Take the purest experience path, that is real experience. When filming the movie again, River, Keanu, a group of people moved to director Gus Sent's house in Portland. They drank, partied, and fucked all night long. Even 2 weeks before the filming started, River went to the streets of Portland to experience the lives of men and women. So, don't envy these things. No matter how good the experientialists are, if they don't spend a lot of time, they can only create roles that match their own experiences. This kind of life experience is actually a limitation, because they can't act in commercial blockbusters. But the problem is that only business is the foundation for you to gain a foothold in the circle. River's Unbound Skies took 9 months to get an investment of $2.5 million. But now, they're almost holding a check for you to fill out yourself. And the total eclipse and the edge of time he left behind. They are not good scripts either, although it can reflect acting skills. But there are too many people with good acting skills, but there will always be only one number one in the box office in film history. I wish you all a happy New Year's Eve and good health. Stay at home if possible. Chapter 134 Tragic Experience, Making a Fortune from the Dead, a New Historical Record, and Exchanging Film Pay for Profit. River Phoenix is an experiential actor. Roland was a little surprised. He didn't know this before. But after hearing what Robert Zemeckis said, he could understand. Because there is no such thing as a natural actor in this world. Anthony Hopkins is regarded by all media as the ultimate actor and the most elegant devil in the world. In many acting schools' villain character creation classes, he is the one who appears most frequently. However, those acting teachers only tell students how to learn to imitate, but never tell others that Anthony Hopkins' eyes can never be copied, because his miserable childhood is the root of his ruthlessness. His father is a very selfish baker. When he was a child, he didn't let him play with his peers. The only way to get rid of him was to hold him and touch the ceiling. In addition, he suffered from dyslexia, had no friends, and no brains, so he didn't fit in, and became a nervous loner who was often bullied. This childhood experience is the most valuable asset in his performance. He wanted to get rid of his father's constraints, but was isolated by his peers. The root of his success was to experience the unpretentious emotions in person. Blind imitation would only lead to failure. The same is true for Marlon Brando. His mother was an alcoholic and his father was abusive. When he was a child, his sister even tied him up with a belt because he was too naughty. When he was in military school, he hated the school's assembly bell, so he went to dismantle the bell. In the face of this series of life experiences, his performance was naturally aggressive and very flamboyant. When he opened an acting class in his later years, Harry Stanton, Whoopi Goldberg, Edward Olmos, Sean Penn, Nick Nolte, Robin Williams, and Leonardo DiCaprio were all present, but no one learned a single cent from him. In the words of Spielberg's first agent, Mike McDavoy, who Marlon Brando trusted the most, Marlon Brando was the only one, and his unique life experience made him extraordinary. This is why many older actors' acting skills can crush the new generation, not only because they have lived long enough and have rich accumulation, but also because the era they lived in was full of various uncertainties. Before they formed a group, their strange and different lives were the weight of their fame, and after the class solidified, their children, the so-called second-generation stars, naturally could not compare with their fathers and mothers. How many guys who grew up with a silver spoon can achieve true emotional expression? Performance without emotion is just a puppet, and at that time, only the expressionist path is suitable for them. Maybe as they grow older, they can change, but there is a great probability that they have been abandoned by the circle before the change, because these guys don't make money. This is why the Jewish gang likes to support actresses and producers and directors. Actresses can also play a vase, and producers are the secondary use of connections. As for directors, as long as they can tell stories, they can take their time like Quentin Tarantino. As for male actors, Jason Statham is known as the most handsome Guo Dan in the world. Dwayne Johnson keeps shaking his eyebrows, no matter what he plays. Although they earn a lot of money, they are actually type actors. And let those second generation stars, Tom Hanks' son play wrestling, Will Smith's son play diving. Just think about it. Since they can't be type actors, and don't have rich emotional support, even if someone teaches them, it's useless. The audience can't accept a son who is a tiger father. River Phoenix's death is heartbreaking, but more of it is just a topic of conversation after dinner. Keanu Reeves, who is related to it, also made headlines. The news that Speed, invested and produced by Fox, has started shooting has spread all over the country, riding on the popularity of River Phoenix's death and doing a lot of marketing. As for Leonardo DiCaprio, this male star who has always been called a man who would never have made it if River Phoenix was still around, has also become active in everyone's sight, not only because A Different Sky starring him and Johnny Depp will meet the audience this winter, but also because Leo took over 2 projects that should have belonged to River, Total Eclipse and The Edge of Time. However, these 3 movies have no impact on Roland at all. Speed is indeed Keanu Reeves' famous work, with an investment of 30 million yuan and a box office of 350 million yuan. Total Eclipse is a homosexual biographical film, and The Edge of Time is a biographical film about a person who is against grass. The 3 movies portray 2 paths, one is commercial, and the other is to rush for awards, but Roland can crush Keanu Reeves in terms of business and rushing for awards. Roland is in this state now, how can he plan to rush for awards? He didn't take the judges seriously at all. He had the same attitude as Steven Spielberg and James Cameron. If you like my movie, then vote for me. If you don't like it, then vote until you like it. So clean and neat. So tough and unyielding. However, just when Fox and New Line made a fortune and forced their own Keanu Reeves and Leo to the headlines, the grand commemoration and the release of new projects did not last long. Because on November 9th, Universal announced a new news. After 4 consecutive months of screening in North America and 30 countries and regions around the world, Jurassic Park broke 1 billion. When this news came out, people in and outside the industry who were mentally prepared were all silent. 1 billion. 1 billion box office in 1993. Compared with the more than 80 countries and regions in the future, the current screening scale is half of that. But even so, the box office of the movie still broke through the 10 digits. What does this mean? Did Steven Spielberg prove himself once again that he knows what the audience likes? Did Roland once again receive God's blessing after the 533 million yuan of Home Alone, 524 million yuan of Terminator 2 and 421 million yuan of Home Alone 2? Did he push the cumulative box office of his starring movies to a terrifying 2.478 billion yuan? No. In the words of the ABC anchor, what is more valuable than making history is that they explore the upper limit of the market again and again. Although as early as when Jurassic Park grossed over 100 million yuan in its first week, some people had announced that the global total box office of this movie might exceed 1 billion yuan. But when all this really happened, we found that the original speculation and foreshadowing would not prevent us from being shocked. 11 years ago, Steven used E.T. the Extraterrestrial to tell us that the ceiling of the global box office was far more than 500 or 600 million yuan, and 11 years later, he proved with his actions that the purchasing power of moviegoers for good movies can reach tens of millions. While many directors are still thinking about what kind of movies they should make, Steven keeps challenging himself and paving the way for his peers behind him. He uses irrefutable achievements to tell his peers that, as long as you shoot something that the audience likes, the audience will do their best to reward you. This kind of positive market feedback and this spirit of putting the audience first are what every filmmaker should learn from. Indulging in oneself will eventually bring the entire industry into the niche. Of course, when Jurassic Park became the first movie in film history to break the $1 billion box office mark, we also had to pay attention to Roland Allen in the movie. This was his 4th time to become the American box office champion of the year. The most surprising thing is that this was 4 consecutive years. If in 1991 we regarded him as a guy kissed by God, then now, he might be an angel sent by God. Because all kinds of analysis and data cannot infer why people choose his movies. But now, it seems that people all over the world like him. I don't know how long this liking will last, but I know that there's nothing wrong with liking Roland. Other actors will take on projects crazily after they become famous, and according to the ridiculous rules of artist status rankings, A-list artists will never support B-list artists. But what about Roland? Even if his achievements are enough to crush a bunch of people, he still accurately positioned himself to join the crew. Compared with those guys who only look at the status and ignore the script, Roland is simply a role model. Not only that, unlike those guys who frantically make money after becoming famous, Roland chose to temporarily stop acting while continuously creating history and to concentrate on learning. The filming of Forrest Gump is his classroom. According to our understanding, Roland specifically consulted Tom Hanks in order to improve his skills. To be honest, when we learned the news, we were shocked, because we know that Roland can get at least 20 million yuan for a movie now, but even so, he still gave up the money and chose to improve. This spirit makes me admire. Such comments are not only from ABC. While creating history, Roland Allen was even regarded as a miracle of American movies by the media. There is no way. The box office of 1 billion this year is too terrifying, and they believe that in the future, this record may not be broken. Roland, sitting at the top, is enough to look down on all his peers. If it were in the past, these comments might make Roland excited. After all, he is now the number one in history. This is something Kobe Bryant can't envy. But now his goal is to be the next number one in history. When he was ready to play with himself, no matter how much the outside world praised him, it had no effect on Roland. Because he really wanted to know, when he broke his own record, how else would the media, which had already praised him as a miracle, praise him? This time it was an angel on earth. Then the next time, wouldn't it be God on the ship? Compared with those crazy praises from the media, what Roland cared more about was actually the share. In the previous life, the box office of Jurassic Park did not exceed 1 billion, but even so, Spielberg still took 250 million of it, and now, Roland can take 8% of it. Although it is far less than the other party, it is at least 80 million. He can take more than 80 million for less than half an hour of acting. This money is really easy to make. It's easy to make money, but the problem is that you still have to pay taxes. After seeing Roland hang up the phone with excitement, Tom Hanks, who heard the conversation, shrugged and said, even if the company transfers the money, you still have to pay 30%, and what you have left in your hands is only more than 50 million. More than 50 million? Isn't more than 50 million money? Roland rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Just when he thought that Hanks was envious, jealous, and hateful, this guy suddenly replied, more than 50 million is of course money. So I used all the salary for Forrest Gump as a dividend of 14%. What? Hearing this, Roland's eyes widened immediately. Before he could ask, Hanks continued, I think the box office of this movie will be very good. That's what I thought when I saw the revised script. And your joining has also brought me great confidence. So I asked my agent to communicate with Paramount and exchange the salary for a share of the box office. Well, Hanks made a fortune. Roland clearly remembered that Forrest Gump sold 670 million. According to that number, Hanks will definitely take nearly 100 million this time, and after adding himself as the X factor, maybe he will make more. Roland felt a little jealous. However, just as he was thinking about how he should congratulate the other party in advance, his cell phone rang again. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number this time. After answering, the guy on the other end of the phone seemed to be familiar with him. Roland Allen. Hello, I'm Jeffrey Katzenberg. Maybe you haven't heard of my name, but it doesn't matter. I got your number from Steven. Jeffrey Katzenberg? How could Roland not know this guy? He is one of the three giants of DreamWorks in the future. He is responsible for DreamWorks Animation and leads the team to create the Shrek the Monster series, Madagascar series, Kung Fu Panda series, How to Train Your Dragon series, and The Croods. Of course, this is all in the future. He is still the chairman of Walt Disney Studios. And the purpose of his looking for Roland is also very simple, just to care about Roland's health. I heard that you have entered the voice change period. More than 10 months have passed. Is your voice stable now? If you don't mind, when you return to Los Angeles, come to our Disney dubbing room to try it out. We have an animation project similar to Prince's Revenge and would like to invite you to dub. Note, Anthony Hopkins talked about his childhood in the speech initiated by the Leap Foundation in 2018, and when answering students' questions, he said his advice on acting: don't imitate emotions randomly, those things can never be imitated, and said that, when he collaborated with Spielberg on The Brave in 1997, everyone was learning lines and then finding their own context. Mike McDavoy's evaluation of Marlon Brando comes from The Hollywood Reporter in July 2015. He is indeed the person Marlon Brando trusts the most, and he handled his estate. Many box office data on Badu are cumulative. Jurassic Park did not break $1 billion that year, and it was only after the 3D rescreening that broke $1 billion. I saw the comments in the book review area. The data I found were all the data when the box office was dehydrated. That is the first release. Don't say that the protagonist has not changed at all. There were so many screens back then, and a dollar increase was very impressive. Many people in Hollywood are unwilling to take a share because they can only negotiate a North American box office share, or a share of the box office share. That is the share after the theater chain has been dehydrated, and they are easily cheated by the producers. But Spielberg has always taken the box office. In reality, the North American revenue of Jurassic Park was taken by him alone, and Universal earned the money from overseas distribution. But even so, there are still a lot of film companies that want to be slaughtered because the subsequent revenue from DVDs is very considerable. P.S. I wish you all normal distribution of lung texture, no substantial lesions in the lungs, large film, negative nucleic acid test, and a happy year of the rat. Chapter 135. If you can't beat them, then join them. When Roland heard about the Revenge of the Prince, he was staring at Hanks with surprise on his face. It was not until Jeffrey Katzenberg on the other end of the phone could not hear any response, and called out that Roland responded with a smile. Oh, Jeffrey, of course I have time. If you think my current voice meets your expectations, I will give it a try after Forrest Gump is finished. Roland would of course give it a try. Although he had forgotten what the top 10 movies in the world box office were every year, Disney has only made one movie related to the Revenge of the Prince, and that is The Lion King. The Lion King needs no introduction. As a movie that has grossed more than 800 million yuan worldwide, it was the second in the world before the release of Titanic. It is also Disney's first animated film without original materials, and it is also the best-selling non-CG animated film in history. This record has not been broken 20 years later. The creation process of the entire film is as legendary as Simba's growth experience. You know, before the project was formed, Disney regarded it as a test work. Because there was no foundation for success, everyone in the studio was trying to squeeze into the project of Pocahontas. Because of this, most of the team members of The Lion King were novices. But it was these novices who created miracles. To put it bluntly, The Lion King is now more like a stepmother's child. You know, the previous Aladdin invited Robin Williams, and Beauty and the Beast also had the producer of The Little Mermaid and The Wizard of Oz and other previous works to escort it. But The Lion King? At the beginning of the formation, there were no big names, and when it came to dubbing, the first thing they thought of was, of course, Roland Allen, who had just broken the record. Just like the famous saying, if you can't beat the other side, then join them. After Beauty and the Beast was beaten by Terminator 2 and Hook, Aladdin was delayed for a month by Home Alone 2, and Jurassic Park swept the entire summer season in 1993. Disney finally figured it out. Why should we fight Roland? Oh no. Why should we be beaten by Roland? Our Disney animated films are always G-rated. But Roland will grow up eventually. In this case, we don't have any conflicts at all. He makes his live-action movies, and we make our animations. At the same time, we can also invite him, who still has an impact on children, to dub and help us increase the box office. That's right, the box office harvesting model of Jurassic Park inspired them. Since Roland can play a decisive role in boosting the box office in a movie that is just over 2 hours long and appears for less than half an hour, then why don't we use him? In the case of knowing that Roland has a fatal attractiveness to the children, isn't it a fool? So, for 2 years, he was stunned for 2 years. This year, he was still watching the lively Disney and reacted. Disney's sudden epic level big cake, he really has no fuck, but even if he is too unexpected, he feels very normal because the status is different. When the pyramid tip is tip, each household will present the best projects to you. At this time, you only need to follow your own success formula to keep looking for the easier success. The Lion King is indeed beep. In all the behind the scenes revelations, Roland Allen's acceptance of Disney's invitation to dub the film will be listed at the top of the success factors. Because now, he is more successful than Disney's original animation. This is the same as Jurassic Park. If the same script is replaced by James Cameron, as long as there is technical support from Industrial Light and Magic, it will definitely be a big hit. Although today's truck drivers do not have the strong box office appeal of Spielberg, CGI technology is the foundation of the success of the film. But, people will only praise Spielberg's vision and courage. How to judge the essence of the success of an event is actually a false proposition. The one who stands in front of the stage and has a big name is the one who finally benefits. Even if this guy who benefits originally went there because the project in his hand has a high probability of success, but who makes him the big shot who drives everything? It is easy to add icing on the cake, but it is difficult to send charcoal in the snow. But the latter will obviously be more easily remembered by the former. Therefore, when faced with The Lion King sent by Disney, even if Roland wanted to dismember Disney, he would not refuse the project in front of him. Not only that, he would also happily cooperate with the other party. Because when the media publicizes it, they can call his behavior Roland Allen, who bids farewell to his childhood and gives the last gift to the children of the world. Then, he will be hung at the top of the historical record and will be known by batches of children one after another. Children aged 3 to 6 are attracted by The Lion King. Children aged 6 to 10 can travel in the Home Alone series. Teenagers aged 10 to 15 can read the technological revolutions of Terminator 2 and Jurassic Park. Starting at the age of 15, they can save the world. After that, they will fall in love, join the army, and so on and so forth. After taking on The Lion King, all the classics of a person's age at the beginning of his birth will be included by him. Roland. Want to recommend movies to newcomers? Just give him a Roland Allen movie collection. And this also perfectly fits Roland's original idea, growth. When Roland unexpectedly accepted the big pie sent by Disney and expressed his emotion that his original growth idea was realized so inexplicably, he didn't know that all of this was still managed by the old man. The Lion King is indeed a Disney movie. Jeffrey Katzenberg, chairman of Disney Studios, is indeed a friend of Spielberg. But it was the director of the film, Rob Minkoff, who really proposed to let Roland do the dubbing. Who is Rob Minkoff? He is Spielberg's man. His first movie Rabbit Roller Coaster in 1990 was invested by Spielberg. Not only that, the reason why Disney let newcomers direct new projects was that they agreed to it because someone was cleaning up Rob Minkoff's ass. Otherwise, a new director wants to control a project with an investment of nearly $50 million. Dream on. After learning that Roland was almost too idle, this guy who had never found a voice actor for The Lion King directly contacted Jeffrey Katzenberg and said that he wanted Roland. So, things became simpler. Jeffrey Katzenberg called Spielberg, and the old man simply looked at the script animation, and then asked the other party to call Roland himself. After all, fat water should not flow to outsiders. The old man thought the script was promising, so he naturally had to take it for himself. Otherwise, give it to others for free. Isn't that a mental illness? As for why he didn't call himself, because he was blocked at home. Jurassic Park cost more than $70 million, and the box office exceeded $1 billion. Such an amazing result made the old man, who was already in high demand, even more eye-catching. In later generations, many people will look at a list called Return on Investment, where a bunch of low-budget movies such as Blair Witch and Saw are listed. However, for the 7 major investors, the impressive achievements of these low-budget movies are of no reference value because the project mortality rate is too high. Movies like Blair Witch can be shot tens of thousands of times a year, but in the more than 100 years since the birth of movies, only this movie has succeeded through internet marketing, and horror movies like Saw are not the most valuable type of the horror universe, but James won. Because of this, Spielberg, who constantly proves that he is successful with box office records, naturally attracted the 5 parties. to woo him at the critical moment of leaving Universal. In addition to Sony, which has already been finalized and can get his and Roland's projects 100%, Warner, Paramount, and Fox have all re-offered their own prices. For Universal, Sid Sheinberg, the president of the parent company American Music, personally took action. As someone who once gave Spielberg a long-term contract and let him shoot as he pleased, Sheinberg did not take anything at this moment. He sat calmly on the sofa, looked at his busy friend, and said with a smile, "Steven, we have known each other for more than 20 years, right? Yes, we first met at the Atlanta Film Festival in 1968. It has been 25 years. Spielberg, who was writing at his desk, did not even raise his head and replied directly, "Wow, I have spent more than a third of my life with you. This is really my luck." Sheinberg, whose facial hair had turned white, looked at the guy who was unwilling to face him with emotion, nodded happily, and said, "The greatest achievement of my life is to find you, a guy who dares to run around in Universal. You know what? Everything I have now is given by you. The more dazzling you are, the more the board of directors likes me." Such words made the hand holding the pen pause, and the tiny movement was seen by Sheinberg. After taking a sip of coffee, he continued in a nostalgic tone, "To be honest, when I signed you that year, I really didn't expect you to achieve the current results, breaking box office records again and again, and constantly bringing us surprises. After Jurassic Park broke 1 billion, you were only 2 Oscars away, and I believe that next March will be the time for you to hold the trophy. Schindler's List is invincible, and you will be able to leave Universal with a complete victory." The nagging words made Spielberg, who was pretending to work, slowly look up. To be honest, he was reluctant to face Sheinberg. His relationship with Sheinberg was actually like Roland's relationship with him. If Sheinberg hadn't gone against all odds and accepted him, a guy who stole knowledge at will, he wouldn't know what he would be like now. After all, sneaking into a film and television studio and looking through the company's confidential documents was a big deal. If Universal called the police and sued him, he would definitely be in trouble. Even if his father found someone to help him, he would never be able to make a movie again in his life. No company would accept a thief like him, even if he only stole knowledge. Just like Roland wouldn't object to his plan to promote Jewish actresses. Bullshit. Roland was obviously craving Scolett's body. Spielberg was reluctant to quarrel with Sheinberg. Otherwise, no matter how high Sheinberg's status was, he could ignore the other party's persuasion and shoot Schindler's List first, thus missing Jurassic Park. But he didn't. He didn't want to turn against his mentor. But not wanting to turn against each other does not mean letting it go. Now he does not want to stay at Universal, because if he stays here, he will always be just a director. And the group of people in the Jewish gang still hope that he can break through the blockade and create miracles. "Sit, are you here to persuade me?" Now that the matter has been made clear, Spielberg will not pretend. Throwing down the pen, while putting his hands on the table, his face slightly tilted to the right is also full of helplessness. "Sit, 25 years is already the limit. I can't stay at Universal forever, even if you are willing to let me make 200 or 300 million from a movie." The frank words made Sheinberg smile, because Spielberg's idea was exactly the same as his expectation, or in other words, exactly the same as the idea of the American music company. Spielberg is not the kind of person who can be locked up, which can be seen from George Lucas and Francis Coppola who played with him. And he came here this time. In fact, there are only 2 goals. The first is to retain. The second is to buy after the retention is unsuccessful. Well, since you don't want to stay at Universal, we won't force you. This is the price we offer. I hope we can reach a consensus on this matter." Sheinberg took out a document from his handbag and stood up to hand it to Spielberg. He didn't stop talking. "We need the copyright of all your movies. From Blood Wheels to Schindler's List, the movies released by Universal during this period. We hope to stay with Universal forever, including the sequels. Of course, whether to shoot the sequel, how to shoot it, and who to shoot it, all of this is still up to you. We only want other rights besides creation. How much share you get now will remain the same in the future, including the cost of derivatives such as toys, which will be paid to you according to the current proportion, and we have estimated the price of the copyright of all your movies. 2% of Universal Studios ticket revenue belongs to you every year. This is the largest share I can get for you. What? When Spielberg learned that Sheenberg wanted to buy the copyright of his own movies, his first reaction was to refuse. But after he heard Universal's offer, the old man, who wanted to keep silent, grabbed the documents on the table. While retaining the share of various derivative products, they will also pay 2% of Universal Studios ticket revenue every year as the collection fee for all film copyrights. This is simply giving money away for free. Except for Jurassic Park and Indiana Jones, Spielberg's masterpieces basically cannot be made into sequels. And Indiana Jones was the project that George Lucas took the initiative to give to Spielberg in order to prevent him from making the 007 movie. Although Lucas didn't care who should listen to this series, the copyright has always been tightly held in the hands of Lucasfilm, and the company responsible for distributing the Indiana Jones series was still Paramount. To put it bluntly, the contract that Sheenberg brought now, with 2% of Universal Studios revenue each year, is just the copyright purchase price of movies such as Jaws, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, *Et the Extraterrestrial*, Jurassic Park, and Schindler's List. Among them, the only one that can really play an objective value is Jurassic Park, using tens of millions of shares every year to exchange for the copyright of a sequel to Jurassic Park. What's the difference between this and telling him clearly that you are leaving? Looking back on the past 20 years, I will give you a gift. Spielberg certainly understands that Universal does this because they don't want him to take Jurassic Park away. But the problem is that the amount they paid has far exceeded the value of the Jurassic Park IP. To put it bluntly, the money they pay in a year is enough to make a Jurassic Park. Spielberg looked at the contract carefully, and when he found that the other party was not talking nonsense, he looked up again and looked at the other party with surprised eyes. Is this Universal's decision? No, this is the decision of the American Music Board of Universal's parent company, and it is also the decision of the parent company Panasonic. Hearing this, Spielberg immediately understood. Like Sony, these Japanese companies are really determined to enter the entertainment industry. Sony knows that it can turn around if it is pulled away, and Panasonic knows that Universal will lose its financial statements if it loses itself. In this case, it is best to eat people. If you can't eat, then eat the project. Everyone knows that the sequel to Jurassic Park can make money with their eyes closed, and as long as they have this IP in hand, their cinemas, derivatives, and videotapes can produce value continuously. As for whether it will make a profit or a loss in the end, that's for future generations to consider. And for Spielberg, agreeing is obviously the best decision. After all, from beginning to end, he never thought about using his own money to make a movie. Besides, it is not a good idea to take the copyright away now, because the other two partners are not easy to deal with. Okay, 2%, I can't refuse. As you wish, these copyrights will remain at Universal, and I will leave alone. After thinking it over again and again, Spielberg accepted the contract. That neat move made Sheenberg feel relieved. After all, no one wants to see Spielberg take a series of movies such as Jurassic Park out of Universal. Because no matter which one he joins, or if he works alone, these things are the foundation for rapid rise. Okay, Steven, we are done. Can you talk about other things? Sheenberg sat down again, and his tone was extremely relaxed. Of course, Scene. What do you want to talk about? Spielberg, who accepted 2% of the ticket revenue, was also in a good mood. Talk about your student? Sheenberg asked with a smile. Oh, don't think about Spider-Man. My Amblin will be responsible for the production. Thanking the other party does not mean being honest. Spielberg did not even think about telling the other party about his deal with Sony. Really? If you need distribution, you can come to us directly. Sheenberg shrugged, indicating that it didn't matter. Distribution? You'll have to fight for it yourself when the time comes. Spielberg, smiling, kicked the ball back. Oh, don't be like that. We are old friends. Yes, we are old friends, but the copyright of Spider-Man is in Roland's own hands. As a guy who doesn't like to meddle in other people's business, I can't arbitrarily influence Roland's thoughts, right? Note, The Lion King is indeed Disney's test work. The guys in the project team are basically newcomers. After the death of Walt Disney, Disney felt that it could not make an original fairy tale. The film's director, Rob Minkoff, was originally Spielberg's man. He left Disney when DreamWorks was established, but unfortunately, the DreamWorks model was not suitable for him. Spielberg didn't care about animation, so he made a live-action CG movie, Stuart Little, at the instigation of Robert Zemeckis, who was obsessed with CG at the time. The real-life Lion King also had a Jewish team. Matthew, who voiced Simba, was Jewish, and James Jones, who voiced Mufasa, was Lucas's man. They didn't appear much in 1994, but they contributed to the box office hit The Lion King, and won an Oscar with Forrest Gump. In order to retain Spielberg and prevent him from taking the project away, Panasonic offered 2% of Universal Studios' ticket revenue to buy the copyright of all Spielberg's works. This move has allowed Spielberg to get nearly $700 million in the past 17 years. In 2018 alone, he received $49.1 million in ticket sales. The point is that it does not include the share of derivatives, subsequent sales of videotapes, and online copyrights. P.S. Although I have diarrhea and dehydration, my fever has subsided. Thank you for your concern. Thank you very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, A Brick. In fact, from the beginning, Spielberg did not want to get the copyright of Spider-Man. It's not that he looked down on Marvel, but he didn't want to create trouble again when he left. Even Zoo stepping on two boats ferry knew that an entertainment company must have an actor and actress, a king and a queen, and then he, who broke records and could only entertain himself, would definitely be sought after by all film companies after leaving Universal. This is what Zoo Zha said. But Spielberg didn't have time to argue with these guys. He had already discussed with Jeffrey Katzenberg and David Geffen, and he was going to focus on his new company after next year's Oscars. During the preparation and establishment of the company, he couldn't take care of any film projects. Although they are ambitious, it doesn't mean that they are all stupid. He didn't want to take away the resources that had already shown great value, because only by starting from scratch could he minimize the hostility of his peers. If Warner, Paramount, Fox, Universal, and MGM United Artists knew before the investment of Microsoft and other companies, Sony would have gone crazy to share its overseas distribution channels with them, and the sequel to Jurassic Park and the Spider-Man series would all be in his hands. Then he would not open this company, because the first day of opening was the moment when his peers would besiege him. He had connections, resources, a record-breaking sequel, the best technology at the moment, and distribution channels. If he didn't sell such a company in time, would he keep it for the new year? Therefore, even if Universal didn't buy it, Spielberg would find a way to sell the copyright of his work. As for Spider-Man, if he didn't even want the copyright of Jurassic Park, how could he hold Spider-Man, which had a great chance of success? And now, the copyright was in Roland's hands. The project was being watched by those guys in finance. If you want to rob, go ahead. Let's see who will beat whom in the end. Before these guys build the future media aircraft carrier fleet, no one can beat those black-hearted financial people. These CEOs and presidents are just senior workers. They don't have the courage to be a troublemaker. Because of this, after hearing the meaning of Spielberg's words, Sheinberg smiled implicitly and took the initiative to change the subject. Of course, even if Roland knew about the deal between the old man and Universal, he would have nothing to say. Because selling things to Universal is obviously a move to maximize profits. If you want to tap the value of an IP, in addition to a series of derivative products such as books, clothing, toys, and games, the rest is actually the theme park. The former's featherweight development methods, they can do it themselves. Whether it is opening a publishing house or a clothing company, these are easy to handle, but no one will build a new theme park project, because it is not worth it. Disney has Disneyland and Universal has Universal Studios. These projects seem to bring them a lot of revenue every year, but they are also a reflection of huge investment. Why didn't Sony build a Terminator theme park by itself, but put it in Universal Studios? Isn't it because the investment return is not proportional? In the case of infinite saturation of the market, it is obviously a wise move to hand over the park project to a company that already has a market share. In this way, there is no need to take Jurassic Park away. After all, no one can go against money. As for Roland buying it, this is a joke. Of the more than 50 million shares after paying taxes, at least 60% must be left to David Fincher so that he can tinker with 7 deadly sins, and of the remaining more than 20 million, there is still 10 million to be paid to Spielberg, which is half of the price of Sony's 20 million to buy the copyright of the Jurassic Park game. At most, what can be left in the hands is only a few million. Don't look at this money coming quickly, but it is also spent quickly. Roland now has no capital to covet the old man's film and television copyrights. However, it is much better to burn money now than to be beaten in the future. As for the company that invested in 7 Deadly Sins, after acquiring Blizzard, Roland asked David to change the name of the original company to Blizzard Capital. In addition to the operating Blizzard Entertainment, it also registered 3 shell companies, including Warcraft Films, StarCraft Records, and Overwatch Ventures. 7 Deadly Sins will be the first movie invested by Warcraft Films, because before the wedding banquet, neither Roland nor Sony added the name of their own company, for fear of bad influence. The equity of the issuing company will also be held by Warcraft Films. Overwatch Ventures is reserved by Roland for internet companies. StarCraft Records is more about tinkering with film and television music. There is no way who let those guys around him dislike his bad singing. And the head office Blizzard Capital holds all of Roland's current copyrights and 20,000 shares of Berkshire. These are things that will not be sold. Games, movies, and the internet are the 3 legs he has planned, and the one responsible for the operation is of course David Olsen. As for why he has been used, this is the same as starting a company and letting the father-in-law be the legal person. Regardless of whether the copyright was sold in a package or the Lion King fell into Roland's hands for no reason, all of this was actually the capital pursuit after making history, and this enthusiasm will continue until they fall. Because of this, after answering the question, Roland, who knew what was going on, did not indulge in it. In addition, the film had already filmed the Vietnam War, and a group of people were all hiding in the primitive jungle of Fripp Island. In this country, where there was no signal in the subway, it was inconvenient to communicate with the outside world. Roland would not spend time to understand those worthless projects. Of course, in addition to this is also related to the fact that his daily life has been fully scheduled. In addition to normal fitness exercises and shooting schedules, Roland would receive calls from California every day at 8:30 on the West Coast and 11:30 on the East Coast. Elizabeth on the other side of the mainland would tell him what happened to her in kindergarten today. The teacher taught them to draw again. Today there were curious friends who went to the class to peek at her. Because of the title of sister and brother, the classmates in the class all wore their own clothes. Are you happy? Roland, who was curled up on the sofa, was used to the little Lali's chatter. I'm not happy. The little Lali leaning on the bed pulled the Mickey that Roland bought for her before. Why? Someone bullied you? Then just tell your brother. Roland saw that Elizabeth was in a bad mood, and the first reaction that popped into his head was to close the door and let James go. Although James couldn't beat him, he could still punch Mansion Nursing Home and kick BH Kindergarten. However, after feeling Roland's exaggerated tone, Elizabeth, who had already sat on Mickey's face, pouted and said, No one bullies me. I just feel it's too boring to stay in school. What? Why do you say that? Roland put his feet on the coffee table, spread his toes, and easily clamped the mineral water bottle in front of him. I've been to your school. The environment is very good. It has nothing to do with the environment. I just think it's boring to be watched by my classmates. At this point, the little Lali leaned back, and the whole person fell in the middle of the bed in a big letter shape. Many classmates come to see me because of Ashley, Mary and you. They want to know what the youngest guy in the Olsen family is like, and how cute the guy who is taken to Disneyland by Roland is. I don't think it's a big deal once or twice, but it's boring if you come often. I feel like an animal in a zoo, and they are tourists. I get disturbed every day, which makes me unable to sleep well at night. Well, this is the trouble encountered when growing up. Although Elizabeth's school is the best in the area, and her classmates are either Schwarzenegger's daughter or some wealthy son, these are not reasons for them to stop watching. Who made Roland and the Olsen sisters so popular? The onlooker effect, after becoming famous, is vividly reflected. Elizabeth may think that her two sisters and Roland are nothing good. If she pulls their clothes, these guys will turn their heads and ask, but for classmates, looking at the people closest to them is obviously another way to open their eyes. And this form will make the parties very distressed. If you don't want to go to school, then I will call your dad and ask him to hire a tutor for you. Roland proposed a solution. No, you are not at home. I'm too bored at home alone. The little lolly directly objected. Change your school? Roland tried to solve the problem. If you change the school, they will also know you and my sister. The little lolly tilted her head and suddenly felt that Roland was stupid. Then what good plan do you have? Roland held his forehead. I want to hear your stories. The little lolly pouted at the ceiling. And when will you come back? Well, the little girl still feels too bored to be alone and wants someone to accompany her. Roland certainly wouldn't refuse Elizabeth's request. As for the story, if Elizabeth is not interested in the stories available on the market, then he can tell her something she doesn't know. Isn't it just reading the outline of the script from a distance? This is too easy. And going home? After calculating the shooting schedule in his mind, Roland smiled and said, at the latest by the end of this year, early January next year, I will be able to go back. I will arrange a month to take you out to play, okay? We can go anywhere, and I will borrow a plane from George when the time comes. Okay. The affirmative answer is what the little girl wants. Bye. While answering in a sweet tone, Elizabeth also hung up the phone neatly, because she was afraid that Roland would go back on his word. The little girl's behavior made Roland roll his eyes when he heard the busy tone. Because even if the phone is ringing all the time, it will not affect the crew's arrangement. Because of the sequential shooting, the shooting of the group is still quite harmonious. After all, the lighting, photography, stage management, and set design guys are paid by the day. The longer the time is delayed, the more they earn. Not only that, they don't have to worry about being unemployed in the short term. In this way, everyone is quite friendly to Roland, who suddenly intervenes. And the instructor who is responsible for teaching the crew members to assemble guns, well, in fact, Roland is the only one in the group who is bored and learning to assemble guns there. That's right, although the filming locations of Forrest Gump are extremely complicated, most of the costs are actually Tom Hanks's salary, Robert Zemeckis' salary, and the special effects fees collected by Industrial Light and Magic. After deducting these three, the remaining expenses are actually the production costs of Home Alone 2. Do you know why the so-called military training is shot in a tent? Because the special training outside and the long-distance running and jumping exercises of the recruits seen through the window of the tent were all CGI images. Not only that, even the guys who went to the front line to participate in the battle were just a group of people who entered the army at the same time as Forrest Gump. They only changed their appearance and makeup to distinguish them from the recruits. In the previous college football game, the crew only hired more than 100 temporary extras. The cheering audience seats were all separated by green screens. The so-called crowds were all computer special effects. To be honest, Roland always felt that acting in front of the green screen and the air was the most challenging for the actors' acting skills. In the absence of reference objects, the actors in front of the green screen were no different from fools. Especially when Hanks held the camera with both hands and shot forward and backward seriously in the air. He almost laughed out loud while sitting in front of the monitor. With the skills shown by Hanks, it would be strange if he could beat Zhuang Liu, who was specially approved by the chief designer for marriage. Fortunately, the scenes of ping pong diplomacy were not described too much, otherwise, Roland would really suspect that he might be the first guy to die of laughter on the set, and his actions of covering his eyes and turning his head from time to time were also seen by a group of people. After the scene, Hanks grabbed his collar and asked him what he thought was wrong. "I think everything is wrong," Roland said his thoughts honestly. What? This is the first time I hear you say such a thing. Since Roland has always been humble and eager to learn, Hanks was surprised when he heard the negative comments. Are you questioning the table tennis coach hired by the crew? He is a professional. But you are not professional. Roland raised his head and squinted at the other party. When Roland said this, Hanks was unhappy. I did it according to the coach's requirements. Then do you dare to play a game with me? Roland rolled up his sleeves directly. Hanks is certainly not afraid of playing table tennis with Roland. According to their character shaping process, learning table tennis by oneself is also an important process for making the character become oneself. So after Roland invited him, he took off his coat and picked up the racket. But unfortunately, even if he wore his underwear outside, it would be useless. This is the same as the genes of the vegetable growing maniac. Even if he hasn't touched the racket for more than 3 years, Hanks can't beat him. Just when Hanks waved his hands repeatedly to show his defeat, Roland also put his hands in his pockets and hummed a tune and left the set. Originally, this movie doesn't need him to appear much, and under the disassembly and analysis of Hanks and others, Roland also has a deep understanding of character shaping. In this situation, where you can achieve your own goals by slowly accumulating and grasping the little things in life, Roland's stay in the group is actually capturing Hanks' performance. If he is Kakashi, maybe it will only take one day to copy the details of the other party's movements. Because of this, the crew's filming progress will not be disturbed by him, and he himself is more like a brick in the revolution, moving wherever it is needed, a flower in the development, planting wherever it can bloom. Whatever technical personnel the crew lacks, he can fill it. Chapter 137. Roland, the money-spending boy, is seen as a burden by the industry. Mid-November, England. September to February of the following year is the rainy season. The temperature drops, and the wet and cold environment is like an AoE magic attack. Although the women on the street are still wearing short skirts and leggings, their shivering reactions instinctively present the word wet and cold. In the School of Computer and Information Engineering at Cardiff University, the heating is not turned on because it is not used during teaching hours. The bold Cole Needham is wrapped in a coat, blowing his red nose, and staring at the monitor on the table with 3 other companions. Under the operation of Dr. Dave Marshall, who is also bald in front, and has sparse hair, but whose hands are not affected by the temperature, the interface, which was extremely monotonous compared to later generations, is showing the latest modified functions. Cole, with the help of Rob, we added HTML form functions to the chaotic website. After we discussed with the professor, they agreed to let us borrow the college's server space, but while providing the World Wide Web, the professor asked us to name the database who wrote the Cardiff Internet Movie Database. I don't think this name should be a problem for us. After all, we don't have the money to buy a server now. The 4 guys huddled in front of monitor to view the website pages were the core members of the future IMBS 21 Golden Vita group, except for Cole Needham, who had been collecting movie information since he was 13 years old, Dave Marshall, who was operating there, and Rob Hartle and Robert Evans, who were staring at the screen on the left and right, were all doctoral students at Cardiff University. Yes, I also think the name is not important. Cole Needham nodded in agreement. What we need to do most now is to make the website satisfy more fans. After expanding the server, we need to accept automatic data submission, instead of asking administrators to check their emails every day as we do now. Before Cole Needham finished speaking, Rob Hartle, the general manager of the Cardiff University branch, said directly, manually checking, on-site review, and then asking data personnel to update the information. This operation track is too troublesome and time consuming. Next, we need to add an email extension function to the website, allowing everyone to choose the information verification location by themselves, and then the background will automatically assign the verification information to the local auditor, so that one link of manual operation can be reduced. 20 years later, many people will say that the rapid development of technology has put people engaged in simple labor into unemployment, but in fact, long before IMD was commercialized, they were already trying to streamline their staff in the early stage. It's not that the cost is too high, because everyone is generating electricity for love, but the management is chaotic and there are too many processes. Take updating movie information for example. From the time the user discovers that the database does not have such a person, to the time the database is finally included, it has to go through 6 steps: discovery and reporting, review and investigation, information collection, authenticity confirmation, back-end entry, and front-end presentation. These 6 steps require at least 6 people to do them. According to the different locations, materials, and languages of the movies, there are more people involved in collecting information about a movie, not to mention that there are many guys who want to add new information to the existing entries, and the review of new information requires a lot of manpower. Yes, although these people really like these things, generating electricity for love does not mean that they can continue to selflessly dedicate themselves. Everyone has their own life. When the database traffic is low, they will be excited to communicate with those new emails every night, but with a surge in the number of people, it becomes quite painful for them to communicate with the influx of people. Because of this, while trying every means to get on the server, they also have to streamline the process. If they do everything themselves, then Zhuge Liang, who is in charge of everything, will be their fate. But in addition to writing algorithms for automatic data submission, we also have to consider the growth rate of personnel and funding issues. Robert Evans, with a head full of silver hair, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said to Cole Needham, "Although we are using the school's server now, it will soon be insufficient. According to my calculations, the growth rate of internet users will reach 2,300% next year. Although only a small number of people will notice us, the surge in traffic cannot be achieved by the school's server and the bandwidth donated by others. We will eventually buy servers on our own one day. Yes, the school's server will not last long." Rob Hartle agreed very much. After all, this is not just for our family. Dave Marshall also released the mouse and looked at Cole Needham. Yes, in addition to streamlining the process, having no money is also a cruel fact placed in front of everyone. But for Cole Needham, this cruel reality is not a problem at all. It's okay, let's do it first. If we are short of money, I will go for financing. Cole Needham wrapped his coat tightly and said, "Do you know Roland Allen, the most popular person in the database? He gave me the invitation to the premiere in Washington. I talked to him and met Spielberg through him. He is very interested in our website. If we are short of money, we can go to them." After the premiere of Jurassic Park, Cole Needham and Mike Mohame went to Blizzard Entertainment. After seeing the brand new 3-story building, the empty offices and the development team where a bunch of people gathered, he believed that what the 3 giants of Blizzard said was true. Roland Allen really was a guy who didn't care about financial statements. And this was the result he wanted. He liked movies and was willing to collect information, but he didn't know whether this thing could make a profit. Unlike those guys with strong entrepreneurial goals, Cole Needham simply likes something. His biggest goal is not commercial profit at all, but to constantly improve his database and satisfy more people. You can say that this guy is a fool, but he is more like Forrest Gump, who has done one thing to the extreme. Because of this, he is very cautious when looking for investment, because his primary goal is not to constantly paint a pie for Masayoshi-san like Jack Ma, but to hope that the investor's money can make his dream continue better. This practice that all investors cannot understand has made him suffer countless rejections, but after in-depth communication with Mike Mohame, he realized that Roland Allen is his best investor. Do you know? Mike in our group impressed Roland with a game. When their company only developed one game, Roland not only acquired them at their asking price, but also bought the copyright of Spider-Man according to their requirements, and purchased the genre license from Universal. This kind of unconditional support is what we need, so I plan to ask him for help when I'm short of funds. Of course, this kind of help may make the website commercial, but I don't think everyone will object. Someone is willing to give money for free. Whoever objects is a fool. After listening to Cole Needham's story, the 3 people at the scene all laughed happily. Who is Roland Allen? There is no need to ask such an idiotic question. And since there is a channel to find a buyer, their next work will be easier. Okay, that's the best. I'll try to write the automatic data submission and distribution by the beginning of next year. You can stop thinking about limiting the flow. We are not afraid of any number of visits now. Of course, isn't it most important to invite Roland Allen to the UK first? We need to introduce him to all the functions and future plans of the website in advance, so that he won't be taken away by other guys. Since they are not opposed to commercial operation, things will be much easier. And Cole Needham actually wants to invite Roland to the UK to take a look, while the website realizes automatic data classification. Although they are the largest data website now, what about the future? As the number of internet users continues to increase, there may be other guys who do the same thing as them. Okay, then I will send an email to the group. As long as they agree, we will set the invitation time at the beginning of next year. After all, we can't delay Roland's time. The early preparation of a movie is actually very troublesome. There are only a dozen people who have high-level permissions in the database. After communicating with them one by one, there is no one who opposes it. After all, between hobbies and making a living, the latter is obviously more important, and being able to make a living while ensuring hobbies is naturally the best news. After he sent the email to Mike Mohammed and asked him to help pass the invitation message, Roland, who heard the news, shook his head at the fax in his hand. Want to ask me to invest money? This is indeed good news, but the problem is, it's not worth investing now. Yes, if it was a company similar to Blizzard, Roland would have grabbed them long ago, but the problem is that its nature is actually the same as Wikipedia, which is very complicated. It's not that it can't be commercialized, but commercializing before success is a brain-dead thing. You know, before IMDb was officially commercialized, their database had more than 100,000 movies in total, and the information of the actors and staff of each movie was plotted. The root of all this was actually the early movie lovers who came into contact with the internet to generate electricity for love. If a company was established before the data was collected, then the website would be finished, because it would definitely not develop. How many people are needed to input the data of more than 100,000 movies? Cole Needham has been doing this since he was 13 years old, and in more than 10 years, he has only made more than 10,000 movies. And if people are hired to do it, no company can afford to burn this money. This is just like the two Mars fight, Diddy and Kuwadi, burning 100 million a day, and both sides burning 8 billion. This is not to build a portal website, let alone to build a search engine. The cost is not the R&D cost, nor is it to seize the market, but the wages of the thousands of guys who generate electricity for love. Why doesn't Cole Needham make TV series now? Isn't it because it is impossible to do it? The major change in IMDb's inclusion of TV series is actually to crawl the official websites of film companies. Just crawl a title, and then spread the copyright of the page, so that the netizens who fill the page will own it. In this way, not only the risk of infringement is reduced, but also the development cost is minimized. To put it bluntly, IMDb is a data selling traffic, but the problem is that it costs money to collect data and verify data. Because of this, before the data is gathered to a point where it can be monetized, Roland is actually very reluctant to see the other party set up a company. He would rather act as a volunteer, a sucker, and donate some operating funds to them so that they can develop better, rather than let them declare independence and then acquire the other party, because it's too expensive. He can't afford it. What's more, if they can capitalize on the situation where they can generate electricity with love, then wouldn't that mean they have too much money and nowhere to throw it? In this way, after staring at the content of the fax and thinking again and again, Roland took the initiative to call Mohammed. Please send Cole an email and tell him that I'd be happy to visit England. I'll make time to let you know when I finish my current project. If they are short of money, I can transfer 200,000 to their fundraising account as a first aid. From the beginning, Roland was ready to buy something ready-made, and he would start when IMDb had almost collected all the public data and the number of visits had passed the first growth peak. Although this would cost nearly $500 million, it would be more cost-effective than finding someone to do it himself, because the development model of Baidu Encyclopedia would not work outside the wall. And as a professional database, it is impossible to add arbitrarily like Baidu Encyclopedia. Of course, a trip to England is not a big deal for Roland. He was originally planning to take Elizabeth out to play, and now he just has a clear goal, starting from England and going around Northern Europe. Let alone a month. Even if he takes her out for a year, The money spent will not be able to keep up with the increase in stocks. This is a really sad story. While Roland was answering, everything in the outside world was also running non-stop. On November 30th, Schindler's List was first screened in Washington. The next day, a media screening was held in New York. On December 9th, the crew members returned to Los Angeles. Under the call of Universal, the guests invited to the premiere were either media reporters or well-known film critics. There were even more colleagues with voting rights. There was no way. Even if Spielberg madly criticized the Academy to vent his anger, Schindler's List still had to follow the process of rushing for an Oscar. The so-called process, to put it simply, was to first screen and promote it, so that those who had voting rights could hold pens and could publish news reports would watch it and then promote it appropriately based on their feedback. As for the absolute confidentiality of the list of Oscar judges, that big list is indeed absolutely confidential, but there are still people. As long as you scan the news about the Academy's admission of members every year, you can find a bunch of names of colleagues from it. Although those peers only account for a certain number of votes in the final selection, if you win them in advance, doesn't it mean that your competitors will have less to fight for? Don't think it's impossible. In fact, the invited guests who attend the Oscars every year have the right to vote. Otherwise, how can Weinstein do business? If he really bribed the Academy, there would be no scandal. After all, the Oscars are famous, and they are afraid of the situation. That Grammy is ignored by everyone. If the New York Times published a report like, "Is the Grammy still trustworthy?" and stars like Taylor Swift, Adele Adkins, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, and Rihanna didn't go, then the Oscars would be over. Although they have been biased in the future, at least they are not as miserable as the Grammys. As for now, it's even more amazing. Newcomers like Eddie Redmayne want to win the first mention. No matter how much money you have to go home and dream. Regardless of whether they are first-line stars who started out with commercial films, or acting stars who want to save the country with art films, as long as they are newcomers, they have to wait, and wait again. Those seniors who have voting rights will not let newcomers win awards. Or in other words, if they want them to vote, they should at least get a nomination to improve their style, right? Of course, style is not a problem for Spielberg at all. Since 1977 and 1988, he has received 3 nominations for Best Director and 2 nominations for Best Picture, and Schindler's List is regarded as a must-win movie by everyone. Therefore, after 3 screenings, Universal, which saw the direction of the wind, directly started regional round-robin screenings. The so-called regional round-robin screenings are actually one place slowly released. The reason is also very simple. Control the direction of public opinion. Previews and round-robin screenings are actually cultivating the market's hunger and screening the audience at the same time. All Oscar-winning films must ensure that the audience who go to watch the film is worthy of this film. No matter whether it is the investors or the award-winning themselves, they don't want to hear the outside world say no to them. In this case, those with low knowledge reserves and low viewing level, or those who think that art films are just a group of people entertaining themselves, cannot be allowed to enter the film. Yes, you read it right. This is actually excluding the public. They think that guys who like business will only do more harm than good at this time, so they will try their best to block these guys who can only think of boom, boom, boom in their minds from the door of the theater until they are nominated. Because after being nominated, there is no suspense about whether they will win the award, and with the help of the nomination, the film producers have a very good publicity gimmick. In this way, it is particularly necessary to increase the box office and make profits. This is actually the conventional routine of capital. Both awards and money are needed. On the one hand, they dislike the public for getting in the way, and on the other hand, they want to harvest the box office. Before the internet became popular, this routine was tried and tested. Of course, the same situation as Schindler's List is also found in Philadelphia. After Schindler's List swept the media, Philadelphia was screened in Century City, Los Angeles on December 14th. On December 16th, the crew flew to New York to serve the guys living in the East Coast of the United States. This kind of flying back and forth, just to please the voters, made Roland curl his lips. However, he could understand it. We are all players on the poker table. before the shady dealings are exposed. No one can overturn the table, right? And since the table cannot be overturned, it will be fun. Note, the annual growth rate of internet users is 2,300%, which is true. Bezos founded Amazon for this reason, and did not support it for long in school. During the period of internet user explosion, the traffic data of their website would double every 2 weeks. Needham also wrote a blog on the company's 20th anniversary, recalling the situation when it was founded. When the servers were not enough, fans who worked for IBM, HP, Intel and other technology companies paid out of their own pockets to get obsolete machines from the company at low prices. IMB was bought by Amazon because after privatization, there were too many shareholders and the cost of continued maintenance was too high. Many acquirers were unwilling to pay too much money, and Cole Needham and his team had no means of profit. Amazon bought it for the same purpose as Netflix. IMB has Amazon links. If you like any movie, you can directly jump to the DVD purchase link. Previews and regional round-robin screenings are indeed screening the audience. Don't think of those guys as being so great. Before getting an award nomination, most of the box office providers are indeed a burden in the eyes of practitioners. Schindler's List and Philadelphia Story did the same, especially Philadelphia Story, which was not really open for screening until 1994. Chapter 138, All Gold Team Under Difference. Cut. Good. Robert Zemeckis shouted with a megaphone, then tucked it under his armpit and clapped. Excellent. Honey, excellent. As the camera kept zooming up and Tom Hanks, who was sitting next to the mailbox, gradually shrank and disappeared, Forrest Gump also announced the end of filming. Despite the unstable factor of Roland, the crew spent only 3 weeks more than planned. Since it was the end of the year, the award season and Christmas almost collided at the same time, so after the end of filming, all the so-called celebrations were cut. Those who celebrated Christmas went back to their own homes and mothers, and those who didn't celebrate Christmas either worked hard for the award season and attended the activities arranged by the producers, or rushed back to Los Angeles to work on the post-production of the movie. Hanks was the former, Zemeckis was the latter, and Roland. As soon as I opened the door, a waist-high monster ran over. At the same time, she called out sweetly, "Roland. Hey." Seeing this, Roland squatted down. After the other fell into his arms, he naturally stood up with his arms around him and instinctively bounced a few times. TSK, this cabbage grows pretty fast. It's almost 40 pounds in just a few seconds. Although Roland's reaction made him look like a human trafficker, he did not make a fuss about Elizabeth's weight. After kissing her on the forehead, he asked, "Are you the only one at home?" "No way. Where are they?" "Dad is in the study, Mom is helping Ashley and Mary with homework, and James is reading in his room." The little lolly opened her chubby paws and counted on her fingers while telling Roland where her family was. Roland was amused by her behavior of knowing everything. "Then did they say when to eat?" "Dad said 7 o'clock. The big bling eyes stared at Roland. "Are you hungry? I have snacks in my room." "Keep the snacks for yourself." Roland touched the other's head and then put her down. "There's still an hour. I'll go back to take a shower. You just be good at home." Roland actually wanted to be a weird uncle and take Elizabeth to see the goldfish, but the beast wouldn't allow it. If Zyro Helion ZHA Feli said HMM, it would be considered a speeding car. If he took Elizabeth to see the elephants, the car would be destroyed and everyone would die. When he finished his shower and came back, a group of people had gathered in the restaurant. Slightly different from Roland's memory, David would always sit at the main seat during meals before, with the Olsen sisters and Janetti sitting on his left, and Roland and James on the right. Janetti usually sat between her daughters, and didn't sit close to her husband. Now, she sat next to David's hand, and Elizabeth was next to her, and Mary and Ashley were sitting down. This way of sitting made Roland look at David a few more times, and the other party responded with a trembling eyebrow. Roland was amused by the almost explicit behavior, especially the radiant face of Janetti, which made Roland, who was sitting on the chair, say, "Is there going to be a new member in the family?" Before the couple even opened their mouths to greet Roland, Roland had already hit them head on. Such behavior made the couple glare at him in tacit understanding, and then said, "5 people are enough, okay? If there is one more person like you, we will probably be annoyed to death. Although the Olsens directly expressed their dissatisfaction in their hearts, Roland, who was dissed, smiled happily. Since they were united in facing the outside world, doesn't it mean that the so-called emotional crisis has disappeared? Seeing this result, Roland touched his chest mischievously, walked behind the three little lollies, and said very sadly, "Oh, it seems that I'm the least popular one in the family. I feel so bad. Ashley, Mary, Lizzie, can you hug me?" "Okay. Yes. Moore." How could the three little lollies not know that Roland was joking? Elizabeth hugged Roland very cooperatively, and even kissed Roland on the cheek. When Roland went back to his seat, James opened his arms and wanted to give him a loving hug, but Roland stretched out his right hand and pressed his forehead. "Forget it." "Oh, what? Question mark question mark question mark. What do you mean by this? Question mark question mark question mark." James, who wanted to cooperate with Roland's performance, immediately showed a black question mark face. How could he not know that Roland's press directly made him the most unwelcome one in the family? Question mark question mark question mark. "But, this is my home." Seeing their brother's face full of confusion after being rejected, the three little lollies started to giggle, and the Olsens finally couldn't keep a straight face anymore. Ganetti held his head and shook his head, sighing helplessly, while David nodded with a wry smile, tapping the table with his index finger. Okay, stop making trouble. Roland is finally done with his work. We should be happy. Oh, by the way, I heard from Lizzie before that you can take a month off this time. Want to take her out to play? It just so happens that we have nothing to do recently. Let's go together. Let's go together? James' eyes lit up when he heard this. He almost vomited from studying since he entered middle school. Especially this summer vacation, when Roland took his sister out to play, he threatened him with the comic book not to let him follow. When he thought about Roland and his sister playing outside, and he could only stay at home and think about it, he was furious. Now, my dad said to go together. You can't threaten me anymore. But Roland didn't even think about continuing to threaten James. He nodded to David's suggestion. No problem, it will be fun if we go out together. But you have to wait for me for a few days. I have to go to Disney first to confirm the dubbing time of the animated film, and then meet with Ang Lee to see if his film has been finished. As for the itinerary, we have to start from the UK. A friend invited me to visit, and I will stay there for a few days. For the three little lollies, Roland's arrangement was no problem, because what they were interested in was actually the unknown Disney animated film, and for the Olsens, starting from the UK and moving forward was also a good decision. But for James, he was a little curious. Animated film and Ang Lee were new terms he heard for the first time. But Roland's next project, wasn't it Spider-Man? Roland, did you forget something? From 1991 to now, it seems that you haven't finished writing the Spider-Man script yet. Compared with the animated film and Ang Lee, Spider-Man is your most important project next time, right? What? Don't you care about it? Hearing James mention the script, Roland, who was originally relaxed, suddenly felt a little annoyed. That's right, so far, the script is still in a state of dystocia. It's not that Roland can't write a commercial script now. After studying for so long, if he still hasn't figured out the routine script, he will probably be beaten by the old man. It's that from the setting to the final boss, he and Cameron have serious disagreements. Or in other words, the old man is holding on to his spinning setting. When Roland got the copyright of Spider-Man, Cameron also told Roland his ideas in the form of a bunch of information, including the setting that Peter Parker's wrist can spit out silk after being bitten, and this ability will also change with Peter Parker's mentality. If Peter Parker is righteous, then his wrist can spit out spider silk, and if Peter Parker has evil thoughts, then his ability to spit silk will be lost. Roland had seen this setting in his previous life. There was no way, because Tobey Maguire himself admitted that many settings in the movie were copied from Cameron's draft. However, he personally prefers the setting of Andrew Garfield's version. Both his parents are scientists, and the so-called poor people rely on mutations, which are actually the research results of his father. The spider silk launcher is something he researched himself, and not only that, He also has a genius brain. In addition to the problem of spinning, Peter Parker's character is also the key to the unresolved issue. Roland wants to have the same flirtation as Tom Holland, who snatched Captain America's shield in Captain America: Civil War, but the truck driver thinks Roland's brain is simply out of whack. In his words, "Can you be flirty on the screen for 2 hours?" When asked by the truck driver, Roland also felt that writing a 2-hour joke seemed a bit unreliable. After all, this is a movie, not a special show of day and club. It is easy for people to get aesthetic fatigue by being clever for 2 hours in a movie, so he took the initiative to give in and decided to be the same as the setting in The Amazing Spider-Man. When he is not wearing a uniform, he is just a loser, and when he puts on a uniform, he is flirty and compelling. The contrast comes out when compared. Of course, compared with the ability setting and personality issues, the most important thing is that the villain is still unresolved. To be honest, for this kind of vibe that can make money, no matter who plays it, the more gorgeous the screen effect, the better. So the first character Roland wanted to play was Professor Lizard. This kind of visual effect is a forte of Industrial Light and Magic. But the truck driver who has been following the comics thinks that the Green Goblin is the core villain, and the villain with a dual personality has more dramatic tension on the screen, so he directly opposed Roland's idea. However, Roland is not as persistent as the first 2 points about who the villain is. If the old man insists on filming the Green Goblin, then Roland can also follow the other party's wishes. However, he is a little stubborn about one thing. He wants to make the first Spider-Man into a fresh campus style, that is, the feeling of the big boy next door and good neighbor in Holland's Homecoming, and the second into a youth love film, that is, the relatively heavy emotional line mode of Garfield's The Amazing Spider-Man, and the third into a life crisis style like Leo's Good Friend. Wandering between responsibility and ability. After all, it's a bit strange to let a guy who is only 15 years old in reality to shoot a dark movie like the old version of Spider-Man, and Tom Hanks taught him how to be a neighbor hero. If he suddenly changed his acting style, wouldn't that mean that his performance would fail? Because of this, Roland, who had something to complain about, said a lot when facing James's question. After James finished listening, this guy didn't care about the style at all, and directly asked a completely unrelated question. Who are you going to let play Uncle Ben and Aunt May? This brain circuit jumps a little fast. Roland complained in his heart, then raised his eyebrows and said, Hanks and Streep are the best candidates in my mind. This time, not only the Olsens were speechless, but even James was stunned on the spot. Are you serious? Of course. Don't you think it's not possible? Roland thought it was no problem. Others might not be able to invite them, but he only needed to make a phone call. As long as the schedule did not conflict, these people would give face. No, I just think it's a bit expensive. James touched his nose and said, if you are going to film Dr. Lizard, who are you going to invite? And if you are going to film Green Goblin, who are you going to ask? Dr. Lizard and Green Goblin? Roland has thought about this question many times. For a guy like Green Goblin with split personality, it is of course best to ask Anthony Hopkins to play him. Hollywood should not be able to find a second villain with split personality more charming than him. If Leonardo DiCaprio is willing to play the son of Green Goblin, that would be the best. And for a guy like Dr. Lizard who dares to fight hard in desperate situations, it is absolutely safe to let Robert De Niro play. At this moment, Roland is simply a lifetime member of TeoBeo.com. After seeing that serious face, the corners of James' mouth twitched instantly. Although he understood that what Roland said now were the best choices, and the guys Roland mentioned were all close friends who could directly bypass the agent and finalize the project with just a phone call, he still wanted to say to Roland, you are really crazy. Tom Hanks plus Meryl Streep plus Anthony Hopkins plus Leonardo DiCaprio or Robert De Niro? This is not an Oscar-winning film. You are using an all-golden cast to make a superhero movie? Crazy. But if Roland knew what James was thinking at the moment, he wouldn't think there was anything wrong. Anthony Hopkins played Odin in Marvel in his previous life, and Robert De Niro appeared in Joker. Superhero movies are not inferior to others, so why not use them? Roland wants to make Spider-Man the best. If he can find the best, he will never look for a substitute. What's more, in terms of selecting people, the truck driver praised Roland's vision. James, who was almost injured by Roland's breath, took 2 deep breaths and asked the last curiosity in his heart. Then, "Are you sure about the heroine?" Roland was a little sad when he heard this question. To be honest, Kirsten Dunst, who played Mary Jane in the old version of Spider-Man in the previous life, was also a member of the Jewish gang. Her debut movie was New York Story, co-directed by Woody Allen, Francis Coppola and Martin Scorsese. Later, she played Tom Hanks' daughter in Brian Palmer's Crazy Night. She is also a good friend of Sofia Coppola, who wants to use her in all his movies. The point is that her age is almost the same as Roland. In addition, it is naturally Bryce Howard, the niece recommended by Clint Eastwood, and Scarlett Johansson recommended by Francis Coppola. Of course, these are the candidates given by those guys. Roland himself is thinking of Rachel McAdams or Charlize Theron. He was impressed by Rachel's The Notebook, The Time Traveler's Wife and The Time Traveler, not to mention Charlize Theron. If he chose her, someone who revisits the movie in the future might find that the whole movie is full of Oscar winners from top to bottom. Well, Roland came clean. In fact, it was because both of them were beautiful. As for age, Rachel is only 2 years older than him, and Charlize Theron is only 5 years old. In addition, Europeans and Americans mature early, so it seems that there is no problem. You know, in Far From Home, Spider-Man's love interest is 6 years older than him. However, Roland really couldn't decide who to choose in the end. Besides, the script had to wait until Cameron came back from filming True Lies to discuss and communicate, so Roland was also ready to kick the most painful ball to the other party. After all, the truck driver was the director of the film. Roland never dared to lose the virtue of respecting the old and loving the young. After talking with James about Spider-Man, the dinner was actually coming to an end. Roland, who was full and satisfied, took the 3 little Lalas out for a walk, and then handed them over to Ganetti to wash up and read them a bedtime story. The next morning, he rushed to Disney and shouted twice in the other party's audition room. Disney was quite satisfied with the effects shown by Roland. However, since the movie was not finished yet, Roland was asked to come to dub in late March or early April. In this way, Roland's work was actually left to meet with Ang Lee. He called Mike McDavoy and got his number. After a brief communication, Ang Lee, who was full of excitement, said on the other end of the phone that he would meet him immediately with Eat Drink Man Woman. Note, in the old version of Spider-Man, the setting of Tobey Maguire's Spider Silk being sometimes effective and sometimes not was indeed made by Cameron. The old man wanted to shoot a dark Spider-Man from the beginning, from the fall to the rebirth of fire. As for what was changed, it was actually the story flow. The old version was based on the Ultimate Spider-Man published by Marvel in 2000, and then copied Cameron's setting. The Amazing Spider-Man was based on the comic of the same name. As for the Holland version of Iron Man 2nd, it was actually not correct. In the comic Civil War, there was Iron Spider-Man. Spider-Man thought it was okay to be a civil servant, so he stood on Iron Man's side. Iron Man also upgraded his battle suit for him, but because he had to take off his mask to become a civil servant, Spider-Man, whose identity was exposed, caused Aunt May to be seriously injured. Then Spider-Man destroyed the battlesuit and stood on Captain America's side. The Green Goblin written in the article is not the boss of Cameron's version. According to the content announced by the Script Association, the version submitted by Cameron in 1991 was Dr. Octopus, played by Schwarzenegger. P.S. Can you please help me find a heroine? I'm having trouble making a decision. Chapter 139 British Paparazzi, Dimensionality Reduction Attack. Oh my god. This is the first time in my more than 20 years in the industry that I know of a Hollywood star who would choose this crappy airport when not filming. In the terminal of Cardiff Airport in Wales, several men wearing bowler hats, black and grey coats, and wire bands around their necks gathered together. Why not fly directly from Los Angeles to London? Why do you have to go all the way to Wales? Okay, isn't it a good thing that they didn't choose Heathrow Airport? A middle-aged man with his hands in his pockets and an old face yawned and leaned casually against the column behind him. His nonchalant look showed that he was not a decent citizen. Not only that, he was also the bravest one in the group. The wire bands on the necks of others were hidden under their collars, but he just hung the camera he used for eating in front of him. The passenger flow at Cardiff Airport is much smaller than that at Heathrow Airport. This makes it more convenient for us to surround and capture them. Besides, it only takes a few hours to get from London to Wales by train. We can get a front page headline in one day, which is much faster than tracking and following. Isn't this a good deal? But, are you sure Roland will come? One of the young men was a little worried. According to the news from America, they are taking a private plane. Oh, kid, you still have a lot to learn. The middle-aged man took out an open chewing gum from his pocket and threw one to the other party. He also took one, opened the package, and put it in his mouth. We have people at the Exit and Entry Administration. Look, the text message 3 minutes ago shows that they are filling out entry cards there. Whether they come out from the main gate or go through the special channel, we can catch them. Hey, in America, they have a way to suppress the news, but this is our territory. We must let those American boys know how powerful their British compatriots are. That's right, when Roland just got on the plane, the paparazzi on the British side had already received the news and were ready to line up to welcome him. In the eyes of these guys, their counterparts living in America are just like their ancestors, just farmers in the wilderness and Navo-rich and culturally backward cities. Roland Allen has been popular for 4 years since 1990, and what kind of news reports have those guys contributed in these 4 years? In addition to showing people's enthusiasm and love for him and reporting his glorious deeds, the biggest revelation is just the love news released by another real estate tycoon himself. This low-level record makes them feel ashamed. As a paparazzi, I don't ask you to get the recording of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp like the Daily Mail did and continue to hammer Depp's domestic violence, but the news you find should at least have some gimmicks, right? But you can't even do this in Roland's news. Then how can you continue to mix in this circle with your face? Take off your skirt, Ladgy. Because of this, after confirming through various channels that Roland was about to come to the UK, in this country, where tabloid culture is extremely prevalent and even royal family members dare to eavesdrop, these guys who claim to be messengers of justice have already made up their minds to let Roland have a taste of their own power. If some dramatic events can happen, it will naturally be even better. There is news. There is news. When the crisp mobile phone ringtone rang, the paparazzi huddled together suddenly became alert. After glancing at the blue and white screen, everyone immediately cast their eyes on the exit provided by the insider. Staring, they scanned the crowds of all kinds in the airport. Since the flow of people at Cardiff Airport is not as large as that at Heathrow Airport, these paparazzi who are used to looking for people at Heathrow Airport soon shouted in surprise. Stare. There are 5 children in the crowd over there. Almost in the blink of an eye, the cameras that were hidden in clothes, stored in backpacks, and placed in shoulder bags suddenly appeared in their hands. These well-trained paparazzi, adhering to the spirit of better to kill by mistake than to let go, quickly pressed the shutter. Soon, they became excited. Although these guys were fully armed, each of them was equipped with frog eyeglasses and a baseball cap, but the clothes on their bodies had betrayed their identities, because except for the 2 adults and the surrounding entourage, the 5 little guys were all wearing clothes produced by Double Star Company. If it weren't Roland and his friends, who would spare no effort to advertise those products. What a bunch of naive kids. The paparazzi who had captured the early footage suppressed their excitement and joked with each other. Do they think this is America? Do they think we will take care of him? I've always heard that David Olsen, who adopted him, is capable, but judging from his current state, isn't he just a fool? Some even laughed directly, since they came by private jet. How could George Lucas, who borrowed his plane, not know how powerful we are? Or is he trying to trick Roland? Is he at odds with Steven Spielberg? Oh. The headline for tomorrow morning has already come out. Hollywood's famous director turns against each other. Roland Allen may become a victim of the game of power. Although these guys were joking, the laughter at the scene did not seem fake. There is no way. Although the shock department in later generations has been repeatedly complained, it is not even qualified to carry shoes compared to the tabloid headlines in Hong Kong. As the ancestor of tabloid culture, the UK is even worse in this regard. Come on. They're out. I hope they are ready. It would be funnier if they get scared to tears by our flash. Go, go, go. Amid the laughter of the crowd, the guys ran straight towards the crowd at the exit. When they rushed in front of Roland, the bodyguards immediately blocked them with their bodies, but this human wall had no effect on them. With the continuous sound of clicking, the guys shouted, "Hey, Roland, look at me. Can you take off your sunglasses? That will make you look better on camera. Oh, is this Ashley and Mary? Hey, look over there. Please pay attention to us. Tell us about your relationship. We are serious reporters. We just want to interview you." Although David brought more than 20 people with him this time, and these guys also used their bodies to form a human wall to keep the paparazzi out, their hands, which had nowhere to go, still pushed the camera in front of Roland. This is a common tactic used by paparazzi. They use all kinds of rough and potentially personal infringing means to irritate the interviewees. As long as those interviewees show any physical dissatisfaction or resistance, it will become a well-publicized evidence in court. If someone loses his temper and starts a fight, the headline on the evening paper that day will be, "30 reveals his true colors and beats up a reporter in public. Is the incident true or false?" It has nothing to do with them. If there is no news, then make news. They just want gimmicks. Gimmicks that can sell. Because of this, when they found that Roland had no intention of paying attention to them, no matter how they shouted, these guys turned around one after another and pointed their cameras at Elizabeth in Gannetta's arms. Just as they turned on the flashlight and wanted to use the dazzling light to force the little lolly to cry, Roland, who had already walked out of the airport hall, suddenly turned his head, turned his neck, and swept his face over the people around him. Although he was wearing sunglasses and a mask, the paparazzi who wanted to point the camera at Elizabeth suddenly became excited. Wow. Is this irritating? The guys who didn't put down their cameras quickly pressed the shutter, while those who had put them down picked them up again. While capturing Roland's movements of looking around, they were also shouting frantically in their hearts, "Hit me. Come and hit me. Quick." Of course, although their hearts were filled with countless desires, they still had to do the surface work. "Roland Allen, are you ready to accept our interview? We can talk about anything. If you think it's crowded here, we can go to the cafe next door. You must be hungry after flying for 10 hours, right? How about we take you to eat British food?" British food? Isn't that stargazing pie? When Roland's mind appeared the picture of Xiaonu's death, he shook his head decisively, and at the same time, he took off his mask. To be honest, after staying in America for a long time, he was really used to the situation, where there were fans everywhere. Since the media was his friend, he was even less worried that some idiot would secretly take a photo of him. But now, wow. It's really hard for Meghan and Harry to stay in the UK for so long. These paparazzi are just crazy. They don't care about their lives for news. But, Roland, don't be afraid. After scanning the crowd at the scene and finding that the paparazzi were about the same number as the bodyguards David brought, he took off his sunglasses and scratched his head and said, "You, which media are you from?" Hearing this, David, who also stopped when Roland stopped, frowned and patted Roland's shoulder with his hand, as if to hint him to put on the mask and glasses and leave here directly. But for the paparazzi, after seeing Roland's silly look, they became even more excited. Although they didn't understand why Roland asked this, the more stupid the interviewee acted, the more they could ask. "I'm from the News of the World. I'm from the Sun Daily. I'm from the Daily Mirror." While introducing themselves, they also showed their press cards, trying to prove to Roland that they were really reporters. But after Roland finished listening, he nodded in sudden realization, then raised his neck, looked at David, and whispered, "These people are from the Murdoch family. This guy's really annoying." "Yeah." David, who had already understood, snorted and then warned, "Send them away." "Okay." Roland took out his mobile phone in front of the group of reporters. Just when the group of guys were like monks who were confused, he called Lucas and told him about his experience. When the guy who had just fallen asleep on the other end of the phone heard about the little guy's situation, the bearded man who was used to these things immediately slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, I forgot to say hello. Don't pay attention to those paparazzi, just force your way out. I'll call Keith and ask him to watch his own media." "What should I do if I'm surrounded by paparazzi?" "Beat him up. Take away the film. Don't be kidding. Isn't it better to just go to their big boss directly? Just like Spielberg can knock on the door of the chairman's office of Time Warner in a minute. Lucas is too familiar with Murdoch. Is there really no black material about the Jewish gang? It's just that no one will report it. Weinstein can suppress the New York Times. So what's the problem with Lucas asking Murdoch to keep a close eye on his subordinates? Following the other party's response, Roland decisively put on sunglasses and masks and squeezed out of the airport under the leadership of bodyguards. After seeing his actions, the paparazzi who were still wondering why this kid was so easy to deceive became anxious. What? Roland, don't you want to be interviewed? Hey, tell me. Don't go. There are also our people on the road outside. But unfortunately, no matter how these guys shouted, Roland didn't mean to pay attention. Not only that, he even felt that he was many times better than Zhu Guantao, who was madly criticized by director B. 1. He doesn't hit people or kick their faces. 2. He doesn't steal other people's series. He just asked the bodyguards to separate those annoying guys from himself. You can take as many pictures as you want. Let's see who dares to print. Now he is no longer the guy in the 1990s who was worried when he saw Chris Columbus, scared when he saw John Hughes, and didn't know what to do when he saw Steven Spielberg and James Cameron. If I can strike you down, I will never fight you head on. If I can pinch your camera, I will never beep head on. As for his mood, sorry, he doesn't feel sad at all, doesn't blame himself at all, and doesn't feel guilty at all. When Roland, who had received the guarantee, drove to the hotel David had booked, those paparazzi who were angry and swore had received calls from their superiors one after another. They had no choice but to obey the prohibition orders issued by their bosses. Roland also didn't have the leisure time to appreciate their face-changing skills, because these guys were not important to him. Cole Needham, who had met Roland twice, had been waiting in the hotel for a long time. After listening to Roland's indifferent story, the bald man said regretfully, "It seems that Britain is really not suitable for you Hollywood stars. I should have considered these things earlier. I should have taken the information and went to Los Angeles. Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the matter has been resolved." Roland shrugged and smiled while curling up on the sofa in the guest room. "Although I'm surprised, they are just trivial matters." "That's right, these paparazzi can't bother you." Cole Needham was stunned at first, and then nodded in agreement. He had attended the premiere reception of Captain Hook and the premiere reception of Jurassic Park, and saw with his own eyes that none of the guys who entered the scene were simple. But you should also be careful. Many paparazzi like to bribe hotel staff and then plant eavesdropping devices. Although it may not be reported now, but if possible, I personally suggest that you leave the UK early to avoid trouble. It is true that Cole Needham is the host who invited Roland, but he does not want to get his sponsor into trouble. Roland agreed with the bald man's suggestion. It is better to be safe than sorry. Although it is a dimensionality reduction attack today, they can settle the score tomorrow. However, even if Roland knew earlier that he might be blocked by British paparazzi at the airport, he might not call Lucas in advance to smooth things over, because in terms of Hanks's performance skills, that is accumulation. Spider-Man is not afraid of the media, but he hates the boss of the Daily Bugle. In America, with the atmosphere of everyone being happy, he may never experience the feeling of being surrounded again. But now, the British paparazzi's pursuit of him is the best seen restoration, and his disgust and dissatisfaction with those guys, as well as the comfort of being called upon and dismissed at will, can be mixed with the scenes in the Daily Bugle. Of course, this kind of thing only needs to happen once. After being pointed out by Hanks, Roland will not be so careless as to ignore these details, and this natural experience will be his performance technique in the future. If you want me to leave early, then finish the matter quickly and take me around the UK. Roland changed the subject and looked at the other party with a smile. In this way, I can go to other countries with my family. Cole Needham, who had known Roland's idea for a long time and received a donation of $200,000, did not think there was anything wrong with what Roland said. "Well, I will take you to Cardiff University tomorrow morning and let them talk to you about the idea." Note, Depp's melons are really enough. A man was scolded like a little bottom. The audio released by the Daily Mail yesterday was really awesome. British paparazzi really like to use flashlights to hit children's eyes. Beckham beat up a reporter because of his son, and Tom Cruise also beat someone up for Siri. News Corporation has always been called the tabloid kingdom, with a 40% share of British print media, but gossip is basically sold by them alone. Chapter 140 NM00000001. Vacation is also an accumulation. Roland confessed that, even if the co-founders of UMB explained the existing technology in simple terms to him, and described the website's layout and functions in detail, and drew a blueprint for the future that seemed out of reach, but seemed to be achievable, he would not take these things to heart. As a guy who started buying from $99 a year, and is still renewing at $149.90, Roland knows better than these guys what the future UMB will look like. He doesn't eat the big cakes of these guys, and the technological innovation these guys talk about. To put it bluntly, every new feature of UMB is actually an excuse to increase subscription fees. From the initial theater box office information, to the subsequent online business card, to the later TV series interface, and then the preparation information of new projects was added. As the internet continues to speed up, a series of various information such as artist popularity, film popularity, peak time of trailer playback, script keyword search, script category and year examples are dazzling. It is true that accurate big data is very helpful for many practitioners. For example, if I want to write a horror movie script, I can check whether my inspiration has been used many years ago by searching keywords. Or, if the producer wants to select actors, and the age group and image category are restricted, just click the mouse, and the resumes that meet the requirements will appear in front of you like water. If you want to let them audition, you can directly click on the email address in the resume, and communicate with the other party. But, for non-practitioners, these things are useless. Do you want to send emails to female stars through those work emails? Wow. I didn't expect you to be such a hentai. I tell you, sending random emails will be banned. A gentleman like Roland only looks at the popularity of the trailer, and then finds out that many people's special choices paused at the scene where Elizabeth wears the comic version of the Scarlet Witch costume. Well, just assume that those guys are taking screenshots. Of course, even if Roland compares the functional upgrade of the UMB database to a Windows with a new name, but the same substance, after all, except for the upgrade from 32-bit to 64-bit system, when Vista was upgraded, which could not be fixed with patches. Other versions can obviously be updated in a rolling manner like Arch Linux, but they still chose to upgrade the version. The biggest purpose is to make more money. Because of this, no matter how fancy those doctors boast about the future functions of UMB, Roland doesn't care about these things. He understands that Cole Needham is the kind of guy who can stick to one thing for half his life. When facing such a person, just give him money to let him do it. He is more eager than anyone to do things well. As a result, when Roland was buried in Cardiff University, listening to the doctor's chatter, he only cared about one question. Have you made the artist business cards? I'm writing the classification page. Who is number 1? It's Fred Astaire. I entered this because I was watching the Easter Bunny dubbed by him at the time. That's right, UMB's numbers are random. They write whatever they see, and it has nothing to do with status. Can you change me to number 1? You? Yes. Is there a problem? It's just that when people open the artist list, my name is the first one they see. Oh. No problem. We can change it now. Unlike future searches, there are still many people who look at the rankings these days. And Roland asked them to put him on the homepage. Isn't it just for massive exposure? Traditional media is still a monopoly, but it is a red ocean market after all. News Corporation is burning money to build Fox TV, so how could Roland do this? Although the blue ocean market of the internet has not yet taken shape, the terrifying growth of netizens is the first piece of meat delivered by the wind. In this case, Roland posted his information on the homepage of the most comprehensive database at the moment, which is equivalent to having your name on the homepage of Weibo every day in the future. The first thing people see when they come and go is you. Netizens who know you will think, oh my god. This guy's really the most popular one, while those who don't know you will think, oh my god. I have heard of this guy's name. Who is he? How can he be ranked number 1 in the database? Roland has never been the kind of person who likes to hide things. What is overexposure? That will cause aesthetic fatigue. It's because you have been showing a certain image in front of the public for a long time, so the public will be distracted when they see your work. But what about now? Roland just keeps his information in front of tourists. This non-subjective presentation will not only not affect everyone's opinion of him, but also attract people's attention continuously. What's more, netizens nowadays are still very simple. Even if they find it strange, they will not think about marketing. At most, they think that Roland's influence is too great, so great that many people who visit the database every day are searching for his information. As long as this situation continues, even if someone questions Roland in the future, a bunch of people who have witnessed history will jump out to defend the era they experienced back then. Like what? You little brats don't know how popular Roland was back then. The first thing netizens around the world do after entering the IMDb databases to search for his information. What hype? There was no such concept back then. Those data were entered randomly. The reason why he ranks first is because his influence is too great, and the first person who enters the information thinks of him. Do you grandsons know what 1 billion in 1993 means? Do you know what 2.5 billion in 3 years means? No matter what era Roland is in, he is always a winner. What boss or not. Roland is the original #1 sponsor of IMDb. He is working for the better development of movies and the internet. Why are you so stubborn? Do you dare to tell your mother these words? I guarantee that your mother will tell you, son, what I regret most is that I didn't chase Roland back then. TSK. With this question, your father's brain can make pleasant goat and big wolf. Thinking that today's action would make him gain a lot of praise in the future, Roland laughed happily. After a simple replacement to the homepage, he began to care about the development of the website. Have you used up the 200,000? No, we are renting a place to lay the network. Where can I buy the server? There are people from IBM in our volunteer team. The price of his equipment is cheaper than ours. Oh, that's even better. If you need anything, just email me directly. Don't let Mohammed tell you in the future, and don't contact my assistant. We are all movie lovers, so there's no need to be so distant. Hearing Roland's words, the guys at the scene laughed happily. Who doesn't want to make friends with a local tycoon? Especially a local tycoon who doesn't care about financial statements. After dealing with the database and getting along with them, Roland asked Cole Needham to gather the British volunteers who have been serving the website for a long time, hold a meeting, and treat them to a meal to enhance their relationship. Well, Roland showed up, just to give a hint to those guys who use love to generate electricity. I also like this thing, and I support them very much. If they do well, they will find me when they need funds. If they want to give up, then think about whether it is worth giving up now. After all, if it is big, the website that uses love to generate electricity can instantly become a business that local bosses take over. You have already tried halfway, so just stick to it. Giving up halfway, doesn't it mean that all the previous love has gone to waste? Besides, you don't have to pay for this, and you are not forced to do things you don't like. Just record the information when you watch a movie every day, and then after looking at the website records, when you look through the movies you haven't seen, you can check the right and wrong. By the way, a few minutes of effort can satisfy curiosity, benefit society, and save me money. What a good thing. You can regard the website as the moon worshipper and yourself as Lisa Oyo. Shouting love is infinite. Won't this boss be pushed flat? Open bracket close bracket. After spending 2 days to sort out all the things on IMDb, Cole Needham took the initiative to act as a tour guide and took Roland around the UK, starting from Harlech Castle in Wales and heading west. Ugh. Going west would mean falling into the Irish Sea, so it was east. They first went to Wiltshire to see Stonehenge, which was almost blown up by the exploding bay in Transformers 5. Then they went to Oxfordshire and lined up to see the 18k pure toilet worth £1 million in Blenheim Palace. Then the cat went to Greater London and circled along the Thames twice, allowing David and Ganetti to take the Olsen sisters and James, who was given away for recharging their phone bills, to visit Westminster Abbey, where a lot of great people were buried, and the Tower of London, which witnessed the dark history of Britain. As for why he didn't go himself, Compared with seeing Stonehenge and toilets, there were too many people in London. As a guy who would be dug out in a few minutes if he walked into a crowd, Roland didn't want to be thrown into the Thames. If the Coca-Cola London Eye had not been built yet, Roland really wanted to take Elizabeth to ride the Ferris wheel. But now, after waiting for them to come back in the hotel, the group turned north. To be honest, Roland and his friends went out to play and see the famous World Heritage sites. Things like Bath City, Durham Castle, Studley Royal Park, Canterbury Cathedral. These are the places they went to. As for things like Libus, skiing in Switzerland on New Year's Eve, eating dumplings for 68 yuan each, and 2 plates for 1,360 yuan, Roland would never do that. There are countless places in America that can meet their sports needs, and if they are resting alone for a certain thing, they will not be wandering around in the UK under the leadership of Cole Needham. To put it bluntly, for them, the so-called rest and vacation is actually just spending money to kill time. They can go anywhere they want. In the absence of a purpose, pursuing those famous attractions naturally becomes the first choice. Not only that, for those who have not been to the place, it is actually a kind of accumulation. They don't need to remember the history here. They can also pursue the beautiful scenery in a hurry, and they can also think that the place where toilets are exhibited is really special and interesting. But as long as they have been here, it is a kind of harvest. Just like the Chinese teacher in elementary school asked you to recite. Do you really remember the meaning of all the ancient poems? Not necessarily. But when you see the beautiful scenery, saying alas, it's so high, is much better than saying wow, it's so high, right? Although the meaning is similar, the perception is naturally different. Of course, reciting poems does not mean advanced. If you think so, it is actually a kind of discrimination. In Roland's view, going around famous attractions does not actually gain happiness and joy, let alone some internet celebrity check-in, but memory and analogy, the basic material that can enhance human expression ability. Many people feel that they want to express, but cannot express it, which is a manifestation of being dumb. But in fact, this is more about insufficient accumulation. You have a scene in your mind, but don't know how to describe it. The simplest way is to give an example and find a famous reference to make others understand what you mean. Although this method is simple, it is also a reflection of one's own background. If you continue to extend it with visual accumulation, you will never be in a situation where you want to express but can't, and even give up expressing. And this kind of accumulation is also the easiest to achieve, because you don't need boring reading, just spend money. What if you don't remember the history when you go to the World Heritage? It doesn't matter, you just have an impression. If you are really interested, then we can fly over next time with historical materials for a search. Interest is the best mentor. It can make you take the initiative to understand the world, and money is just a bridge for you to realize your interest. But Roland is not short of money. Because of this, at the end of the journey in England, and on the way to Scotland, the group's biggest gain is not actually any commodity. As long as the goods are put out for sale, they can be bought everywhere, and the photos that record the moment in their hands are the most precious things. At least many years later, no one will say, I don't even have a picture of him. He exists now only in my memory. Unfortunately, this comfortable environment did not last long. As soon as they entered Edinburgh and checked into the booked hotel, Roland and Cole Needham were discussing the next itinerary. They were going to visit Edinburgh Castle first, and then find a way to go to St Kilda Island, the only natural and cultural dual heritage in the UK and the farthest settled island in the British Isles, when someone knocked on the door from outside. When he opened it and took a look, the 5-year-old little Lali was holding a big black bag, looking at him with a smile on her face. Roland, huh? What's the matter? Didn't you say to take a rest first and gather for dinner at 6:30? The sweet voice made Roland a little confused, but he still moved aside to let the other person in. Yes, dinner is at 6:30, but we have to wear new clothes to eat. The little Lali blinked. New clothes? What new clothes? Roland felt a little strange. Did you just buy them? Yes. The little Lali nodded. On the way here, there were many locals, and they all wore beautiful clothes, so I asked my mother to take me to buy them, one set for each person. Oh. It turned out to be folk costumes. Roland, who understood, suddenly realized, well, give them to me. I will change directly later. Roland didn't think there was anything wrong with wearing clothes with regional characteristics, or other, local characteristics were their goal of buying, but when he took the bag, Elizabeth still stood there, looking at him with her big watery eyes. What? Is there anything else? Roland asked. My brother said that I must watch you open the bag before I can leave. The little lolly told Roland the reason very honestly. As soon as these words came out, Roland narrowed his eyes instantly, and in the corner of the gatehouse, next to Roland's guest room, the fat boy who was hiding at the door of his suite and eavesdropping suddenly covered his face with one hand, showing pain. However, just as he leaned against the door frame and slid down painfully like a sloth, Roland, who felt something was wrong, had already opened the bag. He picked it up and took a look. Wow. Isn't this a Scottish plaid skirt? Not only do you want me to wear a skirt, but you also want me to go into battle in an empty space? Note, many functions on IMDb have been deleted. For example, California passed an anti-discrimination law in 2017. Starting in 2018, age details in the database must be deleted or placed in a very hidden corner. In order to make young actors more competitive, many big names still have it, because the data can be found with Google, but many newcomers have been deleted. Chapter 141 Intelligence, Children's Magic Dreams. Roland is no stranger to Scottish kilts. Zhu Beji, who became famous for his saying one day goes by, when I close my eyes and open them again, and my life goes by, when I close my eyes, and don't open them again, appeared in front of 1.3 billion people wearing a knockoff version of a Scottish kilt. It is normal for men to wear skirts in Scotland, but why did Roland think that there are always unruly people who want to harm me after seeing the skirts? It's because he has seen too many of them. In Braveheart, written, directed and acted by Mel Gibson, there is such a scene. The Scottish rebels led by Wallace all wore Scottish kilts, and when fighting, they would lift up their skirts and taunt the British soldiers. Although there are historical errors, Wallace's uprising was in the 13th century, and the Scottish kilt appeared in the 16th century, but this is just a distortion of history, and it does not tamper with the wearing and use of Scottish kilts. After eating several melons in a row, Roland was naturally very sensitive to this skirt, and now, licky. Roland pinched the skirt, shook it open, and took a look. After confirming that the size was the same as her body, he raised his hand to touch the back of Elizabeth's head and asked very carefully, "Are you sure you like this style of clothing?" While speaking, Roland also squatted down, and his slightly tilted face was full of seriousness. The little girl with twinkling eyes heard this, and her lips immediately pursed up. She lowered her hands and pinched the hem of the skirt, and her face showed a pitiful look, like. Before she finished speaking, Roland began to scare her. The nose of a child who lies will grow like Pinocchio. Elizabeth's facial features tightened, and she quickly changed her words. "I like the set you are wearing now." "Hey. That's right." When Roland heard this, a satisfied smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Then this skirt. James wanted you to wear it." Since she had already revealed her true colors, Elizabeth had nothing to hide. "As soon as I entered the hotel, I wanted to sleep. As a result, James came to knock on our door and pulled my mother to say that the clothes here were really beautiful, so my mother took us downstairs. I found a clothing store and bought a set for each of us. Your set was selected by James himself. He said that you would look very good in a red skirt. Then he bought me 4 iced pineapple cream pies and asked me to bring the skirt over." While speaking, Elizabeth's head also drooped slightly, as if she knew she was wrong, but her little eyes were peeking at Roland's expression, and the tip of her tongue licking her mouth seemed to tell Roland that the dessert with a strange name seemed to be very delicious. After hearing these words like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, James, who was already lying at the door, rolled his eyes. Haha. The case was solved. Roland stuffed the skirt into the bag casually and asked at the same time, did he buy it for himself? Elizabeth was stunned for a few seconds when faced with this question. Her chubby cheeks swelled up like a frog. James didn't seem to buy it for himself. The little lolly thought for a while, then bit her lips with her pearly teeth and shook her head. Bang! The next second, a dull sound exploded in the ears of the two. Roland, who heard the noise, showed a friendly smile. After rubbing the honest little Lala's head twice, he took the bag and found the assistant, asking him to go to the hotel lobby to get a spare room card. When Roland swiped open the door of the room where James lived, the anti-theft chain could not stop him at all. When he got into the room, the unknown creature on the bed that looked like a mountain made him curl his lips. James. HMM. A dull response came from the quilt. Don't you want to explain it? Roland shook the bag in his hand. Explain? What do you want to explain? As the hill shook, a head with a bird's nest on it suddenly grew out of the quilt like a bean sprout. The sleepy eyes and confused face seemed to prove to Roland that he knew nothing. Ahem. He coughed twice, then blew his nose and said, I seem to have a cold. I feel uncomfortable. I went to bed as soon as I entered the hotel. Do you have anything to talk to me about? If it's dinner, I don't think I have the energy to go out to eat. Oh, then do you still have a fever? Roland showed a concerned look. Fever? Yes, yes, yes. I feel very hot now. James was stunned at first, and then he found a new excuse following Roland's words. Oh, it's okay. Just put on this dress. Roland walked to the bedside very kindly, poured all the clothes James bought in front of him, and said in a tone that said, I'm lying, but you dare not deny it. Wearing a skirt in the Scottish way can not only cover the vital parts, but also achieve physical cooling. Then when you go out to eat with us, the wind will blow under the skirt, and the comfort will surely dispel the heat in your heart. What? It's amazing that wearing a skirt and blowing the wind can achieve physical cooling. Feeling Roland's right hand on his shoulder, James, who wanted to pretend to be sick, immediately showed a constipated expression, saying, I'm not well educated, don't lie to me. But no matter how he resisted, Roland still smiled and stuffed the skirt into his hand. Roland, forget it. James wanted to reconcile. I'll have to hire another biology teacher for you. Roland smiled and said devilish words. Okay, I'll wear it. Isn't it okay if I wear it? James shuddered and quickly snatched the skirt. Remember to respect the customs and habits of the Scottish people, Roland emphasized with great satisfaction. Hearing this, James' face darkened. Originally, James, who finally got the opportunity to have fun, had some doubts about his name after playing for a few days. After entering the Scottish area, he saw the local residents' clothes and learned the reasons. He thought of tricking Roland. I have classes during the day, and there are tutors to make up lessons at night. There are 24 hours a day, and there are only a few hours to play. The point is that the teachers of science and engineering were all hired by Roland. As for David's opinion, with the eldest daughter and the second daughter going into Hollywood, the youngest daughter is a follower, and she goes wherever her sister goes. When Roland appears and hugs his thigh like a koala, James is obviously the heir to the family property. And in this case, isn't it a very reasonable thing to study hard? Roland took extra classes, his father acquiesced, and his mother was taking care of his 3 younger sisters. James really became an adopted child. There was nothing wrong with his vision of trying to trick Roland, but who made him find the wrong person? It would be better for him to do it himself than to let Elizabeth deliver it. Want to bribe Elizabeth with 4 iced pineapple cream pies? You are dreaming. You know, as a guy who can make a lot of directors laugh to death with his storyboard drawings, Roland can make Elizabeth's portrait lifelike. Using food to tempt a guy who uses Roland's card to buy everything. Isn't this a fantasy? That's right, Roland gave his card to Elizabeth. After all, this thing is more real than the heart-shaped stone. And Elizabeth doesn't really use it. If there is something she wants, but her mother doesn't buy it for her, she will still call. As for Roland himself, sorry, he used the secondary card given by David. There is no way. The life of rich people is so boring. Therefore, under Roland's threat to add a tutor, James went to dinner that night wearing a kilt. Fearing exposure, his shy steps made David frown. James. Dad, do you have a stomachache? No. Then you. Dad, I just fell down in the shower and pulled my groin. God damn, I pulled my groin. Roland, who had just folded the napkin and hadn't spread it on his legs, almost burst out laughing. This is really a family of people. Even the excuses are exactly the same. The kilt thing really didn't affect Roland much. If it was a little lolly who wanted to see him wearing it, he would have put it on directly, but who let James, the bad guy, want to join in the fun? After dinner, Roland, who wanted to leave a deep memory for James, directly suggested to see the night view. David and Ganetti said they didn't care. The three little lollies also picked up their cameras with great interest. Only James had a frustrated look on his face. He wanted to resist, but was extremely helpless, just like Yao Ming's embarrassing appearance when he was forcibly dragged to a nightclub. But Roland ignored him, because Edinburgh under the night sky was really beautiful. The sky was grey, as if it had cried. Walking on the street, the breeze made it more peaceful. The moon was in the misty clouds, dimly glowing with a light white halo. The 61-meter-high Scott Memorial Tower was extremely conspicuous in the brightly lit night scene, and the pointed roof of the Scottish National Gallery and the yellow lights were entangled with each other, and in the misty water vapor, a series of light yellow lights were folded out. As for Edinburgh Castle, this castle built on the top of the granite of an extinct volcano is more than 1,500 years old. It stands alone in a corner of the city with 3 cliffs and 1 slope. As long as you pass through the portcullis built 450 years ago, starting from the statue of King Robert the Bruce, and walking up the long ladder leading to the top of the rock, you can experience the daily life of the Night Watchman in the North in Game of Thrones. It is also the place where Milk Teelon and his wife took wedding photos. However, due to the legend of haunted Edinburgh Castle, there are headless drummer ghosts wandering in it since 1650, and the lonely bagpiper ghost who plays bagpipes at the bottom of the castle all year round, as well as the souls of prisoners imprisoned in the 7 Years' War who have not been able to rest, and the ghost dogs that appear in the foggy cemetery at night. So, Roland, who has been reborn, is a little timid, and dare not go over. Standing on the Royal Mile Road, and looking far away, the castle on the cliff stands tall, and because the lights are 45 degrees from bottom to top, so, the roof of the castle at night, will merge with the sky. If you have to describe it, it's like, James, do you think it looks like the Batman castle in the comics? Everyone. Roland's words really ruined the view. Cole Needham, who was acting as a tour guide and introducing the various buildings, was immediately furious, and the others who thought the surrounding scenery had an artistic atmosphere also looked at Roland with a pout. That look almost made Roland shut up. I'm just making an analogy. Roland shrugged. You guys continue. There was no other way. Although Roland was also in Edinburgh for the first time, he had watched countless movies, so he looked like he was watching a movie wherever he looked, such as Anne Hathaway's One Day, Tom Hanks' The Da Vinci Code and Cloud Atlas, Ewan McGregor's Trainspotting, Simon Pegg's Booker and Hale, Mel Gibson's Braveheart, Benedict Cumberbatch's Sherlock Holmes and a bunch of other movies and TV series, all of which were filmed here. Of course, the most influential one is naturally Harry Potter. You know, in order to film Harry Potter, the British political parties stood together for the first time and amended the law for them. Due to the British child labour law, children under the age of 13 can only work 7 hours a day and must attend 3 hours of classes every day. The trio was only 11 years old at the time, and it would definitely not be possible to finish filming in a year. If they could not finish filming, they would grow up, which would not be in line with the original work, so the table in the Prime Minister's office was smashed. Then, a few months later, in order to allow the film to be filmed in the UK, the Parliament directly passed the amendment proposal. The new law not only extended the shooting time from 7 hours to 9 hours, but also allowed the children filming to do homework once every 4 weeks. They could argue for 7 years on Brexit, but they only held one meeting on the child labour law. This kind of influence is really wait. Stop. Exclamation mark. What the hell is begging? Roland, who was moved by the scene, shuddered. Harry Potter, Edinburgh, Scotland, 1994. Wow. Isn't this a coincidence? As a guy who had seen Chris Columbus, the founding director of Harry Potter, in the early 1990s, Roland was very familiar with the history of the entire series. Not only because he had seen the movie, but also because, well, Roland confessed that he was a victim of piracy. Before Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince appeared, he saw a copy of Harry Potter and the Marshmallow in a bookstore, and the bookseller said to him with magical words, "This is the genuine copy. We changed the cover because we were afraid of being checked. There are only a few copies in total, and we'll sell it to you if you want 100. Roland was so excited at the time that he decisively took out the money he was going to spend on the pig farm to play Fantasy Westward Journey and brought the book home. As a result, when he tore it open, he saw, wow, why is the protagonist called Wolf Brother? What? Isn't this the Aoshi Lu? I have seen it. That's right, Roland could use the money he earned from playing games to buy books, and the point is that he was cheated. In this case, do you think he would not be impressed? Later, when he switched to making videos, because he couldn't make it in the industry, he knew that the Philosopher's Stone had already been submitted in early 1994. Not only that, he also knew that the copyright of Harry Potter had never been in Warner's hands. Warner has always had the agency rights. In 1997, a guy named David Heyman registered a film company called Shangri in London, and in 1999 he had already obtained the film adaptation rights of Harry Potter. As for who he is a member of the Jewish gang. He graduated in 1983, and in 1984 he learned to make movies with David Lean through his parents' relationship. In 1986, he got the position of creative supervisor at Warner, and then became the vice chairman of MGM United Artists. His father, John Heyman, is Jewish and has a very close relationship with Elizabeth Taylor, while his mother, Norma Heyman, is a traditional British and has a very good relationship with Anthony Hopkins. Of course, his interpersonal relationship is not the point. The point is that the Harry Potter series of movies is originally a resource of the Jewish gang. When the project was first established, the documents were placed on Steven Spielberg's desk, but because he insisted on letting Hallie Osment play Harry Potter, he was strongly opposed by J.K. Rowling, so the old man withdrew from the project. The so-called 50-person director audition was just an excuse for the crew to promote it. After Spielberg withdrew, Chris Columbus spent 2 weeks writing the script and got the director position. And J.K. Rowling also gave in, and the casting range changed from Great Britain to British. There is no way. You have to give in. You have already rejected a guy from the Jewish gang. Do you want to reject the second one? For a fantasy movie like yours, just stay at home without special effects. It is precisely because of knowing these things that Rowland did not take Harry Potter to heart. First, he knew that J.K. Rowling was stubborn, and even if he got it first, he couldn't let Elizabeth play the little beaver. Second, the project was originally placed in the office of DreamWorks. He only needed to wait for the documents to arrive again, and then let the old man invest in it, right? If you don't shoot it, you can invest, right? For the sake of your apprentice being a director? As long as the IP can stay in DreamWorks, the bad movie can continue to rot. This approach can not only bring huge profits to oneself, but also hit peers. The point is that it can make Disney drool with envy. How great. And now, Roland's eyes flickered. Since he's here, why not go and take a look? He has money to publish this thing, and he has money to shoot this thing, and as for the distribution, Sony has already given it away for free. Roland? A sweet call came from the front. Roland, who had been standing there thinking for a long time, came back to his senses instantly. Feeling the doubtful gaze, he quickly responded with a smile and said, "Oh, I remembered something. What did you think of? It's not Night Monkey, is it?" James, who was rubbing his thigh, complained. No, no, no. Roland shook his head repeatedly, and as he stepped forward, he also looked at Cole Needham on the side. Before I came to the UK, James Cameron recommended me an elephant cafe in Scotland. He said the coffee there is delicious. Do you know where it is? That's right. If you don't know how to explain your abnormality, then just blame it. Anyway, the truck driver is used to taking the blame. He won't mind. Cameron, not your mother's head. Elephant cafe. I really don't know about this. Cole Needham thought for a few seconds, then shook his head, but I can ask for you. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Roland made an okay gesture. However, before Cole Needham went to ask in the nearby shops, he asked curiously, you just mentioned James Cameron. How did he know about this cafe? Oh, this. He has always wanted to make a movie about the Titanic, which is a cruise ship of the British White Star Company, and it was heading from England to New York, so he came to England to look for information from that year. Roland said without hesitation. Cameron was so familiar with him that he could easily find a reason. Cameron, then I really have to thank you very much. So that's how it is. That's great. Cole Needham liked to hear such stories. After learning the whole story, he smiled and went into a nearby shop. After everyone followed him around for 2 rounds and asked 7 or 8 shops, Roland finally saw the Red Cafe. Standing at the door and looking around, there were only 4 people in the deserted shop. In addition to the owner behind the bar, there were 2 middle-aged women sitting at the coffee table and a baby carriage parked next to them. Note, it is true that the Child Labor Act was amended for Harry Potter. Emma Watson wrote it in her autobiography. It is also true that Spielberg was rejected by Rowling. Halley Osment is a good seedling. He first filmed Forrest Gump and then The Sixth Sense. He can fly as Harry Potter. After the series was finished, there was also a male actor in the Jewish gang, but Rowling insisted on British children, so Spielberg took Halley to shoot artificial intelligence. Chris Columbus admitted in the documentary that as soon as Spielberg withdrew, he immediately took over and wrote the script in 2 weeks, which led to the first 2 films being full of bugs. What about the competition among 50 directors? How could the Jewish gang let others interfere with their own projects? Rowling's copyright is indeed in Sunshine Films, which is represented by Warner. The significance of Sunshine Films' existence is actually similar to Spielberg's Amblin. It does not pay for itself and takes corporate tax reduction. David Heyman is a member of the Jewish gang, but he is not Jewish because his mother is not Jewish, but his father, his grandfather and grandmother are, and he was able to climb up because of his father. At the end of 1993, Rowling was already at her sister's house in Edinburgh. According to her sister, in early November 1993, Rowling quarreled with her husband and wanted a divorce. Seeing that her sister was in a bad mood, she encouraged her sister to write a novel because she had listened to her sister's stories when she was a child. Before the divorce, the outline had been written. Rowling's divorce was on August 10, 1994, so it was proposed in the text that she had started writing. As for when she wrote the first chapter, I admit that I didn't find out. Chapter 142, they are all fans, all second generation. For the sake of the children. Joan, how do you feel? The middle-aged blonde woman in a black, knitted top held the cup with both hands and sipped the coffee inside. When the sweet and bitter aroma filled her mouth, the pleasant feeling of relaxation made her squint her eyes. Am I right? This is the best place to write. There is heating and good light. The most important thing is to order a cup of coffee and stay for a whole day. Diane, can you please stop saying that? Joan, with blonde hair shawl, glared at her sister, raised her head, and glanced behind the counter, then continued, there are only a few of us in the store now, can you be a little low-key? Oh, Joan, I'm used to it. Before the woman named Diane could respond, the idle middle-aged boss behind the bar had already spoken. He stretched and stood up, yawning continuously. I'm very busy here. It's not a good idea to begin with. If you write something here, it will not only make my heating more valuable, but also let passers-by know that there are people here all year round. Hey, what do these people mean by standing at the door? Do they think I'm going to close? When the bored middle-aged boss saw a bunch of passers-by who appeared at the door of his store at some point, he hurriedly walked out of the bar, 3 steps turned into 2, and crossed the small inner hall. He held the door handle with his right hand and opened it very naturally. At the same time, he wanted the store to be full, so he also put on a kind smile and asked the guys at the door very kindly, good evening, do you want something to drink? Our store closes at 9 o'clock, and there is still an hour. Hearing this, the 2 middle-aged women who cast their eyes shook their heads. When opening a business, how can the boss tell the customers when the store closes first? Even if there is still an hour, you have to wait until others ask before you tell them. Just when the sisters thought that this group of tourists would most likely turn around and leave, the guy standing at the front, wearing a baseball cap, plain glasses, and a black scarf covering his face, suddenly nodded and asked, do you have macchiato? No. The boss smiled awkwardly but politely. Then you guys can have some. The young man turned his head and asked, what should we drink? As soon as he said this, the group of people around him all turned their eyes to the Mediterranean bald man, and the guy with glasses also spoke up, saying, David Gannetti, I recommend you Irish coffee with Irish whiskey. You three little girls like sweet food. Cappuccino, mocha coffee, latte coffee are all fine. As for James and you, do you want to have a cup of black coffee like me? Just as the bald man was recommending himself, the boss who was standing there and wanted to invite everyone in became even more embarrassed. We don't have Irish coffee here. Hey. The two sisters sitting next to him couldn't stand it anymore. Diane, who was previously praising the quietness of the store, stood up, walked to the door, and took over the boss's sales work very much. Good evening. Come in first. It's windy outside. There is heating inside. This is a small store, and we usually receive residents from the surrounding area. Everyone is a familiar customer, so special requests will be notified in advance. If someone wants to drink Irish coffee, our boss will purchase it in advance. Our best selling products are mocha coffee and latte. In a few words, this guy called Diane limited the items in the store to 2. In this case, Roland and his group had a better choice, all mocha, and then sat down. Why did J.K. Rowling write in the Elephant Cafe? Isn't it because the business here is not good? There is no one, it is quiet, and there is heating. Do you really think this is a place like Starbucks? Can you really work in that kind of place? What about free Wi-Fi? Maybe meeting like-minded investors, business partners, spiritual partners, working comfortably while listening to music, smelling the aroma of coffee, and listening to the coffee machine, and a working atmosphere in a cafe, the so-called elegance, romance, and good environment. Which of these is not related to the pretentiousness of literary youth? Before, people might not find a reason to refute. But now, with 2 weeks of being unable to go out, and 200 million people working at home, how many people are screaming, I want to go to the office to work? A hotbed-like environment will only delay work efficiency. So, even if the boss said sorry twice, Roland didn't care, because he knew the reason, and others. They were curious. James Cameron looked very unreliable. Why did he recommend such a cafe to Roland? The boss didn't even have a complete range of products, but he dared to open a store? These little tricks were just kept in their hearts, and no one said them out loud. Even if they said them out loud, it didn't matter, because Roland walked in to drink coffee, just to let the two ladies recognize him. When the boss awkwardly called Diane to help him deliver coffee, Roland, who had taken off her hat and scarf, achieved her goal. As her eyes focused, she, who was helping her friend sell coffee, suddenly widened her eyes. After a moment of stunned silence, she took a step back and scanned the crowd one by one. The whole process lasted about 10 seconds. She covered her mouth and frowned and asked, Roland Allen. Are you Roland Allen? Oh my god, you are Roland Allen. Diane, what are you doing? Don't disturb the children. Oh, damn. Is this true? The Olsen family has been numb to such loud exclamations. In fact, since entering the UK, they have encountered the problem of identity exposure every day. If the Olsen sisters are popular in America, Roland Allen will be at risk of being recognized wherever she goes. You may not have seen Home Alone, but you have seen Terminator 2, right? If you haven't seen it yet, what about Jurassic Park? Good. Even if you don't watch movies, you must have heard the songs, right? Do you know MJ's music videos? You haven't seen them either? That's fine. Even if you don't watch movies or listen to music, you must have a TV at home, right? The day when Jurassic Park made history, most media reported the news. If you still don't know about it, then you might be planting potatoes on Mars, waiting for someone to save you. After seeing that the Rowling sisters and the owner of the cafe were looking at him in surprise, Roland raised his index finger in front of his mouth, made a gesture of silence, then nodded gently and said, yeah. The simple admission made the three people who were full of surprise cover their mouths. Diane, who had helped the boss out earlier, put her hands together and put them in front of her nose as if praying, oh, I have seen all your movies. I have liked you since Christmas in 1990. Wow. You are really like the rumors, even more handsome in person than on the screen. Oh my god. Oh my god. All the students I taught before were your fans. Joan, who had not moved, stood up at this moment, and after taking 2 steps forward, she suddenly turned back and picked up the book on the table. With his notebook and pen, he came to Roland with expectation. Can you please sign for me? Anywhere is fine. My son is your #1 fan. Shit. If he knew you came to the store to drink coffee, he would be so happy. The owner of the coffee shop, who was still feeling a little embarrassed, seemed to remember something and rubbed his wet hands on the edge of his pants, saying, "Can you stay here for a while? I'll go back and call my son over now. If he knew you were here but didn't see you, he would definitely kill me." As he spoke, he pushed the door open and rushed out. After seeing the happy figure leaving, Roland also glanced at the bodyguards at the door and motioned one of them to follow him to avoid any accidents. In fact, all of this was within Roland's expectations. It was not because he was confident, but, well, let's show our cards. Stop pretending. He is so confident. He felt that, as long as he walked into the coffee shop and took off his disguise, these people would recognize him. For Roland, his face is the best business card. Of course, except for those who are very handsome like Jack Ma, he doesn't need to introduce himself. This is the key. With a face, he doesn't need to prove his identity to others. His resume will be known by most people. When I'm more famous and richer than you, the one who should be most worried is actually Roland himself. With the exposure of his identity, everything became simpler. He hugged the son of the cafe owner, signed the dinosaur toys he brought, and took a photo with the excited little guy. After a standard fan meeting process, the little guy was so happy that he couldn't find his way. As for the Rowling sisters, they are not much better. The younger sister Diane, who recognized him first, is a big fan of Roland. When his older sister Joan fell in love with her husband, family movies were the best choice. When she taught English to the children in school, she played the most videos that resonated with the children. When creating, the 10-year-old children with distinct personalities are the best reference. That's right, Roland didn't even need to say anything. The other part, his writing, was already in his hands. Joan, also known as J.K. Rowling, handed Roland the signed book, which was her writing manuscript. Roland just turned to the first page and saw the name Harry Potter. Before he signed, the conversation took place in the cafe. "Yes, someone recommended it to me. They said this cafe is good." "Then you've been cheated. The business here is not good." "Yes, I can see that." So I hesitated at the door. "Really? You were hesitating? Well, it's a good thing the boss stood up and asked, otherwise we would have missed it. It may not affect you, but for us, it would be a pity." "How could it be? I love everyone who loves me. It is your support that has made me who I'm today." "Oh, isn't this an autographed copy? Are you a writer? Is this a novel you wrote?" I guess so. These are just some short stories I wrote. The ideas are not yet perfect, so I only wrote the beginning." "Then can I take a look?" Lizzie and the others love listening to stories the most, but you know, the stories of Andersen, Grimm, and Arabian Nights are limited in number, and the kindergarten teachers love to go against us the most. They always like to tell stories in class, which makes us extremely worried, because no matter what we say, they have heard it before. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter, you see, it's Milner. If you like it, it's even better. Of course Roland liked it. He came here for this. As the only novel work in the top 10 entertainment brand revenue rankings, the only ones that can suppress it are Pokemon, Hello Kitty, Star Wars, Mickey Mouse, and Mario. Hiss, this Nintendo is really a pervert. No wonders Barks's head Philip Spencer said that Amazon and Google are Barks's future competitors. This is not that Microsoft has defeated Nintendo and Sony in the game field, but that they are ready to compete with Amazon and Google for the cloud market after being defeated. Of course, there are many more that can be suppressed by it, such as Batman, Spider-Man, Marvel Cinematic Universe, and Dragon Ball. These IPs are all under Harry Potter. Yes, the IP that Roland spent a lot of time to tinker with may eventually exceed Harry Potter, but before that, the magic world that harvests children's New Year's money is the more popular one. In fact, when Roland asked David to register a film and television company, he thought about how this thing should be developed in the future. Specialize in Marvel movies? Then give more opportunities to filmmakers who can meet niche needs. If he really did that, why would he need to register a company? Wouldn't it be better to just save money and buy Marvel? But if he did that, the sense of participation seemed too low. For him, it was very simple for Marvel to succeed. He just needed to find the bald Kevin Feige. Why can't DC movies be successful? Because people who make movies don't read DC comics. As a guy born in 1973, who gets comics sent by his father every birthday, Kevin Feige, the bald guy, knows Marvel better than anyone else in the Marvel creative team. Like Cole Needham, Kevin Feige is also a guy who generates electricity with love. You know, he quit working in the company that produced Superman not long after he started working there because he couldn't stand DC's brain twitch ideas. Then he resolutely became the personal assistant of film producer Roland Allen, that is, the producer of the X-Men series. As for how a young man chooses who he wants to play within Hollywood, because he has a good grandfather. His grandfather is also a Hollywood insider. He is the producer of the longest running TV series in America, Guiding Light, which has been broadcast for 72 years. Not only that, his grandfather also appeared in another soap opera, Make the World Go Round, which has been broadcast for 54 years. Generally speaking, a TV series will be cut after 4 or 5 seasons, but the abnormal results of 72 years and 54 years in a row mean that they really understand this market. How can a guy who understands film production, likes to collect comics and figures, and has learned the market identification method of his grandfather not succeed? This is why a young man in his 20s dared to write the Mutant Universe plan and then handed it to Fox, hoping that the other party would prepare it according to his own ideas because he thinks he is awesome. Knowing that someone can generate electricity for love, Roland, who holds the copyright, can't just wait for others to come to him. And he also admires Mike Morhaime, Cole Needham, Kevin Feige and other guys who generate electricity for love. Because of love, they understand what the audience likes better than those capitalists. Because of love, as long as the subsequent conditions are in place, Roland is not afraid that these guys will run away because they want to do their job better than Roland. Unless they don't want to do it anymore, they are the team that no company can dig out. In this way, Roland feels that, except for paying these guys money, it seems that I have nothing to do. This feeling of waiting for the ready-made results while others are working in full swing. Why is it so wrong? That's right. Even though Roland listed games, movies, and the internet as 3 legs for the company, he doesn't have to take care of these. That's why he keeps taking on roles, not only because he likes this stuff, but also because, if he doesn't even shoot a role, then he can really retire. With Buffett's support, he can definitely get on the Forbes list. And now, watching the 3 little lollies come up to James and listen to him read stories, Roland's thoughts became clearer and clearer. If he gets Harry Potter and Marvel, then the age range of children will actually be complete. These 2 series can cover the ages of 8 to 30. Although the content is a bit thin, it's much better than Netflix, which has nothing to offer. He has countless time to fill in the content, and as for the target, let's set it as Ashley, Mary, Lizzie, HMM. The 3 little lollies raised their heads. Are you interested? HMM. The 3 little lollies nodded. Then let's decide to satisfy our own family first. Starting with Harry Potter, there is also Marvel. DreamWorks animation is also excellent, not to mention the live-action movies. Not only that, with Marvel being controlled by our own people, Jobs and Spielberg being like-minded, and Lucas being able to pressure the media to borrow a plane in minutes, the types of entertainment for the little ones to grow up on are already. That's not right. Marvel plus Pixar plus Lucas? Hiss. Roland dared to touch James' conscience and swear to the sky that he was definitely not targeting Disney. Really not. He just wanted these little guys to grow up happily. Because of this, when James finished reading the beginning of the draft and the little guys all looked at Rowling with eager eyes, Roland said very naturally, "It seems that they like it very much, but I don't know when you can write this story. If you are willing to continue, please call me, okay?" I think we can help you solve a series of problems such as publishing a book. Note, many marketing accounts say that coffee shops can improve people's office efficiency and mention Rowling all the time. But Rowling herself said in a documentary that the coffee in the Elephant Cafe is not good, and the main point is that it is quiet, economical and has heating. Secondly, the Financial Times, the New York Times and Harvard University conducted a column survey in 2018. The coffee shops that freelancers yearn for will reduce people's work efficiency. The simplest point is that the chairs in Starbucks coffee shops are designed for half an hour. If you sit for 3 hours, you will feel tired in your back and want to drink coffee and eat something to refresh yourself. To promote sales, the probability of suffering from carpal tunnel syndrome is 20 to 50 points higher than that of normal desks and chairs. Kevin Feige is also a guy who generates electricity for love, and he is a fanatic fan of figurines. As for making a fortune, he has 3 generations. Just imagine, a 25-year-old guy took his own mutant universe plan to Fox and told them that I hope you will shoot more than a dozen X-Men movies according to the outline I wrote, with a total investment of more than 1 billion yuan. After Fox directly refused, he still let him stay in the group. Is this love? Is this responsibility? No, this is not wanting to bother with the younger generation who has gone crazy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, You all are beeping. Why are you so annoying? In fact, with Roland's current status, buying copyrights is as easy as buying cabbage in the market. Others will not ask him why, because I'm willing to do it, even if money is more valuable than money. In 1981, Spielberg spent $60,000 to buy the wooden sled in the movie Citizen Kane directed by Orson Welles, just because he liked it. Because his children like to drive, he directly turned the green space in his own manner into a racetrack and installed a traffic light starter just to let the children enjoy the childhood they never had. Kim Basinger, the guy who played Batman's girlfriend in Tim Burton's version of Batman, spent $20 million to buy a town just to make it a tourist attraction, but ended up in bankruptcy liquidation. Nicolas Cage and Leo competed for the Tyrannosaurus skull and spent $276,000. Leo's pet octopus at home costs $150,000 each. To the general public, these expenditures are simply crazy, but to them, it is just reasonable consumption when they are interested. Many rich people look ordinary because their wives are competing and showing off their wealth. As for themselves, you are wearing shiny gold, Hermes platinum bags, CL red soled shoes, but your whole body is not as valuable as a wheel of my son's toy car. The guys wearing gold and silver just want others to know you, but the guys at the top of the pyramid only need to scan their faces. Maybe the public cannot recognize them, but everyone will know them in the places they go, and that is enough. Because of this, when Roland talked about writing in a tone that the little ones were very interested, and I was optimistic about you, Rowling, who was already living in financial difficulty and was now in a daze of excitement, was so surprised that she couldn't speak. But her sister, who had been encouraging her to write, wanted to seize the opportunity and quickly agreed on her sister's behalf. Oh, this is really great. This is really the best New Year's gift. My sister has always liked to write novels, but she didn't find a publisher because of family reasons. Well, she actually has some emotional problems, and her writing is also intermittent. She will be able to get back on track after the divorce, so I may make you wait for a while. Why can Spielberg become a copyright harvester? It's because people like to sell big and not small. His movies have been successful again and again, making the original authors earn a lot of money. In this case, when he is interested in a work, the Hollywood giants will have to double the price, otherwise they will not want to compete with him. In the absence of the old man's olive branch, Hollywood giants are more competitive than other second-tier companies in buying any IP, not only because they are rich, but also because they have complete channels. What about Twilight and the Hunger Games? These IPs, even if Summit Entertainment and Lionsgate bet right 10 times, they can't become Disney because they have already lost in terms of box office alone. These two companies do have global distribution channels, but in fact, unlike Disney, Warner, Sony, which have established offices in each country, and Universal and Paramount, which have jointly established offices, these second-tier companies' distribution channels are directly looking for local companies to cooperate. It often happens that I cooperated with Company A on the previous movie, but when it comes to the next movie, Company A has gone bankrupt and liquidated, and I can only look for Company B in this situation. Small companies will never be able to make it. Even if you acquire all the second and third tier companies in Hollywood, you can't beat Disney. Because the distribution channels that are not controlled by themselves can be killed by Disney in minutes. In this way, Roland's interest is the best news for the Rowling sisters. It's better than Oxford University Press and Cambridge University Press wanting to publish her works. Because he is a celebrity with a huge fan base. As long as he is willing to say a word of interest in public, his work will be stable. As long as the work sells well, everything will come naturally. Because of this, Roland, who understood why they were excited, was very calm. He pretended not to know what Rowling's sister said, but asked in a surprised tone, "Do you need help?" While speaking, he turned his head to look at Cole Needham. The guy who had received sponsorship from Roland quickly answered and said, "If you need a divorce lawyer, or a custody issue, I can provide some help." While the sisters cast doubtful eyes, the bald man said, "Bristol, an engineer at HP Research. My friend." Roland added, "When my little lolly likes your story, in order for you to write better and faster, I'm willing to help you solve some problems that would have taken a long time to delay." The Rowling sisters state is like winning the lottery. After learning that Roland sponsored Cole Needham's website, the next thing became even simpler. For Rowling, a mother who was determined to divorce and fight for the custody of her children, the guy who could help her with all this was a good person. After leaving her contact information and asking Cole Needham to contact the best local lawyer, Roland could clearly feel that Rowling's favorability was full. The rest, of course, was to wait for others to come to her on their own initiative, just like Mike Mohami and Cole Needham. Of course, David saw that Roland had completed a favor investment by drinking a cup of extremely unpalatable coffee in the cafe recommended by Cameron. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Roland, and that he was suddenly interested in a story that had just been written, it didn't matter. It was a storyboard for his 3 daughters anyway. David is not blind. He is not surprised by the scene that Roland often tells stories to his daughters. Not only that, he knows clearly that his daughters often shake their heads and force Roland to tell some new things. Since Roland can help him and his wife relieve stress and leave time for the couple to be alone, why should he stop these things? It's just telling a story, which is a manifestation of family harmony. As for James often secretly telling him that Roland is interested in Elizabeth. What kind of rumors are you making up? When he thought of this, David glanced at his son with dissatisfaction. They are both boys. Why is there such a big gap? The kid from Allen's family has achieved financial freedom in 5 years, but my kid from Olsens' family has to be watched even when studying. People tell stories to your 3 sisters because they don't want them to disturb your studies. Finding a tutor for you is to prevent you from suffering from lack of education. Such a simple truth. Why doesn't this child understand? Must you say that Roland has ulterior motives towards Elizabeth? I think it's you who want Roland to wear a skirt who has ulterior motives. The point is, you have to cheat your sister to give you a skirt. How shameful. If James knew about David's thoughts, he would be furious and confront Roland. Roland would show an innocent expression and put all the blame on the other party. There's nothing you can do. Who made you fail to meet your father's expectations? As for Rowling, on the way back to the hotel, the idea of collecting suddenly came to her, but it disappeared. The reason why Roland remembered Harry Potter was purely because the other party was too famous. Apart from the main factor of fame, the classics in his memory were all owned by someone. Well, there are also Transformers by Hasbro, Mission Impossible by Tom Cruise, and The Bourne Supremacy by Matt Damon, but Roland is not interested in these. Or in other words, the value is too low. The Transformers project was originally made by Spielberg, and Hasbro has maintained a good cooperative relationship with them since the 1970s. This IP is really only valuable for movies, because the copyrights of other derivative products are all in the hands of Hasbro. Unless you acquire Hasbro, forget it. This matter is just a thought. To acquire a company with a market value of 10 billion for an IP, you can't waste money like this, even if you have money. Besides, Roland has no money. As for Mission Impossible, the first one was shot by Brian Palmer of the Jewish Gang, and this series is very cannibalistic. In addition, Tom Cruise and Paramount have a history of quarreling, so it is very embarrassing to get this thing. And the Bourne Supremacy. This was originally a project of the Jewish Gang. Spielberg's top producer Kathleen Kennedy and her husband Frank Marshall bought the copyright. The 5 movies in the entire series were made by this couple. Roland actually doesn't want to be idle. He wants to buy like those predecessors who traveled through time. But the problem is that he doesn't need to spend money to buy now. Because as long as the time comes, these projects will appear in front of him. There is no need to even rush to grab them. And all he has to do is to convince the old man to invest in these projects at the right time. As for DreamWorks having no money, what a joke. As long as he can convince the old man, he can keep borrowing money from asterisk. Well, Roland confessed that the real point is that the derivative value of these IPs is far less than that of Harry Potter. But even so, he thinks that the game Earthol is too simple. Those predecessors who traveled through time and reincarnation are really embarrassing. Everyone is hanging beeping. Why are you so hot? In this way, they return to the main theme of eating, drinking, and playing. After staying in the UK for 10 days, they turned and flew to Tromsø, Norway, the city of Aurora, that has been seen for thousands of years. Tromsø is the largest city in northern Norway. It is located in the center of the Aurora Oval, and has a long history. Unlike the Arctic Circle where the temperature drops to dozens of degrees below zero in winter, Tromsø, located on the coast, is much warmer than other areas at the same latitude thanks to the North Atlantic warm current. When the group got off the plane, the outside temperature was only -4 degrees. With a clear goal, they drove directly to the Fairy Tale Valley. There are outdoor tents with panoramic skylights and built-in stoves, which can maintain a comfortable temperature even on cold nights. As long as you lie on the bed, you can look at the gorgeous ribbons in the sky. If you want to pursue, as soon as the temperature drops, the IQ can reoccupy the high ground. Huskies are the best working dogs. The Siljaha who can get heat stroke in Phoenix is a serious manual worker in Norway. 8 of them are tied together and put on ropes. They keep howling there. If you sit on the sled, you can experience the joy of running wild. Under the moonlight, a group of furry kids were running wildly, indulging themselves in the cold wind with passion, and then, Roland, who wanted to face the strong wind without goggles and masks, was blown into a pool. Fuck. It's so cold. Roland climbed down from the sled and covered his handsome face. Humph. You deserve it. You pretended. James rolled his eyes at him. He had just given Roland goggles and masks, but the problem was that Roland didn't wear them. Just when Roland blew his nose and realized that he had done something wrong, 3 little lalas passing by him said, "Roland, let's go to the restaurant for dinner. The tour guide just told us that reindeer meat and salmon soup are delicious, and you won't be cold after eating them. Hey, this is a good boy." Hearing this, Roland was immediately happy. He glanced at James, who had a sour mouth, and directly pulled the little lalas away. In Norway, Roland and his friends did 3 things: watch the aurora, ride a husky sled, and rent a boat to watch whales. When the black-backed and white-bellied whale jumped out of the water and swung its tail beautifully, Elizabeth, who was lying on the edge of the boat to capture the beautiful scenery, shouted excitedly. When she showed off the photo she took to everyone, Roland suddenly felt that the more than $40,000 for renting a boat was worth it. After showing off, Elizabeth hugged his thigh again. "Roland, I want to raise a whale at home. Okay, I'll raise it for you when you are 10 years old." Roland agreed. Isn't it just raising a whale? What's wrong with that? Bill Gates built a whale shark aquarium at home, and the total cost was only $97 million. Although it's a bit much for him now, he can still afford it after saving for 5 years. If you can't buy land, then learn from Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle. Spend $500 million to buy an island in Hawaii and build a zoo. It would cost at most $1 billion to build a zoo. We can save money by increasing revenue and cutting costs. If someone in school invites Elizabeth to go out and says that they will drive a Maserati to take her to the amusement park, then I'm sorry, my little Becky rides a killer whale to school. And we have an amusement park at home. After wandering around Norway, the next is Sweden and Finland. Unlike Britain and Norway, these two countries have places that Roland wants to go. One is the Nobel Museum in Sweden, and the other is the Nokia headquarters in Finland. After wandering around the two countries, the group went south and went to Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, and France. They took a group photo at the Little Mermaid statue, ate raw herrings in wooden shoes, visited the ancient battlefield of Waterloo, and then bought a ton of potatoes and brought them to the door of Ubisoft as a gift. Aren't you short of servers? I gave you a ton. Don't thank me, thank yourselves if you want to thank someone. Originally, Roland planned to go back after playing for a month. But by the time they finished Spain and Portugal together, it was already mid-February. This is before we go to Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and Italy. As for Eastern Europe, forget it. During the 1.5 months of the trip, David took out 2 hours each morning and evening to work. Due to the sluggish real estate market, the company has actually been doing rental services. The Olsen sisters double-star company also has someone specifically watching the clothing industry. On Roland's side, David Fincher is still revising the script, and the earliest they will form a team is by the middle of the year. Roland doesn't need to take care of Blizzard at all. But even so, they still have to go back. Because James is going to school. During the time he was away, the biggest event in Hollywood was the announcement of the Golden Globe Awards. The result did not exceed people's expectations. This kind of publicity outlet usually doesn't kill people. As for the newly released movies, sorry, none of the new movies released in early 1994 are eye-catching. When Roland returned the plane to George Lucas, the other party did not ask him for the rental fee at all. Not only that, he also mentioned something else. Remember to make time to come to me on my birthday. The birthday that the bearded man mentioned was naturally his 50th birthday. After turning 50, it is time to celebrate. As a guy who retired after filming Star Wars, he enjoys life more than anyone else, and Roland would naturally not refuse such an invitation. No problem. May 14th. How could I ignore this? Hearing his birthday date, the bearded man laughed directly. I heard that you met an author in Edinburgh. Want to publish a book for her? Roland couldn't just borrow the plane. The pilots, flight attendants, and the staff responsible for route coordination were all his subordinates who were paid by the bearded man, so he could find out where Roland went and what delayed him by just asking a few questions. And it was no secret. Roland wanted to trouble the other party. Yes, then you have to go to your Lucas Book Publishing. In addition to toys, the peripherals of Star Wars are all made by Lucas himself. Under Lucasfilm, there is a Lucas Book Publishing company that specializes in publishing books and picture albums. How well the peripherals of Star Wars sell, how wide their channels are. With such a company, Roland still has nothing to worry about. Okay, just give me the manuscript when the time comes. Lucas didn't care. I'll charge you at cost price, and I won't make any money from you. He is the apprentice of the younger brother. It's so strange to talk about money. He can even give away Indiana Jones for free, so what's wrong with helping Roland publish this book? Besides, what kind of books can Roland like at this age? Isn't what he likes what children like? And books that children like can't be popular at all. In this way, instead of collecting money from Roland for self-publishing and holding a lot of goods in his hands, it's better for him to take charge of it. If they really can't sell, they will just spend $1 or $2 million on the goods, which is just 1 or 2 months living expenses for him, but he doesn't want these 1 or 2 months living expenses to dampen Roland's enthusiasm. After all, in their line of work, holding copyright is the hard truth. It's good that Roland has this awareness, but it's better not to lose money at the beginning. Note, all entertainment companies that do not set up physical distribution offices will never become first-tier companies. For example, John Wick and Fast and Furious 2 have been released in more than 50 countries, but their countries are different, and the commission is also different. Universal does it by itself, and Lionsgate will be charged by the agent. The point is that without a physical office, they are most afraid that their partners will quit or go bankrupt, because they have to find someone again. If they can't find someone, the market of this country will be gone directly. Not only that, the regional problem is even more serious. The most common one is Argentina. Even Warner and Sony have to let Universal and Paramount's joint film company do the distribution when releasing in Argentina. Second-tier companies can only give up when encountering these countries. All those who acquire a second-tier company and break into the top 6 are just dreaming. DreamWorks can't do it, not because they can't find agents, but because they can't set up offices in every country. You should know that Lionsgate's You Kill My Dog was distributed in the UK by Warner Brothers. You want to be the boss, even when your lifeblood is in your hands. Since you can't be the first, DreamWorks disbanded. Jason Bourne was indeed made after Catherine took a fancy to it, and The Sixth Sense written before was produced after Catherine's husband took a fancy to it. Hallie was 3 years older than the script content, but she was still chosen. Chapter 144 Forbes American Dream 5-Point Surgent Project. After returning to Los Angeles, the big rural area, the first thing Roland did was to pick up the courses he had dropped before. He was learning fitness, accent, history, and culture, and traditional performance skills. There is no need to explain fitness and accent. The former is good for the body, and the latter is a skill that is better than nothing. As for history and culture, it can't be said to cultivate one's own sentiments, but more like a key knife for finding gaps and filling them. Just like the truck driver who was filming Titanic and found that the style of the plate did not fit the current era. Roland did not ask himself to learn like an expert and answer the children's questions, but he had to at least be able to find obvious bugs, which was also an important part of ensuring that the audience would not be out of the play. Performance skills are actually more about collecting performance materials from different professions. After Hanks's guidance, he has mastered the process of entering and exiting the play, and the rest can only rely on his own continuous improvement of the equipment library. As for the director's skills, he is really not in a hurry. After following Chris Columbus, James Cameron, Steven Spielberg, and Robert Zemeckis, he was so familiar with everything on the set that he could still reach the level of a normal director when he was asked to shoot a script by himself. Although he had no personal style at all, there was no rush. There would be enough time and resources for him to slowly figure out these things in the future. Even if he was full of craftsmanship, he could still expect to be at the level of Ron Howard. In addition to the 4 courses, he also picked up the drawing board that had not been touched for a long time. You can say that he was practicing basic skills, or you can say that this was a relaxing pastime during the break. And the targets he copied were many, including the photos taken when he went out to play before, the comics in James' room, and the various figurines on one wall of the Otiku's apartment in the capital. These were all the objects he practiced. Just when Roland was confined to the villa area and did his best to be himself, the outside world, well, nothing big happened in the outside world. The only eye-catching movie was Ace Ventura, which was released on February 4th. Ace Ventura is a movie starring Jim Carrey. It cost $15 million and grossed $100 million. For a low-budget comedy, this result is very profitable. But apart from it, other movies are so bad that you can't even see the corpse. There is no way. At the beginning of each year, basically, the Christmas movies of last year continue to make efforts and the award-winning movies harvest the box office. Any commercial film released during this period is dispensable and cannon fodder. If you can make money, it's better. If you can't make money, it doesn't matter. It is precisely in this situation that the major Hollywood lists released by Forbes instantly became the biggest headlines in the entertainment industry. Roland Allen sits firmly at the top of the star income list with an income of more than $80 million, suppressing the second-ranked Harrison Ford by more than $60 million. On the director income list, the income of the second to 25th place combined is not as good as the first place's $280 million. On the power list, this old man with glasses is firmly in the first place, and the reason Forbes wrote is very simple. Steven's long-term contract with Universal has finally expired. The second place is occupied by the old man who borrowed Roland's plane. The reason Forbes chose him is also simple and clear. George is going to make the origin movie of Star Wars. The third place is a new face that people have seen for 4 years. Forbes' note for Roland is even clearer than the first two. Peter Parker. When everyone opened the magazine with the smell of ink, everyone was stunned. A 14-year-old guy made $80 million just from a movie. A 14-year-old guy can jump to the third place on the power list just by playing a role. This is simply, for most readers, it is not surprising that a movie with 280 million yuan surpasses the executives of Hollywood giants to become the top of the power list. After all, in the 1970s and 1980s, these two old men made hundreds of millions of yuan for a movie. The Fox executive who agreed not to pay Lucas and leave the copyright of Star Wars to him was fired the day after the box office results were released. After that, the Fox executive who got the distribution rights of the last two Star Wars movies has now been promoted to the parent company News Corporation. The one who discovered Spielberg is now the president of the parent company, and the guy who rejected Indiana Jones has already changed his career. Even the MGM production director who almost got them to film 007 was kicked out because of the final failure, and the Warner executive who rejected them from filming Superman is now working in finance. It is no exaggeration to say that the American people have become accustomed to the capitalists ruthlessly firing their employees to vent their anger. These two guys who can influence the choice of capital don't take those giant executives seriously at all. What about now? What's the situation of Roland jumping to third place? Although he is just behind the two and has no intention of breaking through, the list behind him is either the chairman of Warner Pictures, the chairman of Universal Pictures, the chairman of Paramount's decision-making committee, or the two co-chairmen of Sony Columbia TriStar Pictures. And from the ranking point of view, they all seem to be inferior to Roland. Forbes made a mistake in the ranking, right? Jurassic Park grossed $1 billion worldwide, and $80 million in revenue, is only 8% of the share. I can understand that, but why is Roland ranked third on the power list? What influence can he have in the capital? As a professional magazine with a history of 77 years, this commercial ranking list has been running for 12 years. How can such a low-level mistake still occur? If it is not recalled and revised, the credibility of this list may be directly lost, right? Whenever people type a question mark, it is not because they have a problem, but because they think you have a problem. For those business readers who bought Forbes magazine first, this list is simply wrong. But their doubts are normal for those media companies that also got the news. NBC TV even directly discussed this matter in the evening column of the day. The latest issue of Forbes magazine published various Hollywood-related lists. Unlike last year's list, this year's list features a new face that everyone knows, Roland Allen. This has also sparked a new controversy. Should he appear on the major Hollywood lists? According to our online survey, we found that readers who buy magazines think there is no problem with Roland appearing on the income list, because the vast majority of viewers go to the movies just for him. But they also think that it seems incredible that Roland was able to surpass the executives of Warner, Universal, Paramount, and Fox to rank third on the power list. For this reason, we interviewed many people and obtained a lot of information. According to our compilation, I just found it astonishing. The fact is that the more movies Roland makes, the higher his status in Hollywood will be. This is closely related to the box office, but more because of his contract. According to the information we learned from Fox, Roland's Home Alone contract has a clear agreement that within 2 years after the release of the movie, the producer and distributor can use his portrait to produce a series of derivative products, whether it is a movie broadcast on TV, or a videotape or poster sold in a video store, or some other merchandise. All are within the scope of compliance, but if it exceeds the 2-year period, the situation will be different. After 2 years, The products that were once customized are still compliant, but if you want to make changes to the movie, such as re-editing, releasing the ultimate version of the videotape, or in other words, just like the conversion of silent films to sound, and black and white to color, if you want to publish new products, you have to get authorization from him again. I know many people think that technological breakthroughs can't be that fast, but what if? The internet is so well developed now that it can transmit emails and pictures. What if it can transmit movies in the future? If that day really comes, and his works can be moved to the internet, then all the companies will have to continue to pay him. Now everyone is watching videotapes, but starting in 1990, Warner, Paramount, Universal, MGM United Artists, Sony, Disney, and Fox, these 7 companies, drafted a wish list, hoping that Philips and Toshiba could develop a 135-minute stock disc. As far as we know, Sony and Philips will announce the latest specifications by the end of this year. If CD storage is really realized, then if you want to burn movies like the Home Alone series and Terminator 2 into it, you have to get Roland's consent first. Only Jurassic Park, which is still within the validity period, has escaped the disaster for the time being. Many business people cannot understand why Roland Allen ranks ahead of the executives of those big companies. I can tell you, now that if Steven and George control all the copyrights of their own movies and force those film companies to negotiate with them, then Roland is the master of himself. The film companies know that, if they release a disc version, or watch it online, or a commemorative edition, fans will buy it and collect it, and they will make a lot of money, but before that, they have to negotiate a share with Roland, otherwise, no one will think of making this money. Just based on his current movies, Fox, Sony and Universal are headaches. Those executives have to satisfy their bosses and Roland. What about the future? These film companies want him to be Peter Parker, and at the same time, they have to smile and agree to a 2-year portrait license. They can refuse, but there are many who are eager to agree. When the terms set 5 years ago were ruthlessly exposed by the media, the business readers who had previously questioned the authenticity of the Forbes list all shut up. With the spread of television media, the list that was supposed to be circulated in paper form has entered thousands of households. When more Roland fans who don't read Forbes magazine learned of the news, the public opinion outside became even more irritable. If there is a Google search ranking these days, the news related to Roland would probably have been pushed to the top of the list. Cool. This ranking is really cool. A teenager about the same age as Roland jumped up from the bed. Wow. Is Roland so awesome? The little girl of the same age had stars in her eyes. So Roland's portrait authorization has always been for 2 years. That means he can get a share of the peripherals we buy in the future? I'm relieved. A young woman grabbed the bag on the table and went to work happily. Okay, kids, the questions you care about have been answered. Now, you can go back to sleep. The middle-aged man with his hands on his hips looked at the children on the sofa in the living room and said with a smile, if you want to be like Roland, you have to work hard. I can't help you find projects like David Olsen, but I can help you pay for school tuition. As for what you will learn in the end, it depends on you. Roland's fans don't hate the rich. How is it possible? Everyone has this kind of psychological state of yearning for beauty and hating the present. Seeing others living a life of luxury and arrogance, and then looking at their own doghouse buns, anyone will feel jealous. Just like Falcon, who donated 20,000 kilograms of rice, was sprayed by a bunch of people because they think that these rice are money-losing goods that a can't sell. It seems that it is right that you deserve to be scolded because you are rich, but the whole thing is actually relative. Hollywood has developed so much by that time. People in America had long been aware of the nature of those big studios. Projects that don't make money will be cut in half, and projects that can make money are the boss. In this situation, everyone hopes that someone can jump out and slap those capitalists hard, because not everyone hates those projects that don't make money. Even if a movie only has a pitiful box office of a few 100,000, there will be people who like it. Because of this, those who dare to challenge the producers and slap the producers hard will become popular. Why did Spielberg become a star director? Isn't it because all ordinary people want to be like him, do what they like, and become successful people? Why can Lucas, who has only made a few movies, also become a star director? The Star Wars universe has indeed influenced a generation, but that kind of my work, I have the final say over what I like, and he dared to confront Fox and say he would not shoot anymore. That's what people like about him. Why did Cameron become a star director? His works have indeed influenced the world, but that also made people know him. What really makes people like him is what all ordinary people yearn for. I do what I like. Even if I don't have the capital, I have the courage to confront the producer. It is because of my persistence that I was able to make a masterpiece. Isn't this a dreamlike story? Although stars who are famous all over the world have the characteristics of ordinary people, and in their stories, there will always be a villain called the producer. Peter Jackson withstood the 7 prejudices and succeeded. David Fincher withstood the pressure from Fox and succeeded. And now Roland has only starred in 4 movies, and it's already overriding those producers. What a 2-year story this is. Doesn't anyone use their brains to think about how Roland got the right to sign a 2-year authorization when he made his first movie? The producer who can make such a decision is either your father or a fool. But why do people like these stories? Most of the time, people don't want to be reasonable, but want to hear the stories they want to hear. They want to be like Bill Gates and be successful without studying. Because of this, regardless of whether it is the announcement of Forbes or the publicity of NBC and other media, these things are only a means for Roland to gather fans, so that those fans know that the guy they like also came from nothing. Although, he himself really thinks that this kind of deceptive and fantasy news is actually quite unethical. Isn't this making more guys daydream? But he can understand it. After all, America's propaganda on living off the elderly and being struck by lightning is very fierce. On the one hand, they don't want to see too many people climbing up, but on the other hand, they are happy to see everyone rushing forward for their dreams. And these two things are not contradictory. Isn't it enough to encourage those young people to work alone for their dreams? In this world, how many people can succeed in working alone? Therefore, after Forbes revealed part of his past and NBC tacitly portrayed a beautiful American dream to the public again, no matter who wanted to interview him, he had no intention of speaking out. He didn't want to go against the interest groups, and now he couldn't lie to his peers against his conscience. Hey, I started from scratch. In this way, this matter was handled coldly. When the internet is developed, there will always be perverts who have nothing to do after dinner, like luckily I didn't go, who will dig up their past. At that time, it doesn't matter whether he said my mother helped me a lot like Bill Gates, or I think my grandson will want to inherit my estate in US dollars like Warren Buffett said to Sun Yat-sen, because at that time, this question is meaningless. Just when Roland thought that the Forbes trend would last for a week, March 21st arrived. The Academy gave the award to everyone who needed it without any suspense. Roland, who was still the focus of public discussion that morning, was instantly squeezed out by Spielberg's double award, followed by Hanks who got what he wanted, and behind them, well, behind them, it was actually those anti-discrimination groups. Weinstein didn't go for the award. Sony changed its target and let The Wedding Banquet compete with 2 guys without promoters. Wouldn't they be defeated in minutes? With the award of The Wedding Banquet, the group who had never seen the movie but knew the content of the movie collectively orgasm, and they were very satisfied with the Oscars' correct choice. Of course, Roland would not pay attention to these guys, and he had no time to get involved in this mess. After attending the celebration party, after winning the award, he went to Disney on time to dub The Lion King. Dubbing is actually quite simple, acting in the air. Since there is no need to appear in public, even the third stage of the performance is not used. It took 2 weeks to revise and modify, and in mid-April, Roland officially finished the work. As for the salary of voice actors is not high. Hanks only received a friendly price for dubbing Toy Story, and Roland's normal salary would be $15 million. After all, he got $80 million for half an hour of face in Jurassic Park. But considering that Disney could never afford this price, they each took a step back. Roland took 5% of the entire IP channel. At the same time, he had to attend the premiere of the movie and could not be absent as before. To be honest, from Disney's perspective, 5% isn't much. 5% of $300 million is only $15 million, and with the appeal shown by Roland in Home Alone 2, $400 million box office is just around the corner, so they can earn more. Of course, Roland also thinks so, and 5% of the guaranteed $850 million is actually not a small amount. Add in all channels, and it will definitely earn more than Jurassic Park. Don't be too cruel. A dog will jump over the wall when it's desperate, and a rabbit will bite when it's desperate. When a mouse is desperate, it's even more terrible. When Roland finished dubbing, the truck driver who had finished filming the movie and returned to Los Angeles at the end of March also went through the rough cut. After he felt that the problem was not big and he could throw the work to others, he rushed to Roland's house in a hurry. The first thing he did after kicking open Roland's door was to ask, "How is the script going? Hurry up. I can't wait to officially start the project and inject funds." Notes: the dream of being a hero is very popular there. The most typical example is Lucas. When the Star Wars trilogy was filmed, he was a popular idol and the father of Star Wars, while Fox and the industry were a bunch of idiots. But when he tinkered with the prequels, a lot of people scolded him, and when he was in Indiana Jones 4, he became a businessman who fell into the eyes of money. It is a thing that people like to see the studio being beaten by the director and actors. Of course, if you make more money, they will scold you in the end. The portrait problem is the actual problem of the Olsen sisters. I have said it before, otherwise their wealth would not have been able to increase like a snowball. As for why they can sign such a contract, I can't find a reason. In 1990, the 7 major Hollywood companies did call on technology companies to study the 135-minute optical disc storage technology. The DVD war between Sony PS game console and Philips and Toshiba was derived from this. The subsequent HD DVD was even more bloody. Since it is not the main plot, I will not write about the industry standard war involving movies and games. Anyway, Roland is not involved in this thing. If I write about it, it will become a technology article. P.S. Add one thing that I didn't finish yesterday, including now. When Avengers 4 was released in Russia last year, it was also distributed by Walt Disney and Sony's joint distribution company. This company was established in 2006. In terms of distribution, even the current 5 major companies are playing together. Second-tier companies without a media matrix and industrial chain can only wait for death. They can't afford to play in the field of streaming media. Chapter 145 Spider-Man Trilogy. Can I say that I haven't started writing yet because the 42 pages you gave me are very different from my ideas. Roland rubbed his hands. The passionate truck driver made him feel a little flustered. Who in the industry didn't know that he went on vacation? And in the case of abandoning the project and playing around, he seemed to be a little unprofessional. However, Roland's embarrassment not only did not attract a lot of scolding, but made the truck driver very happy. He sat on the sofa and grabbed the handbag beside him. With a swish, the bag opened, and he took out a thick stack of documents. "No, that's great." The truck driver split the marked document into 2 and threw one of them to Roland. "Didn't you tell me before that you wanted to fight Dr. Lizard in the first movie? After I checked the information, I think it's okay. In the first movie, we fight Dr. Lizard and Green Goblin. These 2 villains don't conflict at all." "Stop." Seeing that the truck driver was about to talk endlessly, Roland, who was already confused, raised his hand and interrupted him. "You said Dr. Lizard and Green Goblin will appear in the first movie? You got the order wrong. This is even bigger than Superman and Batman, okay? How can a superhero's origin movie have 2 villains at the beginning? If you do this, won't the power system be messed up? DC movies are difficult to shoot, but Superman is a hacker and it's not easy to cut him. Now, Spider-Man can beat Dr. Lizard and the Green Goblin in the first movie, so in the second movie, he has to fight 4 villains to make people feel satisfied. And in the third movie, he has to shout 'I want to fight 10 like Master Yip Man.' How can this be possible? Even if there are many villains in Spider-Man, they can't stand the truck driver's nonsense." Seeing Roland's resistant expression, the truck driver immediately knew that this guy misunderstood him. He pressed his left hand in the air a few times, signaling this guy to calm down, and asked, "Do you know the origin of Dr. Lizard in the comics?" "Of course. A military doctor in the Vietnam War," Roland blurted out. He had already read this setting when he wanted to take over Spider-Man in 1991. How could he not know? Okay, then you know I wrote the script for Rambo 2 for Michael Stallone, right? The truck driver waved his left hand and said, I don't know if you've seen Rambo. Rambo, the Vietnam War veteran played by Michael in the movie, suffered discrimination. This was the social situation at the time, because the war was generally recognized as meaningless, and failure was even more of a shame. Dr. Lizard, who was created under this background, had a deformed mind. Drive Lizard was a military doctor in the Vietnam War. He lost his right hand when the base was attacked. After returning home, he began to study the regeneration of severed limbs. Moreover, he did not conduct any human experiments, but directly used the potion on himself. Then, the potion amplified his evil thoughts. He wanted to control the reptiles to dominate the land. In the comics, he is a tragic figure. Peter Parker did not kill him, but changed him back, but that was only temporary. Whenever he went crazy, he would change back. Do you know why Stan Lee did not kill him directly, like he did with other villains? Because his existence is a satire of that period of history at that time. Well, Roland had nothing to say. He really didn't know about this. As the truck driver spoke seriously, he also realized that this guy was not joking about the double villains. He was seriously making a commercial film. Okay, you continue. Roland leaned back, and his eyes, that had been lingering on the truck driver's face, fell on the document in his hand. The truck driver smiled when he gave up resistance and listened carefully. He also leaned back, with his feet naturally on the coffee table, and his whole body was in a very comfortable contracted posture. Roland, let me tell you, my newly revised script is actually very simple. The background setting of Peter Parker is based on the comics. We don't need to make too much of a fuss about the identity of his parents. He is just an ordinary high school student living in New York, living with his uncle and aunt. These two guys have a great influence on him. He is studying in high school and has excellent grades, but he is shy and introverted, fascinated by science, and is called a nerd by his classmates. This reflects the common school bullying. And his favorite classmate Gwen Stacy is a girl with a very strong sense of justice. Under the guidance of her father, the chief of the New York City Police, every time Peter Parker is bullied, whenever someone is bullied, she will stand up to stop him. A long shot can be used here to portray that Spider-Man has a crush on her, but is introverted and dares not confess his feelings. At the same time, Harry Osborn is also Peter's classmate. After often witnessing his friend being bullied by classmates, he wants his classmates to see Peter's strengths, or in other words, he wants them to see how powerful Peter is, and let Peter realize his own strengths. So he organized a class outing to visit his family's company, Osborn Group. At that time, Osborn Group was cooperating with the military to develop human enhancement drugs. Dr. Lizard, who had been studying the regeneration of severed limbs, was the chief scientist they recruited. When visiting Osborn Group, Peter Parker, who found his own strengths, gained the qualification to observe closely, and at this time, he was researched by the company. After that, Spider-Man, who had acquired superpowers, changed. He was originally introverted, but he became cheerful because of his abilities. He also began to think about what he could do with his abilities. He finally found that fighting in underground boxing matches could not only vent his dissatisfaction for many years, but also make money. So he participated in the competitions crazily and used the prize money to buy good things to pursue Gwen, and also bought some gifts for his uncle and aunt, hoping that they would be happy. His change not only made Gwen agree to his pursuit, but the large amount of money aroused Ben's suspicion. He hoped that Peter could be honest about the source of the money. Peter didn't know how to answer, so he had a big quarrel with the other party in excitement, and rushed out of the door. Next, it was Peter. He had to participate in the boxing match, but was cheated by his boss, who was not satisfied with him. At that time, a robbery occurred, and he let the robber go, and indirectly killed Ben, who came out to find him because of guilt. Peter's uncle's death brought a great shock to Peter. From then on, he began to punish evil and promote good, and became Spider-Man, who would always be late. He was identified by Gwen's father as the most unstable factor in New York, without a doubt. With his appearance, Osborn technology, which had stagnated in the development of human enhancement potions, discovered him. Not only that, the military, which had been waiting for the results of the research, also believed that Spider-Man was the latest achievement of Osborn technology. So they asked Osborn Technology to quickly produce the potion, and Norman Osborn was also urging Dr. Lizard to give him a deadline to quickly research the results. Otherwise the research group would be directly cut off, the funding would be cut off, and he would turn around to cooperate with Spider-Man. Who is Dr. Lizard? A military doctor in the Vietnam War, a group of people who were already deeply discriminated against. Under the pressure of Norman Osborn, he did not want to give up, and worked overtime to study. Finally, he found that the lizard's gene potion could regenerate rabbits' broken limbs. Because of the lack of time and Osborn's pressure, he forced himself to use it on himself, and became Dr. Lizard. Because the potion continued to amplify his dissatisfaction, he felt that his becoming like this was a social problem. If there was no discrimination, his psychology would be very healthy. If Norman Osborn did not push too hard, he would have more time to experiment. If Spider-Man did not suddenly appear, he would have more time, so he wanted revenge and he wanted the world to pay the price. He wanted to destroy New York, Spider-Man wanted to stop him, and in the process, Gwen's father, the New York City Police Commissioner, was also involved. After several three-way confrontations, things became more and more serious, and Norman Osborn also received an ultimatum from the military. If they could not handle the experimental products and hand over the potion, the Osborn group could be closed. I think Norman Osborn is just a businessman. He is not a good person, but he is not a bad person either. In the face of bankruptcy and liquidation, and even the possibility of going to court and facing life imprisonment, Norman Osborn personally checked the experimental data left by Dr. Lizard in the group and found that his mutation could be reversed. So he worked overtime to create a potion of unknown status and personally went into the weapons and equipment warehouse, took out the weapon set that the group had previously researched, and became a Green Goblin who wanted to save himself. He not only wanted to help Spider-Man deal with Dr. Lizard and restore peace to the chaotic New York, but also wanted to get Spider-Man's blood for the final sprint research. With his appearance, the situation became more complicated. Although Spider-Man fought against Dr. Lizard in the final battle, there were also Green Goblin and Gwen's father on the field. In the melee, Green Goblin's weapons and equipment suddenly failed due to energy problems, causing Dr. Lizard to sweep him with his tail and seriously injured him. When Spider-Man was saving him, Gwen's father was also swept by Dr. Lizard. With his girlfriend's father dead and his friend's father seriously injured, Spider-Man took the potion given by Green Goblin to help Dr. Lizard recover his original state. When Gwen's father was dying, Peter took off his hood. Gwen's father, who knew his identity, hoped that Spider-Man could protect the city. Peter agreed. At the same time, he also hoped that Peter would leave his daughter. This question made Peter silent. When he put on the hood again and sent the seriously injured Green Goblin back, Norman Osborn hoped that Spider-Man could give him a portion of blood, but Spider-Man refused on the grounds that genetic changes without experiments are not safe, and that he did not want his friend's father to become the next Dr. Lizard. He hoped that he would study it first and then see whether to give it to him. Of course, if you don't think this is profound enough, then we can also see that after Gwen agreed to date Parker, Parker excitedly told Harry the news, and Harry became in a good mood because of this. Under his father's questioning, Harry told the truth, and then Norman asked the other party to invite Parker and Gwen to dinner at home. Anyway, these plots that reflect the good relationship between the Osborn family and Parker can be interspersed in the main plot. 3 to 5 minutes of shots will not be a problem. After returning to the group, looking at the empty office, and listening to the assistant's report that the military was about to arrive, the Green Goblin was unwilling to let his group be destroyed, so he injected the Dr. Lizard serum he had found earlier and the spider serum he had studied before into his body, becoming the real Green Goblin, a madman. He hates Spider-Man. He thinks that things have come to this point because of Spider-Man. If Spider-Man wasn't flying around, the outside world wouldn't know about this. If the outside world didn't know, he wouldn't be under pressure to speed up research and development and hand over the medicine. If there was no pressure, Dr. Lizard wouldn't appear, and he wouldn't be like this. At the end of the movie, it's the funeral of Gwen's father. What do you think of this arrangement for the first part? Damn. It's perfect. Although the truck driver talked a lot and had no passion at all, and the most exciting battle parts in commercial films were all glossed over in one sentence, the whole story is very complete, because this is not only the growth history of Peter Parker, but also the growth history of the Green Goblin. The villains in superhero movies are always very thin. They are bad for the sake of being bad, and the meaning of their existence seems to be killing people and then letting superheroes save the world. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this setting, because as long as there are decent people, there will always be villains. If there are no villains, how can the value of decent people be reflected? Without green leaves, where do red flowers come from? But the villains, the thinner it is, the looser the story becomes. Although they are all commercial films, you can't just eat popcorn for the sake of eating popcorn, right? After watching the film, if the audience can't remember any of the characters, except that the pictures are okay, then it's all in vain, isn't it? And adding a complete storyline to the characters is obviously the best way to make the audience remember them. Under the tampering of the truck driver, although many places are different from the original comics, Dr. Lizard's hatred for destroying the world, Green Goblin's jealousy of Spider-Man, and Spider-Man's own growth are all clearly portrayed, rather than the simple story that he is a villain, he is bad, so the protagonist has to beat him, which is a confusing logic. Not only that, the psychological deformity of Vietnam War veterans, which is what film critics like to see the most. Entrepreneurs ultimately choose money over the world and ignore the people, and a series of social issues such as the consequences of rapid technological development are also involved. Although truck drivers are not literary and artistic, these things are all mentioned in passing, but this actually gives guys who like to do random research something to do, and they won't be criticized by them for being a popcorn movie of boom, boom, boom. As for Spider-Man's growth, it is also due to Harry's invitation, Gwen's tolerance, the changes in the company, the death of his uncle, Dr. Lizard's evil deeds, and his concern for his friends. Father keeps changing in these events. From the little willfulness that quarreled with his uncle at the beginning, to the considerate care for the Green Goblin at the end, from the introversion at the beginning, to the pursuit of power later, to the responsibility that Gwen's father understood when his father died. All of these are precious experiences in the growth process of Spider-Man. Only after an introverted high school student has experienced something will he know how to be a good hero. And this is also the difference between Spider-Man and all superheroes. He did not gain power for revenge, but after gaining power, he learned to help those in need. This is the superhero next door. What about the second part? Don't tell me you are going to shoot one and run away. Just from the storyline of the first part, it can be seen that the second part will definitely fight the Madman Green Goblin. If the truck driver quits, then the plot will be over, because God knows what kind of plot he is going to write. And after hearing the name Gwen, Roland had a strong premonition. You don't want Gwen to die like in the comics, do you? In response to Roland's inquiry, the old man showed a mysterious smile, coughed, cleared his throat, found the outline of the second part, and continued. The first part takes place in the 9th grade, and the second part takes place in the freshman year of college. That is to say, even if the box office of the first part is good, the second part will be filmed when you are 18 or 19 years old. As for why it is arranged like this, there is another project waiting for me at Fox. Oh. After hearing what the other party said, Roland immediately understood. Not only did he understand, he also widened his eyes with a good feeling about himself. You mean, I will also be the male lead in the next movie? Wow, what project is that? Harry, I think you are quite shameless, right? The truck driver cast a surprised look at the curious Roland. Other A+LISTs are waiting for projects at home, but why do you always grab other people's projects? Why do you speak so harshly? Roland was unhappy. Is this called grabbing? Is it called grabbing? I obviously have high hopes for you. Cough, cough, cough. The truck driver, who had just unscrewed the cap of the wine bottle and gulped it into his mouth, was almost choked to death by Roland. While coughing, he also glanced at the guy next to him. After seeing Roland looking at him shamelessly with a confident look, he wiped his mouth and said, "Let's not talk about that first. Listen to me finish the script for the second part first. Maybe after you listen to it, you don't want to make my movie anymore." The film begins with graduation from high school and entering college. Peter has been with Gwen from the beginning, and Harry is also there. If I want to shoot it, I plan to use a narrative montage to explain the process of their love over the past 4 years. The picture is like a page-turning photo. It doesn't take long, half a minute is enough, and it mainly shows Spider-Man's cheerful personality. From introverted to cheerful, there is always a process, right? And then, there is the enrollment registration scene. During the registration process, a girl named Mary Jane greeted them. Wait a minute. Roland, who wanted to listen patiently as before, raised his eyebrows. Wait a minute. You said Peter and Gwen have been in love for 4 years. Yes. And you said Mary Jane appears at the beginning of the second part, and they are college classmates? Yes. Any questions? The truck driver was puzzled. This is a big problem, okay. In the comics, Gwen is indeed Spider-Man's girlfriend, and Mary Jane is indeed Spider-Man's wife. Although Gwen and Mary Jane have known each other in the comics that have been published for who knows how many issues, but what's the point of putting them both in the movie at the same time? Aren't there too many elements in your special case? I said that the second part will add a love element, but that doesn't mean a love triangle. If you want to shoot a love triangle, aren't you harming me? Spider-Man does have many girlfriends, but he doesn't mess around. They are all normal relationships. Seeing that Roland was a little impatient, the truck driver rolled his eyes and said, "What are you thinking about? Who would mess around? Can't you just listen to me?" The second part starts with college enrollment, and then they meet Mary Jane, and soon the 4 of them get along well. Gwen and Mary Jane become friends, and Harry likes Mary Jane. As for Peter, he is also a superhero while in school. He follows the teachings of his uncle and the instructions of Gwen's father to fight crime in New York City. As he becomes more and more famous, the role of the Daily Bugle can also be arranged. As Spider-Man's #1 anti-fan, they report Spider-Man's black material every day, which makes Peter very dissatisfied. At the same time, there has been the latest development at Osborn Technologies. Do you remember what I said before? During the fight between Norman Osborn and Dr. Lizard, there was a problem with the energy source, which caused the equipment to malfunction. So at the beginning of the second part, it was Norman Osborn. Spawn and Otto Octavius, a nuclear physicist named Dr. Octopus, have come up with a new energy source. I haven't drawn the storyboard yet. If you insist on me describing it, it's similar to the arc reactor in Iron Man, but it's relatively large and rubbish, and can only be used on aircraft. When describing Dr. Octopus, I'm still going to copy half of the settings from the comics. In the comics, Dr. Octopus invented the mechanical tentacles for his limbs first, so in the movie, we can write him as having mechanical tentacles first, and then being spotted by the Green Goblin. While inviting him to improve the energy source, the Green Goblin also figured out Dr. Octopus's weakness. If the digital chip on his neck is lost, he will be disturbed by the precisely programmed tentacles. So after the energy source was successfully improved, the Green Goblin smashed the chip and used a well-designed device brainwash the opponent and made Dr. Octopus his accomplice. It is different from the first part, where the two villains were actually fighting one. The second part is really fighting Dr. Octopus and Green Goblin. After explaining the lost 4 years, about half an hour later, Dr. Octopus and Green Goblin started to make trouble. Green Goblin wanted revenge, and wanted to force Spider-Man out, and Peter, who obeyed his uncle and Gwen's father, began to run around. In this process, Peter, who knew the identity of the Green Goblin, didn't know what the other party had encountered, because in the battle 4 years ago, Norman Osborn was helping him, and he also didn't know where Dr. Octopus came from. He wanted to figure it all out, but this meant that he had to spend a lot of time on this matter. In this way, every time he and Gwen dated, Peter would be very busy. Yes, every time the 4 of them go out, he is always late. Once or twice is not a big deal, but after too many times, Gwen will be dissatisfied. The two had an argument and mentioned Spider-Man. Gwen expressed her dissatisfaction with Spider-Man in front of Peter. She felt that her father died because of Spider-Man. Peter refuted and it ended in a big quarrel. Gwen felt very wronged and confided in Mary Jane, and Peter felt very depressed, but because he still had to investigate the Green Goblin, he found Harry, and because he was injured in the previous battle with Dr. Octopus, he was discovered by the Green Goblin. When he thought about it again, when he was seriously injured and half-conscious 4 years ago, the New York police chief who died next to him was Gwen's father. The Green Goblin could no longer bear it, and he kidnapped Gwen together with Dr. Octopus and forced Peter Parker out. Spider-Man couldn't beat Dr. Octopus and Green Goblin to begin with, and when the two of them joined forces, Peter was even more defeated. When the two of them beat Peter up, the Green Goblin threw Gwen off the George Washington Bridge in front of Peter. At this time, Spider-Man was desperate, even more desperate than in the comics. Because in the comics, Spider-Man caught Gwen, and he felt that he had killed her, but I didn't want to shoot it that way. I wanted Gwen to be killed by the Green Goblin, and I wanted Spider-Man to watch his girlfriend die because of him. Then the grief-stricken Spider-Man went berserk, beat up Dr. Octopus who had caught him, and directly tore the connection between the mechanical tentacles and the brain, allowing Dr. Octopus to break free from the control of brainwashing. After Dr. Octopus lost his fighting power, Spider-Man also defeated the Green Goblin. When Spider-Man wanted to kill him, knowing that he was defeated, the Green Goblin tore off his mask and begged for mercy, and then secretly controlled his skateboard remotely, just like in the comics, trying to assassinate Spider-Man, but in the end Spider-Man dodged it and was nailed to the wall. I know you might be wondering why I shot Gwen to death, but you have to know that the death of the protagonist in the movie is contagious. In Terminator, Kyle Reese, who went back to the past to protect Sarah Connor, was shot to death by me in order to protect his wife, and died together with the Terminator skeleton. In Terminator 2, you watched an old Enter the Molten Steel. Similarly, in Spider-Man, I want Gwen to die, because in this way the film's intention can be sublimated. Peter Parker listened to his uncle's words. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He also listened to Gwen's father and protected the city. Yes, he became a superhero step by step, but what about in the end? Who will save him when he saves the world? He helped everyone who needed help, but in the end no one came to help him. If Peter Parker understood how to be a hero in the first part, then in the second part, he must understand that being a good hero comes at a price. The price is very high, so high that he simply can't afford it. Yes, this is indeed a superhero movie with the original comic book foundation, but I didn't shoot it randomly. You have to know that Gwen's death symbolizes the end of the Silver Age of comics, but it is the arrival of the Golden Age of the character of Spider-Man. I called Stan Lee, and he told me personally that Gwen was Spider-Man's girlfriend when he was a teenager, and Mary Jane was Spider-Man's true love, but without Gwen's death, Spider-Man would never understand what a hero is. I spent time shaping the Green Goblin in the first film, just to let Gwen die in the second film. My uncle died, my girlfriend's father died, my girlfriend died, my best friend's father died. The deaths of these people made a child who had been a hero since the age of 16 understand what a hero is. Why did Stan Lee design Spider-Man to be a chatterbox? Because Spider-Man is afraid. He's afraid that the next bad guy will take his eyes off him. If the first part is Birth of a Hero, then the second part is Far From Home. At the end of the movie, it is Gwen's funeral. Then Peter will throw away his battlesuit. He feels that he can't even protect his girlfriend, so how can he protect the world? He doesn't want to be a hero anymore. And the third part is Homecoming. The beginning of the third part is a few months later. With the disappearance of Spider-Man, the crime rate in New York has skyrocketed. People need Spider-Man. Even the Daily Bugle, which had previously discredited him, is looking for him, but Peter doesn't care. Because he doesn't want to use the identity of Spider-Man anymore. He has to protect his last relative, May. And Mary Jane, who comforted Peter after Gwen's death, gradually came into his life. Of course, this does not refer to a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but pity and care. But at the same time, Osborn Technologies is also facing huge problems such as compensation and legal proceedings. In this case, an Osborn Technology fashion designer sneaked into the Osborn Group's laboratory, wanting to steal something and leave, but he didn't expect to find the Green Goblin's equipment and the undisguised Dr. Lizard's research remnants of the potion. Of course, there is also Harry Osborn, who stayed in the laboratory and didn't know how to face his father's sins. Harry found the thief and wanted to catch him, while the fashion designer Roderick Kingsley wanted to escape. The two fought for this and finally crashed into the stand containing the potion, and both mutated at the same time. Yes, the villains of the third part are the evil ghost and the second generation Green Goblin. But unlike Dr. Lizard, a veteran of the Vietnam War, unlike the Green Goblin who is for the benefit of the group, and unlike the controlled Dr. Octopus, the evil ghost is a bad guy, a very pure bad guy, and the second generation Green Goblin is a guy who is experiencing the pain of losing his father. After the evil ghost mutated, it endangered the safety of New York, and the second generation Green Goblin had his evil thoughts magnified. Didn't I tell you before? Harry likes Mary Jane. So after becoming the Green Goblin, he was madly pursuing Mary Jane. And Mary Jane was with Peter Parker at the time, so the opportunity came. Doesn't Peter Parker want to be a hero anymore? Didn't he watch the evil spirits harm New York? But at the same time, what if the second generation of the Green Goblin comes again? Peter Parker, who gave up being a hero, must hesitate between protecting his family and his responsibilities. When he chooses to save Mary Jane, his identity will be exposed, and after being exposed, if he doesn't stop the evil spirit, he will never be able to face Mary Jane. But he can't watch his friend Harry ruin Mary Jane in a delirious state. At this time, the TV station broadcast Live, and a child wearing his clothes stood in front of Harry. So Peter cried and put on his battle suit again. At this time, Peter understood. The so-called superheroes are also people. They also have their own lives, they also have their own troubles, but when faced with a crisis, they still have to stand up. Friends and relatives were killed, their identities and clothes were discarded, but they still exist. It's not that they want to be heroes, it's not that people want them to be heroes, it's that they have to be heroes. Although they save the world, no one can save them. But if they don't save the world, then no one can save them in the end. They may die, but their spirits live on. The end of the film is to defeat the evil spirits who want to destroy New York and the second generation Green Goblin who kidnapped Mary Jane, save New York and gain love, and then Peter will lie on the top of the Empire State Building and look around New York. The ending is a leap, and then say I'm Spider-Man. From becoming a hero in the first part, to self-exile in the face of darkness in the second part, to the return of the hero in the third part, Peter Parker has completed a real transformation from an ordinary high school student to a hero. He also changed from an introverted middle school student to a chatterbox, who uses his mouth to cover up his anxiety when he puts on a battle suit. If you can't accept the death of the protagonist, I won't be able to show you the next movie you asked me about before. Because in my next movie, the male lead will still be killed. I have always felt that giving the protagonist a dead ending in a beautiful story can make the whole story more touching. What do you think? Notes: the existence of Dr. Lizard is indeed for irony. It is true that Cameron likes to kill the protagonist. In the more than 40 pages of manuscripts released by the American Script Guild, Cameron designed the scene where Mary Jane was raped. Gwen's death is indeed one of the symbols of the end of the Silver Age of American comics, but at the same time, after Gwen's death, Spider-Man's comics are selling better and better. Gwen is Spider-Man's teenage girlfriend, and Mary Jane is his lover. This is indeed what Stan Lee said. Some people may not know the evil spirit, but it doesn't matter. Before watching Homecoming, few movie fans knew Falcon. It is also true that he talks because of fear. Stan Lee said that the line he is most satisfied with is "I have been a hero since I was 16. Although it was said in a teasing tone, it is Peter Parker's greatest helplessness. I'm not fooling people. It is true that the female lead was not determined before, but after thinking about it, hey, wouldn't it be enough to write the script in the way that the protagonist of Cameron's movie must die, and Peter Parker's girlfriend has died? Chapter 146, Russian doll filming plan in Titanic. What does Roland think? From the moment he heard the name Gwen Stacy, he knew that the old perverted truck driver would definitely film Gwen's death. Because this is not a major event in Spider-Man comics at all, but a major event in the entire history of American comics. When a comic plot can affect the creative direction of the entire industry, it is not just a simple work, and Spider-Man has therefore firmly sat in the position of Marvel's #1 brother, who made him the first superhero whose wife died. With Andrew Garfield's The Amazing Spider-Man 2 in front, Roland can actually accept the plot of Gwen's death, and the investment of $200 million, the total box office of more than $200 million in North America and more than $700 million worldwide, is actually not a loss. The reason why movie fans around the world speak ill of him is that the Electro created by Sony is too stupid, the blackening of the second generation of Green Goblin seems inexplicable, and the appearance of the last Rhino is too abrupt. As for the impact of Gwen's death, in fact, when the name Gwen Stacy appears, most of the audience will know that she is going to die. In this case, the key is to arrange her death reasonably. In the words of the truck driver, that is, all movie characters are alive. They can live or die, but if they are arranged to die, they must do their best to reflect the value of their death. So, in Terminator, the second male lead died in order to make the first female lead realize the preciousness of life. In Terminator 2, the first male lead died to protect the world. In Titanic, in order to show the true love between the male and female protagonists, rather than ordinary cheating, the male protagonist died again. Why do many people think that Avatar is Cameron's work? Because the male protagonist died again. TSK. From this point of view, the truck driver is really a psychopath. In the new script, the value of Gwen's death is to let Spider-Man understand the cruelty of the superhero world. This is not an exam. If you make a mistake, there is always a next time. This is not love. There is always a chance to make up after a quarrel. This is not entrepreneurship. Even if you fail, you can start over. Superheroes have no right to smile frivolously, as long as they despise the enemy once. Everything around them will be threatened with death. And when they put on their battle suits, they are already prepared to die. It doesn't matter if I fall, because I believe that after I fall, someone will stand up again like me. To put it bluntly, Roland even felt that the Spider-Man created by the truck driver, who had already realized that he was going to die, had no need to be restarted. Even if there was no sequel, he could still be used in the Avengers. Mary Jane exchanged the Soul Stone, and Spider-Man instantly became the one who was most suitable for snapping his fingers. I've been a hero since I was 16, and I was ready to sacrifice when I was 20. Now I can finally rest. His parents died, his uncle died, his father-in-law died, his girlfriend died, his best friend's father died, his best friend went crazy, his wife was gone. After leaving a beautiful little lolly daughter to Aunt May, he can finally close his eyes. Hiss. With this setting, how come Aunt May is the one who suffers the most? Roland shook his head, trying to get rid of all the black holes in his mind. Although he thought the plot of the trilogy was okay, he still had a few questions. I want to know, why do we have to use Dr. Octopus and Green Goblin in the second part? I can understand the setting of Dr. Octopus being brainwashed by Green Goblin, because this can show that he was originally a good person, but was controlled to do bad things. So after Spider-Man destroyed his chip, he regained his sanity and stopped attacking Spider-Man. But if Dr. Octopus and Green Goblin are combined, Spider-Man can't beat them unless he goes berserk. The power disparity is too great, isn't it? That's the power disparity. What is reflected here is Spider-Man's misery and despair. Facing Roland's inquiry, the truck driver took a sip of wine and said very proudly, if the power gap is not big, how can Spider-Man's misery be reflected? When facing an enemy that you can't defeat, the idea that I can save the world but no one can help me can be conveyed. And, in this case, it is very reasonable for the Green Goblin to kill Gwen, because Spider-Man can't beat them anyway. What we want is, it's not the Spider-Man in the comics who mistakenly thought he had killed Gwen and then appeared with a twisted mind. This is not an Oscar-winning film. The fundamental purpose of this film is still commercial, so the connotation and thinking of the entire film are all given to those guys who have nothing to do. We only have one idea to convey to the general audience. When Spider-Man saves the world, he also bears all the pain that should be borne by the world and is not suitable for his age. Then he was crushed. He didn't want to do it, but in the end he stood up again. What I want is that the audience feels that Peter Parker is miserable and walks out of the cinema crying with sadness. Then when they see Peter Parker stand up again in the next movie, they will cry excitedly and walk out of the cinema. Anyway, they have to make them cry. Crying is the easiest way to vent emotions. If we can move 30% of the audience, we will win. If we can move 50% of the audience, this movie will definitely be a big hit. If we can move 80% of the audience, even if the remaining 20% are not moved, they will be moved by the guys who are moved. What kind of divine logic is this? Roland was defeated by the truck driver's idea of killing the master. But he had to admit that the idea of moving the world was actually quite popular. However, before officially agreeing, he still had a concern. James, what if the audience doesn't accept such a plot? Roland is currently working on the Spider-Man trilogy, but he has no reference to his previous life. He just thinks the story is clear and complete, but how can he know whether it will be liked by the public? To put it bluntly, his keen sense of smell is all based on his memories of his previous life, and now, he can only rely on the careful judgment of professionals. However, Roland's question made the truck driver look serious. He stared at Roland for half a minute before he relaxed his face and sighed. Roland, I admit that there was an element of gambling when I set the plot, but I didn't gamble randomly. I told you before that the second part, Far From Home, was 4 years apart from the first part, Birth of a Hero, and the third part, Homecoming, was only a few months apart from the second part. This was actually all considered. I plan to shoot the second and third parts together, so that the investors must inject capital at one time, and after the filming, whether they like it or not, they have to spend a lot of money on publicity and promotion. In other words, even if the market thinks there is a problem with the second part, we can release the third part that is responsible for explaining it in the shortest time possible, and try to win back the market and fans. Of course, I know it's not a good idea to do this, but I like this story and I want to take a gamble. Just like the Terminator series. What a special continuous shooting. Hearing the truck driver say this, Roland's face changed. Now, he can finally understand how helpless Fox, who was tormented by the truck driver and wanted to hang himself, was. This old man is really a lunatic. He spared no effort to find ways to cheat the investors in order to make a movie. To be honest, if Roland didn't have the memory of his previous life, he wouldn't know how awesome the truck driver was, and he would have definitely driven him away by now. You can't guarantee the script you wrote, but you want to take a gamble? I'd be crazy to go with you. Just when Roland wanted to make a soul-deep and sharp complaint about the truck driver's irresponsible idea, the truck driver, who had already seen through Roland's thoughts, spoke first and said, "Oh, don't refute me first, just listen to me. The reason why I extended the filming time of the first and second parts to 4 years, in addition to the main factor that your age can't keep up, is that after filming the first part, I have been preparing for the next movie for 5 years and it's about to be filmed. In 1990, I wanted to make a movie about the Titanic, and I planned to make the disaster movie into a love movie. Didn't I tell you before? If you can accept it, if you like the plot of the trilogy, I can show you the script of the romance film, because the hero in the movie will die for love. If I remember correctly, you were born on January 1st, 1980, right? You are now 10 years and 52 months old. When my movie starts shooting, you will be 10 years and 80 months old. The timing is just right. If you think the plot of the trilogy is good, but you don't know if the audience can accept the plot of the heroine's death, then you can shoot my disaster romance movie after shooting the first one. If the audience can accept your death when watching your movie, then there is a high probability that they will accept it. Affected by the death of the heroine. If it was a competition, wouldn't it be 1-to-1? Really, believe me, I have been preparing this script for many years, just to break the box office record of Jurassic Park that you and Steven set. If you break the box office record when the character you play dies, doesn't it prove that my touching theory is correct? So we can continue filming with confidence. Of course, if something goes wrong, it doesn't matter. We still have a full year to change the script. If people can't accept the death of the protagonist, then change it to after the battle. Gwen discovers Spider-Man's identity and finds it hard to accept Peter Parker. It's the fact that you're Spider-Man, and then you break up with him. Although this is a traditional commercial film routine, with Spider-Man's influence, you can regain the popularity you lost because of the disaster romance film. I always think that no matter who plays a role of Spider-Man, it will be a hit. Of course, changing the plot is the worst plan. The reason I say this is just to tell you that we have a way out. When the truck driver kept tempting Roland with the tone of buy 3 get 1 free and stuffed the script of Titanic that had been hidden in his bag for a long time into Roland's hands, the guy who was almost fooled showed an incredible expression. No. Why does this old man still have the script of Titanic? Damn. How did the script of Titanic end up in my hands? At this moment, Roland was like a guy watching the ABC Oscar live broadcast. If the trilogy thrown by the truck driver was as exciting as Bong Joon-ho winning the Best Director, then the script of Titanic was as unexpected as Parasite winning the Best Picture. Sam Mendes and his 1917 can really make you cry to death in the toilet. You said that Joker is a superhero movie, and Joaquin Phoenix is the only one who is acting alone, so he defeated Todd Phillips. The Irishman is a Netflix movie, and there is also Martin Scorsese, who has never been favored by the Academy. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is The World in the Eyes of Quentin Tarantino, and Sam Mendes vs. Bong Joon-ho. Isn't it a dragon riding on the face? Well, the dragon riding on the face will indeed lose. However, no matter how confused Roland was, he understood what the other party meant. First of all, the filming of Spider-Man, Birth of a Hero, the first purely commercial but character-building movie, was made according to the rules and regulations of the green light committees of major film and television giants. Want to lose money? That's dreaming. Then, do Titanic. If Roland's fans can accept the death of the character played by Roland, then Far From Home and Homecoming can be prepared. Otherwise, the latter two will be shot as pure commercial films. To be honest, this is the first time Roland has seen such a Russian nesting doll-like filming plan. But, the old man took the initiative to say that he wanted to use Titanic to protect Far From Home. Damn. Isn't this a free gift? How can Leo sit firmly on the A+ list for more than 20 years? In addition to being able to pick and choose a movie, the most important thing is that he has been handsome for a lifetime with Titanic. The best actor and actress will appear every year, and the best film will appear every year, but there will only be one box office record in film history. And what is the box office record in film history? This is the golden ticket to be exempted from death. Movies with high box office are not necessarily all good movies, but the movie with the first box office is definitely not bad. Being able to get the first place means that a lot of people like it, and in this case, the leading actor can eat for at least 10 years. Even if Roland is not very interested in the truck driver's wild nesting doll idea, for the sake of the script in his hand, he will agree with the other party's script outline. What's more, using Titanic to protect Far From Home and Homecoming is a genius idea. Just when Roland was about to lock the script of Titanic in his own safe against his conscience, he suddenly thought of a question. No. Why is this truck driver who has always wanted to beat him so kind? Before, the truck driver said in front of Spielberg that he was a scumbag who stole the script. Why now? Roland, who felt something was wrong, calmed down. After looking at the other party for a few times, he asked secretly, James? Huh? Is this script for me? Yes. You didn't lie. Hey, you little devil. Why would I lie to you if I had nothing to do? The truck driver got angry. Then you said before that you were unlucky after meeting me? Roland narrowed his eyes. He smelled the smell of conspiracy. Hearing this, the old man's face turned pale, and after a few seconds, he returned to normal. Didn't you just say you believed me? What unlucky, unhappy, that's all angry words. Angry words? I still feel that the air is filled with a happy atmosphere. Why did you suddenly become a coward, old man? If it was still a guess before, now Roland can be sure that this guy is hiding something from him. And considering the other party's previous words and the historical means in his memory, Roland felt that he had seen the truth. Is it because of this project that Fox is unwilling to invest? Roland flicked the script cover with his index finger. Hearing what he said, the old man who was leaning on the sofa suddenly curled his lips and rolled his eyes. Hey, the people at Fox are a bunch of idiots. I only reported a budget of 75 million, but they insisted that I reported 75 million, and I would definitely spend 150 million in the end, plus Terminator 2 and True Lies both spend 100 million, so they don't want to approve it. They think it's crazy to throw 150 million into a disaster romance movie. They even brought up Cleopatra and think investing in me is a risk. Oh, the Fox's tail is exposed. So you need a guy who can resist the box office? Roland looked at the old man with a smile. Although the real purpose has been discovered, the drunk truck driver is not afraid at all. What do you think? Fox President Bill Mitnick told me that, as long as you are willing to star in it, they don't mind investing 9 figures in a disaster romance film. Although we are going to shoot Spider-Man next year, they will invest 75 million in me at the beginning of next year to do the preparatory work for Titanic, to ensure that you can smoothly transition to their side after Spider-Man is finished. 150 million when you are 10 years and 80 months old. How tall are you now? 5 feet 5 inches. Your height is already good, of course. According to at your current growth rate, you will definitely be over 5 feet 7 inches in 2 years. Whether it's 7, 8, 10, 11, or even 6 feet, it will be fine. Say yes or no. If you say no, I'll start beating you right now. Seeing the truck driver rolling up his sleeves, as if he was going to buff his head with a bottle of wine, Roland laughed and hid aside. Okay, can't I take it? But, no buts. The truck driver interrupted directly. Don't tell me your acting skills are not good enough to handle it. You've been with Tom for more than half a year. Do you think I will believe you? And I heard that Robin also told you how to find emotions? That's enough. If they think you can do it, then you can do it. Besides, romance movies are very simple. Just find an actress you think is beautiful. If you can really create that kind of a mature and hazy feeling, I will think it's good. Is it settled? Take these 2 scripts to Steven. Spider-Man will try to find investors to inject capital and start the project before June. As long as the money is in place, the crew can be formed. Half a year to select a location, make props and find actors. It looks loose, but it's actually very tight. We'll try to start shooting in early January and finish in early June. We have to finish the editing throughout June, and then around September, I'll have time to keep an eye on Titanic. You decide when Spider-Man will be released, but starting in June 1996, you'll have to join the Titanic crew. As for when it'll be finished, it'll probably be half a year at most, but you're not allowed to take other projects in advance. If it's Steven's project, you can take it, but you're not allowed to run away. Well, seeing that the truck driver calculated the time so accurately, Roland knew that this guy had made careful preparations before he came. This is actually a good thing. Who doesn't want their partner to be very reliable? But as for the casting, seeing that the other party was very interested in letting Spielberg be the co-producer, Roland coughed and repeated the idea he had told James Olsen before. After the truck driver heard the series of perverted lineups that could never exist in a superhero movie, he was about to leave, but he opened his mouth slightly, frowned, and was stunned for a long time. Then he asked in an almost rotten voice, "Are you crazy? Shit, am I crazy? Damn. If you can put together this kind of lineup, the heroine will die 100 times, and people will still watch it. The audience is not unable to accept the death of the protagonist, but they are worried that the director will shoot it recklessly and cause the protagonist to die. Fuck. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you wanted to get these people to act? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have to explain to you for so long. Wow. Now that this is done, we can still ask Arnold to play Dr. Octopus. And the devil in the third part can also invite an actor to play the role. Once this A+ list and A-list lineup is released, which audience will think that I will mess around? What if I think you will mess around? Roland, who was sprayed with spit in his face, said very seriously. Get lost. The truck driver, who saw that he was about to get the all money team, rolled up his sleeves and started beating people without any hesitation. I think you've risen too fast, and you're starting to get carried away. I won't leave until I beat you up today. Note, no matter how bad Spider-Man is, none of them has lost money so far, not even at the box office. The old version of Spider-Man 3 did not lose money, and neither did the Amazing Spider-Man 2. This is really an amazing hype. Cameron is indeed a representative of swindlers. Before the project was officially launched in 1995, he told Fox that Titanic could be filmed with only $75 million. The young Fox didn't believe it, but he didn't think it would cost much. After all, a movie like True Lies only cost $115 million, and that was with real fighter jets. Then when the truck driver got the money and told Fox to buy land and build ships like Kevin Costner's Waterworld, the young Fox directly raised the budget to $150 million because Waterworld cost $175 million. It's not that Fox wanted to sell the North American distribution rights to Paramount for $65 million, but that Waterworld lost a lot of money. Chapter 147, Against Me, Against the Whole World. After pinning Roland to the ground and beating him up, the refreshed truck driver hummed a tune and left. If his plaid shirt hadn't been torn into strips, he might have looked even more handsome. He stepped on the accelerator and the sound of the explosion rang out. As he left, Roland was not idle either. He held the 4 scripts that Spielberg had rubbed in his hands. He was so happy that he asked his bodyguard to take him to Spielberg's house. Buy 3 get 1 free, but the point is that the project that was given away was the #1 box office hit in film history. In addition, Peter Parker, who would never lose money, no matter how the movie was made. Roland was so happy now. After watching so many movies in his previous life, Roland also understood one thing: actors have different acting skills, and scripts have different qualities. Projects with good scripts, but bad acting, may have high box office and receive a lot of complaints, but for projects with bad scripts but good acting, almost no actor can take the lead and save them. The most typical example is Nicolas Cage, who is sprayed as the king of bad movies, but few people will diss his performance in bad movies. People will only feel sad that he is implicated by the script. In fact, the script is the real core of a movie. After all, no matter how a movie is shot, it is also about telling a story. The director is the storyteller. They control the actors and depict the world in the story. Roland has always felt that acting is important, but it is far less important than the story told by the director. As long as the story is good enough, it can move the world, and what the actors do is to live a wonderful life in that world according to the director's requirements. In Roland's memory, many people in later generations felt that it was a pity that Leo did not win the Best Actor award for Titanic, or that it was the most unfair manifestation that he did not even get a nomination. But who knows, when the internal viewing meeting of Titanic was held, the people from Fox did not know what Leonardo was playing there. He has nothing except being handsome. The so-called love, isn't this just 2 people having a love affair in the crew? You know, he played a mentally retarded person in A Different Sky before. Fox wants the kind of acting skills that can be nominated for the Best Supporting Actor Oscar, but Leonardo only brings them the peerless beauty, sweet love, and bitter life in ordinary romance movies. And this kind of thing can be played by any pretty boy. Just like Top Gun, showing off your handsomeness to pick up girls. The point is, the truck driver can't even make a romance movie. How can the male protagonist die in a movie that gives out sweetness? But this is exactly the shock that the truck driver emphasizes. A story that is sweet to the bone will never be remembered by people. Life is precious, but death is more precious. This is the case with Marilyn Monroe, Michael Jackson, and Paul Walker. Of course, this is not the point. The point is Roland's fanbase. What is Roland's fanbase? Peers, older sisters with purchasing power, and married couples with families at an older age. In this case, a fairy tale love story simply hits their sore spot. Peers are already at an age of fantasy. Older sisters with purchasing power are more emotional than men, and older married couples have tasted the taste of love. When these target groups walk into the theater towards Roland, it's a sure win. As long as these people walk out of the theater crying, what projects will Roland have in the future? Compared with the daily necessities of life, this story is indeed illusory, but who doesn't want romance to come? Indeed, this project is indeed not liked by film critics, or in other words, for more male compatriots, the whole story is too naive, but Roland doesn't care whether this story is naive or not, because it is naive for others, but it is different for him. Male compatriots instigated their girlfriends to watch Spider-Man with them, and female compatriots asked their boyfriends to watch Titanic with them. Even if female compatriots think Spider-Man is boring, it has contributed to the box office. Even if male compatriots think that Titanic is boring and don't know where their girlfriends will cry, it doesn't matter. Spider-Man 2 will make you two cry together, right? Yes. The main audience of the Spider-Man trilogy is men, and the main audience of Titanic is women. But if you combine the two, isn't it the whole world who will watch Roland's movies? At that time, no matter what the critics want to say, it will be useless. Because against me, you are against the whole world. Well, this sentence is not said casually. The 1998 Oscars is still the one with the highest ratings. Because of Titanic. It doesn't matter if you don't like it, your wife likes it, your children like it, and that's enough. Just as Roland was daydreaming and ran to Spielberg's house, he was received by the old man's wife Kate Capshaw. After inviting him to sit down, she directly told him where her husband was going. After the Oscars, Stephen was very busy, except for coming home on time for dinner every night. He was out all the time. He had to deal with things at Universal first, and then go to clean up things at Sony. Not only that, Warner also invited him to various dinners every day, but he refused them all. These days, he and Jeffrey Katzenberg and David Geffen is in close contact with George. He knows you might come to see him, so he told me that if you bring the script, just put it in the safe in his study, where the script is kept. He said you know the password. There is also a document in a cowhide bag with your name on it. You can take it away. It is yours. As for the script, he will take time to read it, but he has no time to meet with you recently, so if you have any questions, just leave it for George's birthday party on May 14th. When Spielberg's wife mentioned Jeffrey Katzenberg and David Geffen, Roland knew that the old man was already starting to make his dream works alive. Although The Lion King has not yet been released, Jeffrey Katzenberg cannot leave Disney in a glorious way for the time being, but this does not prevent the three giants from talking about things first. Think through all the rules and regulations first, and after waiting for the box office of The Lion King to come out, they can stab Disney in the back. The most popular and historically successful animation movie operator of the year is gone. Do you feel sad? Is it hard? Perhaps it was because of their glorious departure that these guys were retaliated by their peers on the first day of setting up the company. In addition, the three of them fought on their own and poached people crazily, which made those giants hate them even more. But unfortunately, even if Roland knew about these things, he couldn't change it. It is a common business behavior for a company to poach talents. It is also a more normal business behavior for the three giants to form a group and be suppressed by the old studios. As long as you are in this circle and have the idea of climbing to the top, these things are inevitable. Roland has no way to change all this, and even if Ronald Perelman and Carly can join in, it will only make the whole situation more chaotic because there are so many cakes. If you want to raise your knife and fork to share a piece of the pie, isn't that stealing other people's jobs? You have already punched me in the face, so can't I slap you? There is never anyone who is right or wrong in business. As long as you can laugh to the end, you are the most successful one. With Roland's current size, he can't play this game. However, he did what he should do, whether it was the shares of Sony's distribution company, or the pile of Marvel copyrights he got, or the imp that gave them time to develop Harry Potter after they finished writing it. These actions were all digging into the background of those film companies. Contain them in terms of content. Find a loophole in the channel. Get involved in the new media. Roland is not short of money now. What he lacks is just time, and with the old man around, he can safely get through the first internet boom. Let the old man with Microsoft, Samsung, and Chase Bank fight them first. In the previous life, they didn't have distribution channels, and were beaten to the ground. Now, they have channels and content, and they really don't know who is beating who. When Roland sneaked into the old man's study, opened his safe, and stuffed the script in, he also saw the file bag that he left for him. The documents wrapped in craft paper were neither thin nor thick. Roland thought it was the documents of Sony's distribution company, but when he tore it open, he was shocked. The copyright transaction contracts for X-Men and Daredevil that should have been in Fox's hands. The Fantastic Four that was bought by Constantine Films in 1986. And Namor, the Horse King in DC who wears clothes like corn, in Universal's hands. And a bunch of miscellaneous and tattered Marvel copyrights. Roland counted them carefully, and it seemed that all the copyrights sold by Marvel were now in the file bag given to him by the old man. Not only that, there was also a half note inside. Roland, all the copyrights sold by Marvel are here. Fox wants to exchange their copyright for your portrait authorization. If you are willing, the share of the subsequent rescreenings, radio broadcasts, various audiovisual products and derivative products of the Home Alone series will all be 2.5%. Of course, the new project they want to get you to do can no longer be a 2-year contract. The same goes for Universal. They hope to reach a consensus with you on the follow-up issues of Jurassic Park. As for Constantine's Fantastic Four and other copyrights, I bought them. Sony now wants to add an additional 10% of the shares. That is, split the shares of the distribution company with us in half, in exchange for 75% of the investment rights in the Spider-Man series and game distribution. They hope that the game studio under your name will only use their platform when making the Spider-Man game. If you agree, they can send people with engineering machines to America to assist in the development. I personally think their 3 ideas are fine, but if your game is included, I personally think Spider-Man can offset my Jurassic Park, plus the extra 25% investment rights for each film. Our previous distribution plan is obviously not applicable, so I will buy the Marvel copyrights on the market and exchange them with you, so that you can take over all the copyrights sold by Marvel on the market. And I hope that our company will eventually be a situation where each of us holds half of the shares. The old man didn't leave much text, but Roland read it 3 times in a row. The more he read, the more frustrated he became. Damn. These film companies have learned a lot. They know to take the mass line first. That's right. When Roland saw the old man's message in the copyrights that the companies took the initiative to send, Roland immediately remembered the Forbes magazine in March and the reports from major news media afterwards. On the surface, whether it is Forbes, which focuses on the business field, or the major news media that are afraid of chaos in the world, they all praised Roland, the new A+list, to the sky. It is rare in the world. He is not inferior to those executives of film companies. But these are just the tricks of those film companies. At first glance at the news, Roland is indeed awesome. But what is the reality? It's just a bunch of giants who are madly passing the buck. At the end of this year, Sony's PS game console will not only be launched, but the 135-minute storage disc format they developed with other technology companies will also be announced. Let's not talk about when this standard will be determined, but the technology is in front of us. It is true. In this way, the old videotapes will definitely be swept into the garbage dump of history by the advancement of technology, and if this is done, it seems reasonable for those classic movies to be sold in the form of DVDs. Don't think that old movies can't be sold at a high price. As long as the film company releases discs, it proves that there is market demand. In this case, Roland's movie may not be able to be released on disc, or what if his future contract is still restricted? Then let the world know. First promote him, show that his project is dominant in the circle, let those fans worship him, and then negotiate with him for the follow-up contract. If the negotiation fails, the film company can directly pass the blame. Why can other movies be released on DCD and HD DVD, but Roland can't? Because he is too greedy and the price is too high. If you fans want to see it, you have to wait for Roland to give in. Roland is not a fool. After thinking about it twice, he understood why those guys praised him so crazily before. Isn't this just flattery? They want to copy all the existing copyrights at a low price. From now on, they don't want to sign such a contract with him. However, Roland has people, so they won't push too hard. Roland likes to collect Marvel copyrights, so just use these millions of things to exchange. Universal got the copyright of Namor to keep Jurassic Park. Fox got X-Men plus Daredevil to keep the Home Alone series in the big ship that the truck driver tricked Roland into boarding. Of course, the normal 2.5 points will still be given. This seems to be a win-win situation. After all, Roland's value has been demonstrated. The Home Alone series has made Fox at least $500 million. And the subsequent income of Jurassic Park will definitely not be lower than that of the Home Alone series. Besides, they don't plan to shoot fan-oriented movies such as superheroes that rely on actors. The old ones are still the best. These people really have a lot of tricks. Roland, who understood, sighed and shook his head. Although he was surprised, he was not dissatisfied. The authorization will be given out after all, because only in this way can the benefits be maximized. As for the price, Roland could negotiate before, but now, the price they gave is already very good. Although Namor is not worth much, X-Men and Daredevil are also okay. 2.5% of the entire line is not a small amount. After all, the volume is large. On the Jurassic Park side, there is also Universal's toy revenue and theme park revenue. As for Sony adding 10%, the more the better. The game is exclusive to PS for a limited time. Compared with Warcraft, the ACT version of Spider-Man is also a test. As for the equity of the distribution company, each party will take half. Whatever. The old man has helped for so many years, and now he is still so clear, which is very respectful. Roland tore off a piece of paper, wrote down his thoughts directly, and then threw them into the other party's safe. On the surface, Spider-Man and Jurassic Park games are offsetting each other. The old man used all the fragmented copyrights on the market plus Fantastic Four to offset the 25% investment in the Spider-Man series that Sony gave to Sony. Roland suffered a loss, but it doesn't matter, let alone the distribution channel. Roland can't fight Sony alone, and the old man has Microsoft, Samsung, and Chase behind him. Just say that the old man helped him get Terminator to just by virtue of the master-disciple relationship, took him to shoot Captain Hook, and changed Jurassic Park without hesitation. These three helps are much more valuable than the investment of 25 million yuan for each film. Not only that, Spider-Man was not won by the other party. If money can buy the opportunity to become popular, the two prodigal sons of the Ellison family would have done it long ago. Besides, Roland still needs people for his next movie, and why should those A+ list and A-list people play supporting roles for him? Isn't it still the relationship and the kindness that the old men helped them in the past? Ask Warner DC to invite Tom Hanks to play a supporting role who died in half a movie. People don't even bother to pay you. But if it was Ron Howard who called, he would really come to make a cameo, and he wouldn't even take the money. What's more, Roland and the old man have the same goal. They want to be the biggest, while Roland wants to kill. Note, Leo was really criticized from beginning to end. Experts think that it is self-destructive for River's successor to play in Mary Sue Eiffel movies. It was his death at the end of the movie that saved him. The reason why film critics including Kenneth Turan spoke ill of him is that they find it difficult to understand the plot of the movie. A young man falls in love with someone else's fiancée and the two elope. If the second male lead Carl doesn't love pork shreds, it's fine. The point is that Carl has always loved pork shreds. As a result, the sentence for freedom turned Carl, the most unfortunate character, into a villain. This movie has always been rated as a chick movie by them, and it is the same now. But to be honest, I reread Roger Ebert's annual top 10. He chose Big Ship as the 9th that year, and gave it 4 stars, but Leo's reputation was not good in his mouth. The sentence "people are more valuable when they die" has no other meaning. It is just explaining a business phenomenon. First praise, then kill. This is very common in Hollywood. The most typical example is Tom Cruise. He has never concealed the fact that he is a religious believer. He has been public about it since the 1980s. As a result, he was used as a pawn by Paramount in the rights dispute over Mission Impossible. A bunch of his fans were manipulated by Viacom. If you really boycott, why would you buy tickets for Mission Impossible 4, 5, and 6? Namor is Marvel's Aquaman. Since the 1990s, the copyright has been in the hands of Universal. As for Blade and Deadpool, they were all caused by the unequal distribution of interests between Perelman and Wolfgang. Chapter 148 Educational Habits, Random Filming, Award Audience. There has always been a problem with old men. Either they like to meddle in the affairs of their younger generations like Ron Howard, Francis Coppola, and Clint Eastwood, or they let their younger generations run wild like George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. In the first team, their younger generations are crazy about freedom. After starring in a series of movies directed by her father, Bryce Howard finally said no to her father after A Beautiful Mind. She couldn't stand her father's life of filming a script and asking her to act in it. So, pursuing freedom, she went to the acting department of New York University for further studies, but even she herself didn't expect that her teacher was a student of Martin Scorsese's, and the first project she got with her own ability, The Village, was directed by Kathleen Kennedy, and she acted with Joaquin Phoenix and Adrien Brody. Then she accepted her fate and lived a boring and tasteless life. So much so that she fell in love at the age of 20 and got married at the age of 25. But I want to live such a boring and tasteless life. The same goes for Nicolas Cage. What's the point of changing his name? As long as you are still filming, you will see your own people all the time. Let alone Dong Mu's sons. They can play what they like, but they will also find that there are a lot of people they know who like the same thing as them. As for the second team, it is the children who ask for help. Stepdaughter wants to make a movie? No problem. Stepdaughter thinks Grey's Anatomy is a good show. Okay, write the guest appearance as a regular. Daughter wants to make a movie? Okay, but don't make it difficult for her with your acting skills. Just make a cameo appearance and meet your needs. The different education methods may be related to their own experiences. Ron Howard is a child star, and the others are actually from good families. In their growth process, they were controlled by their parents, so they also developed this habit. But the guys in the free-range camp all quarreled with their parents, so they don't want to see their children fighting against them. But the problem is, I don't mind if you want to intervene or not, but you can't take away the little cabbage I like. If it's not suitable, then it's fine. Let them meet first. In this way, when Brian Palmer said the word audition, Roland directly regarded him as a class enemy, and when he vaguely said that they could try Mary Jane in the second part, the old man who had seen through his thoughts burst into laughter. Oh, it's been 4 years, and I can't help it. Francis Coppola, who often attends various banquets, laughed and slapped the table. When I was your age, I had seen a lot of movies. That's right, this guy who cosplays the Italian Mayfair every day is just like the young marshal who lived to be 101 years old, with all the 5 poisons, and before he studied with Roger Corman, he made a living by shooting adult video. So, when it comes to such a topic, there is no barrier at all. Have you seen their photos? George Lucas, who also chose to enjoy life at the age of 40, put his elbow on the table and looked at Roland with curiosity. Tell me, who do you like? Or who do you think is beautiful? As soon as these words came out, the gossip desire of the guys present was instantly aroused. Even Steven Spielberg, who was evaluated by his boss as not believing in love, held his chin with one hand. Ron Howard, who loved his daughter dearly, was even more utilitarian. Before Roland could speak, this guy, whose bald hair had already turned as big as a Mediterranean Sea, said very seriously, Meryl is going to film The Bridges of Madison County with Clint in September, and Tom is going to film Apollo 13 with me in August, so I suggest you think carefully before answering George's question. Okay, I've given you a chance. Ronald, I didn't expect you to start threatening people again. Clint isn't here, so you don't need to be so excited, okay? He's just like that. He treats his daughter like a treasure. His daughter's slave-like performance made those guys tremble with laughter, and Francis Coppola, who was afraid of chaos in the world, added fuel to the fire and said, Roland, Anthony's next project is the Nixon biography, and Robert has already taken on Martin's Vegas, and he has also taken on Flashpoint. If you don't plan it out, you may not be able to act in it. Martin Scorsese, who wanted to join in the fun, but was blamed by his old friend, frowned. His expression at the moment was the same as when he had to go home with his homemade trophy and dog to join in the fun after winning none of the 10 nominations for The Irishman. Although he wanted to make it clear that the whole thing had nothing to do with him. But, well, at this time, adding fuel to the fire is the key. Can I say I haven't seen them? Feeling the inquiring eyes of the 7 people, Roland knew that he had stirred up a hornet's nest, but he was not afraid. I just want to have a normal relationship with beautiful women. What's wrong with that? Of course, it would be even better if there was a chance to have some fun. However, isn't it a bit bad to say it so nakedly in front of these guys? After thinking for a few seconds, Roland coughed in a hurry. I said to let them try Mary Jane. I just don't want to waste the opportunity on outsiders. Oh, looking at Roland's serious face and listening to his nonsense explanation, these bored guys even sighed. However, they felt that Roland was not lying, because no matter who it was, no one had any hit works released yet. It seems you haven't seen my film Home Sweet Home, Ron Howard said with a smile. You haven't seen The Hitman either. Robert, are you confused? The Hitman hasn't been released yet. How could Roland have seen it? Brian Palmer, who had been unilaterally listed as a class enemy by Roland, now spoke up for Roland. But speaking of The Hitman, I have a question. How could Rob Reiner make such a bad movie? When he filmed Stand By Me Forever, wasn't the quality pretty good? And when he filmed When Harry Met Sally for Megyn Kelly, it sold for almost 100 million. The greedy that he collaborated with Tom and Jack the year before last, that quality was also good. How come? Why did you mess up our project this time? When Brian Palmer dragged the topic into The Hitman, the group of people who were still trying to make Roland happy looked a little unhappy. If they want to praise someone, they must choose according to the dish. The positioning of The Bodyguard is a children's comedy. Well, to put it bluntly, it is to replicate the success of the Home Alone series, so the guys who helped them put a lot of thought into the project. Director Rob Reiner was the guy who first brought in River Phoenix. Later, he worked with Sweet Girl Meg Ryan, Star Wars Princess Carrie Fisher, Tom Cruise, and Jack Nicholson. They personally asked these guys about their feelings about the director before they decided to cast them. The final lineup is full of talent. The male lead, Elijah Wood, is Frodo in the later Lord of the Rings series. The second male lead, Jason Alexander, and the first female lead, Julia Dreyfus, are George and Elaine in Seinfeld. The screenwriter may be a little weak. Andrew Sheenman used to work as a producer, but later he wrote a script called The Flipped Heart. This list is incomparable to the guys Roland asked the old men for at first glance, but for newcomers and new movies, this is already very good. After all, not everyone is a hang-up like Roland, right? The script of John Hughes, the king of youth films, was used at the beginning. But even with such a great lineup, it was still ruined by them. Because the whole movie is full of disgusting stereotypes. Discrimination against religion, satirizing the people in the Hawaii region annexed by America, mixed and illiterate, and bluntly expressing the barbarity of Texas people, describing them as a group of clowns wearing cowboy hats. Dear. This is a PG-rated children's movie. The most important thing for children's movies is the correct orientation of values. Just like Home Alone, no matter how it is filmed, it will not convey the concept of discrimination to children, because they know that this will cause disgust among children's parents. But The Bodyguard did just that. To be honest, after seeing this lineup, these bigwigs at the scene never thought that this movie would be filmed like this. Using common sense, how could a guy who has been nominated for an Oscar, and whose movie box office has exceeded 100 million be so neurotic as to shoot some movies that are disgusting to the market? Hey, this group of guys just did it. So, the old men are annoyed when they hear about The Bodyguard. An investment of 40 million is enough to shoot 2 Home Alone. Now, let alone being as popular as Home Alone, even if the box office exceeds 10 million, it is a fool's dream. It's a loss. But fortunately, it's not them who pay, but New Line. As long as it's not you who lose, there's no need to jump up and down. Who knows what Rob is thinking? Francis Coppola raised his glass and took a sip, saying, I guess he's crazy about Oscars, right? If he doesn't get criticized by critics for adding satire to a children's comedy, I won't drink for the next year. I guess he got a taste of success from The Last Airbender. Robert Zemeckis yawned. The military court movie took in 240 million at the box office and an Oscar nomination, so he wants to replicate that success. But even if you want to replicate it, you can't add satire element to a children's movie, right? Ron Howard sighed. It's a pity that 40 million of investment is wasted like this. Although Oscars are good, they don't have to be like this, right? As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became quiet, except for Francis Coppola and Steven Spielberg, who had already won the Oscar, and George Lucas, who had no intention of winning the award. The faces of the others were all very strange. Robert Zemeckis is going to win an award next year. Martin Scorsese has always been disliked by the Academy. Brian Palmer also wants to win an Oscar, and even Ron Howard himself is going to win one with Apollo 13. In this situation, they are criticizing a guy who wants to win an award. Isn't this like a deaf person listening to a dumb person saying that a blind person saw a ghost? After reacting, Ron Howard also felt that there was something wrong with his words. Just as he was about to break the deadlock, George Lucas waved his hand and said, "If Woody hears you say this, he will definitely be very happy." Ron Howard was stunned at first, and then laughed in unison. Yeah. Woody is right. The whole concept of awards is very stupid. We can't abide by other people's judgment, because if you accept other people's judgment that you should win the award, then when they say you shouldn't accept it, you must also accept it. Roland fell silent, since they talked about The Bodyguard. Although this is Scolett's movie, he was afraid that, as soon as he interrupted, these guys would start to make fun of him again. Isn't it better to just eat melons quietly? Why jump out and be a target for these guys? When he heard Oscar and the name Woody, he was stunned for a moment, until Ron Howard said the other party's famous saying. He realized that these guys were talking about Woody Allen. That's right, Woody Allen doesn't like Oscars. He even thinks this award is stupid. The old man thinks that all creators have their own preferences and their own ideas. If they are disturbed by the voices of the outside world, then they will basically not be able to make any good movies in this life. Accepting Oscars means that you are swayed by the voices of the judges, but he doesn't think those guys have any right to sway him. He always knows what he likes and what he wants to shoot, so he never goes to receive the award. But even so, he doesn't give the Academy face. The Academy still gave him 23 nominations, 1 for Best Director and 3 for Best Screenplay. Of course, if Catherine heard it, she would be very happy. Spielberg also followed Ron Howard's words and made a joke. Roland also knew the Catherine the old man was talking about. Katharine Hepburn. She was hailed as the symbol of the American spirit. She won 4 out of 12 nominations. The most important thing was that she didn't go to receive the award at all. The only time she went to the Oscars was to present the honorary award to her friend Lawrence. And in Lawrence's words, she felt that the audience loved her, and that was enough. Whether a movie is good or not is the movie's business, but it is not the movie's business. The creators made a good effort to shoot it, and told the story clearly and completely, which is a success for them. In this case, who can accept the failure after their hard work? The audience spent time and money to watch the movie, and understood it and enjoyed it. That is their success. If they are confused, and don't know what to do, that is their failure. In this case, they naturally have the right to criticize or praise any movie. As for awards, it is the same. You cannot influence anyone's decision. Just like what Woody Allen said, since you have participated in this game, you have lost the right to criticize injustice forever. Because when you deny them, you are actually denying yourself. Of course, these big guys criticize and refuse awards. That is their capital to stand on. And those artistic cells are too far away from Roland. Sitting there without saying a word, he only felt that the people around him were divided into 2 distinct camps. Either they have already won, or they are preparing to challenge or want to challenge. But no matter which camp they are in, only George Lucas doesn't care at all and lives freely. Whether they have won, or want to win, they are not working hard for fame. And he doesn't care about the false name of the award at all. Of course, he is also talking without any pain in his waist. To put it bluntly, compared with the father of Star Wars and the Oscar winner, the former is obviously more famous. I'm the father of a generation. What is an Oscar? When you can make a generation crazy, the name of an award can no longer make you feel good. Because awards are given every year, but there is only one father. Today is my birthday. Isn't it a bit too much for you to talk about Oscars in front of me, a guy who will never win an Oscar? George Lucas seemed to have thought of something, and he directly spoke, to dispel the awkwardness at the table. Let's change the topic, okay? For example, after the sudden death of the bodyguard, what movie are you going to arrange? Steven, you are not going to let her appear in your wife's movie, are you? There is a little guy here who can't wait to meet people of the same age. Hey, 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 hey. Roland, who felt that he had nothing to do tonight and had been pretending to be dead, suddenly became energetic when he heard these words. If you talk about this, then I won't be sleepy. Originally, from the first moment he saw each other, he felt that Lucas was a good person, and now he saw, wow, my vision is really good. Note, corrections. It is wrong that 6 of the 7 people in the previous chapter won Oscars. Brian Palmer did not win either. I remembered it wrong. I wrote that paragraph based on my memory. He and Black Widow also made a movie, The Black Dahlia. Bryce did have a quarrel with her father. This was complained by Tomo's son at the premiere of The Mule. The premiere of The Mule was attended by Tomo's family, including his illegitimate son. When they talked about their father's problems, they talked about this matter. They envied Bryce. The cast of The Bodyguard is really not bad, but perhaps the director was suddenly cursed. Even Roger Ebert, after watching the movie, broke the record and angrily criticized the stupidity of this movie on a TV show. I took The Fault in Our Stars as an example not because it is good or bad, but purely because that person can only write about this thing. This may be one of the movies that have the most differences among domestic and foreign movie fans. Woody Allen really criticized the stupidity of the Oscars to the media. He felt that following the tastes of the judges would only limit his own movies. The article mentioned that Lawrence, a good friend of Katharine Hepburn, was a producer who made films for Buster Keaton and Elizabeth Taylor. Katharine Hepburn did not accept the award, but she never explained to the media why. As for those who did not accept the award, there were even more. Paul Newman directly criticized the media that the Academy was playing tricks on him. He only won the last time out of 7 Best Actor nominations in 30 years. The most ridiculous reason was that he was young. George Scott directly refused. He was not interested in the 2-hour meat parade. Chapter 149, Martial Arts Stand-in, Dog Licking Sony. There is a line in the Spanish drama The Black Death. There is nothing new under the sun, and the sad confidence in the future is what humans do. What does Roland want to do? These guys know it very well. After all, everyone has been through that state. If you are rich and famous, and you still can't breed desire, then are you still a person? Even Woody Allen, who disparaged Oscar, has a lot of scandals. Want to be truly indifferent to fame and fortune? Ko Zengchen also wants to be the emperor. What's more, Roland's intention coincides with their idea of praising people. If the same trick had not been used on the daughter of the big golden retriever, then, this simple and convenient method, they can really use it. You know, after appearing on the TV show, the big golden retriever directly asked his daughter to endorse the family's drinking water products with himself. Although the sales increase was not significant, that face was played out. It's just that, if the same trick is used again, it will appear to be insincere to some extent. The point is, they want to promote movie stars, not the family's reputation. Unlike that celebrity entrepreneur, the name and face have no big impact on the movie itself. Instead of trying to figure this out, it's better to tinker with a hit movie. Just like Amber Heard, she hyped up bisexuality, then love, then domestic violence, but after a series of means were exhausted, all her efforts were not as good as Mera, the Queen of the Sea. The fan effect will always exist, but only when you are the first can you get the real dividends. In this way, after glancing at Roland, the old man knew clearly that the primary goal was to protect him, the secondary goal was to promote his own people. As long as Roland can successfully get rid of his child star status, he can do whatever he wants. So, the old man spoke, well, Kate's the righteous defender has been refilmed. Let her go over and learn first. The light and calm words made Roland stick out his tongue. Since the old man said so, he was too lazy to pursue it. It's instinct to be greedy, but his brain is not broken. If he really gets depressed about these trivial matters, then he might as well convert all his money into stocks and stay at home to sleep. A guy who can't even distinguish between the primary and the secondary can only guard the ancestral property. After all, there is only one Doyu. Just when Roland was accepting the fact indifferently, the old man suddenly called him again. Roland. Roland, who felt strange, raised his head. Is your Uncle David's clothing company still in need of new models? Francis may put a girl in it. I can decide on this. Roland, who understood, agreed without hesitation. The straightforward words made the other 7 people laugh. There was no way. Who made Roland's reaction so cute? It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. This principle is applicable everywhere. George Lucas and Steven Spielberg have long been on the Forbes American Rich list, but unlike those black stars, who have younger brothers, they never give money to their friends. Money is not blown by the wind, and there will always be a day when it will run out. Instead of doing this, it is better to support their projects more. I will support you and teach you how to make a movie. You can make money to improve your life, and because of our teaching and support, our power can also grow. Compared with giving money, this is a win-win situation. They do not exclude poor relatives, they exclude those poor relatives who want to get something for nothing. As long as you are willing to work with us, we can accept you. Otherwise, that can only say goodbye. Because of this, there is a big gap between the rich and the poor in the Jewish gang, but they help each other. Because those who only seek their own interests have long been excluded. What did everyone talk about at Lucas's 50th birthday party? It's not important at all. What's important is that familiar people get together again, and unfamiliar people meet each other. When they get together in the circle in the future, it's all about you, me, and everyone. After 3 rounds of drinks, when Lucas opened his gift, a painting in the gadget surprised everyone. A bust of Lucas was located in the center of the drawing paper, with characters from the Star Wars universe on the left and various characters from the Indiana Jones world on the right. At first glance, it looked no different from a printout, but the Roland Allen and April 20th, 1994 in the lower right corner proved that this painting was drawn by Roland himself. Steven, didn't you say that his paintings are ugly? Staring at the gift for a few times, Lucas suspected that he was dazzled. Yes. He told me about this, too. Coppola mercilessly recorded the evidence. However, facing the puzzled looks from the crowd around him, the old man rolled his eyes and unceremoniously revealed his true colors. He only has the skill of copying portraits. If you ask him to draw a storyboard, I can't even understand how ugly it is. The point is, do you know why he draws portraits so well? Olsen's son James told me before that when Roland has nothing to do, he draws his sister. Ouch. When those old men looked at Roland with obscure, but not difficult to understand eyes, Roland wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I just wanted to give some more interesting gifts. Why did it cause such a huge reaction from everyone? Praise is fine, but what is the truth? Did he practice portrait skills on Elizabeth? It's so embarrassing to say this out loud. The 50th birthday party only lasted 1 day. After all, everyone had something to do and couldn't stay here for a week or 2. When they parted, Coppola patted Roland on the shoulder for no apparent reason, and then gave him a thumbs up. The sight of them being like-minded, and just short of beheading each other, burning yellow paper, and swearing brotherhood, made Roland's eyelids twitch. I'm really not hentai, okay? I'm really just practicing my skills. Unfortunately, the bearded man who had made a small movie didn't believe it at all. Although Roland returned home with a danger on his forehead, he still had to live his life. After all the matters were finalized, Roland could be a hands-off boss again. Even though the old man had to take care of his own business and had no time to do the production himself, he still put his name in the co-producer column. The producers of the entire series were still the truck driver and Catherine who could coordinate the personnel. As for Roland, he was also one of the 3 major producers, but the most important thing he did was actually to contact Ang Lee. That's right, when those old men learned that Roland needed to invite outsiders to direct the action scenes in the film, these guys' first reaction was that Roland had taken the wrong medicine. Of course they knew about Chinese Kung Fu, and everyone had seen Bruce Lee's movies. They also knew that Bruce Lee designed all the moves in his Kung Fu movies himself. That's why guys like Jean-Claude Van Damme, Dolph Lundgren, and Steve Seagal got job opportunities from Hollywood at the beginning, because they knew this stuff and they could design their own moves. As for those who didn't know, either they had an innate foundation like Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger, or they honestly made freeze frame moves according to the comic strips drawn by the director, and edited them later. As for hiring someone to teach, this thing has never been done before. However, Lucas, who invited the Swordmaster to guide the lightsaber shooting of the Star Wars series, thought it was no problem, and with his approval, the other guys let Roland do it. Anyway, the truck driver has a bad temper. If the action designed is ugly, he will naturally spit on the person. In this way, Roland, who returned to Los Angeles, immediately contacted Ang Lee. The guy who had been waiting for his call also brought people over within a week, a reward for a lot of people. This deal is a big profit for them, no matter how you look at it. When the distrustful truck driver was pulled to Roland's house with a helpless look on his face, he watched the group of martial artists under the banner of Yuan's clan fighting in the yard. The graceful movements made the old man's eyebrows raise. Can they let you do these actions? The old man looked at Roland with an expression of, if you are so special, just keep lying to me. Half a year of targeted training can make his movements more agile, but it is impossible to copy them exactly. After learning that he had a chance to enter Hollywood, Master Yuan made up for his English. Although his English was still rusty, he was still able to answer questions with the help of Ang Lee. The character played by Roland will cover his face during the fight, so when the time comes, we will find people of similar stature to act as doubles. When the face is not covered, we will design some simple and beautiful movements according to your requirements. When fighting, we will have someone to help you complete it. Talking about doubles in front of the truck driver and Roland seemed a bit strange, but after seeing the row of guys with similar stature to Roland behind Master Yuan, the truck driver readily let them design first. If you don't use a double for action scenes, you are crazy. Even Stallone, who is known for his tough guy, uses this thing. An A+LIST is a walking money printing machine. Investors can give them money to waste, but they are absolutely not allowed to do any dangerous actions. If their legs and hands are broken, the loss is not just money. As for Roland himself, he didn't think there was anything wrong. In his previous life, when he was exposing the truth about movies, he knew that Leo used a lot of body doubles in Titanic. Especially the scene where he and Winslet were washed by the sudden seawater, which was handled by professional divers in the later stage. After all, if they were disfigured by bumps, the truck driver could really cut their throats. Admittedly, this naked idea is indeed inhumane. A+LIST is precious, and body doubles are not human. But as Mr. Guo Zhengfu said, I don't eat or drink, but I still have a big family to support. His voice is his lifeblood, his livelihood. If he becomes mute, the group of people in Dayan Club can only rely on Mr. Yu, who smokes, drinks, and perms his hair, to support him. If half the sky falls, can this job still be done? So, just listen to what the media says in person. No one will think that they are cats with 9 lives. After deciding to let the Yuan family design the action according to the needs of the truck driver, Sony's first preparation fund was transferred to the account of the new crew created by Catherine. In this way, no matter how they plotted, the other giants knew that the Spider-Man series had been swallowed by Sony. The 75% share of the $100 million budget made them speechless, and the remaining 25% was intercepted by Spielberg. In his words, he would inject capital into a new company. The new company is DreamWorks. The money must be borrowed from Chase Bank. However, since the company is still in preparation, his 25% will be invested within 1 month after the start of filming. For such a negotiation arrangement, Sony, which is rich and powerful, cannot object even if it wants to. They just emphasized that, if the funds did not arrive on time, they would obtain the right to follow up. But this sentence was just a deaf ear to Roland and others. As for the salary, there was no room for negotiation. The flat price was 18% of the global box office share. The truck driver did not take a fixed salary, but chose a 5% share of the North American box office. The $30 million fixed salary in the budget was distributed by Catherine to those guys who were sure to help. Of course, this did not include Tom Hanks. After learning that his total role was less than 10 minutes, this guy directly said that Roland had a cameo in his movie, and he could also make a cameo in Roland's movie. Of course, this was not to save money for Sony, but to make room for Anthony Hopkins and Robert De Niro, two seniors. The two old men each took $12 million. Meryl Streep, who also had a small role, but had to play 3 films, took $3 million. Of the remaining $3 million, at most $800,000 were given to Leo, and at most $300,000 were left for the female lead who had not yet been found. The rest were miscellaneous expenses to make up for various small roles. Yes, the income gap is so cruel. Just like when Roland first played in Home Alone, his total salary was less than 10,000 yuan. As a newcomer, you have to endure. Only when you have a status can you get more money. And when you reach the A-list, you can knock on the table of the producers and ask them for more money. As for whether the remaining $70 million budget is enough to make a movie, this money is enough to make another Jurassic Park. While the project was being prepared, Sony, which had already made its partnership public, was finally able to upgrade from an underground lover to Roland's mistress, and the first thing they did was to carve out an office for Roland in their building. Roland will never go to the office. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the position is reserved for you. Whenever you want to come and hang out, we welcome you with both hands. Not only that, they also arranged for Eat Drink Man Woman that Roland bought. In the words of the new CEO, that is, the foreign language film nomination will definitely continue to operate. Of course, Ang Lee, whom Roland valued, also enjoyed the treatment of care, Sense and Sensibility, which was lying in the script library of Columbia Pictures, became a new project for Sony to win people's hearts. Is Ang Lee good at making this thing? They don't know. But what they know is that Roland likes the movies made by Ang Lee, and that's enough. Let Ang Lee make Sense and Sensibility. Whether it makes money or loses, it doesn't matter. As long as Roland is happy and willing to cooperate with them Sony for a long time, there will be no loss. When Roland learned about Sony's dog-licking reaction, he really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The cumulative loss since the acquisition has been nearly $2 billion. Sony is afraid of losses. Now holding a cash cow, they want to call daddy. However, it feels good to be regarded as a savior by Sony. Of course, if Sony is willing to give itself to Roland for free, it will be even better. Roland's idea of becoming the ultimate member of Teobeao.com is naturally impossible to leak at will. After finalizing the special training schedule with Master Yuan and preparing to spend 6 months systematically learning the routine starting from July, it became a matter of course to deal with other miscellaneous matters in advance. The first thing placed in front of Roland was to go to Blizzard to check out the orcs and humans they made. To be honest, because it was too long ago, Roland's family in his previous life only bought a Lenovo Big Bud computer in 1998, and the only game available at that time was Warcraft 2 represented by Ogilvy Electronics, so he had never played the first generation at all. But it doesn't matter, Roland can accept the mosaic quality, and after he figured out the operation method under the guidance of the 3 giants of Blizzard, and experienced the story written by this group of straight men, which revolved around the 2 legendary figures of Sir Lothar and Doomhammer, and saw with his own eyes the characters such as Medivh, Gul'dan, and Sargeras who could not be framed even by the naked eye, Roland was so excited that he almost cried. Is it because the epic is about to be born? No. It's because he found that this first generation of Warcraft has no hero settings. If you don't give me a sword master, I'll go steal some peasants. Hero? Faced with Roland's question, the 3 guys stared at each other. Yeah, don't you think that, if you make plot characters like Medivh and Gul'dan into controllable units, the whole game will instantly have its own highlights? Roland, who was defeated by the 3 guys in 3 games, was unwilling to type GG 3 times in a row, and looked at them with great pain. If there were heroes, how could he lose so badly? Looking at Roland who was trying to instill the highlights of heroes in himself, the 3 of them almost rubbed their hands awkwardly at the same time. We have an idea about what you are talking about. Mike Mohammed turned around and took out a messy stack of manuscripts from the drawer and showed it to Roland. On the white drawing paper, a strong orc with a ferocious face and fangs was folded with his hands, a broken Japanese samurai sword was tied on his waist, and a large flag was inserted on his belt, which also had a long blade painted on it. After a closer look, Roland almost cursed. Isn't this the sword master he wanted? Since you have this idea, why don't you do it? Roland couldn't understand. because it's hard to master the balance. Seeing that Roland was so interested in this kind of special unit, Mohami had to tell the truth. If we want to make these hero units, we have to consider the balance between each race. After all, this is a battle game. If we can't achieve relative balance, the game experience will be very bad. And this is also the first time we have made a game with an independent worldview, so we have to make a game that suits the taste of the public first, and see what they think of the story mode we added. If it's good, we can continue to expand and add heroes. If it's not good, then the test failed. Roland was convinced. Is this the legendary power generation for love? According to normal people's thinking, the money belongs to the boss, and if the project development funds are not enough, ask the boss for more. I just need to make what I want to make. And what about these people? When making games, they think about player feedback. Instead of wasting my money, you think about how to help me make money? Sure enough, those who have not been corrupted by capital are the real 5 good employees. The reason why Mike Mohammed resigned in the future was probably because he was dissatisfied with the group's constant profit demands, right? Since the 3 guys said so, Roland had nothing to say. The game has been completed, we can't let them continue to change it, right? As for the release of the game, then of course we have to ask EA, which Spielberg is very familiar with, to do it. It is much more convenient to sell the game through EA's physical channels than to run it yourself. First build up the reputation of the game, and then start to tinker with the channels. This will save trouble and money. After confirming the release date of Humans and Orcs, Roland also told them the news that Sony required Spider-Man to be exclusive. After learning about this, the 3 people immediately showed Roland a wretched smile. Roland. Sony will send professionals with engineering machines to assist us in development? Yes. That's great. Ask them if they can bring someone they know. Acquaintances? Who? Capcom's Yoshiki Okamoto and Norihiko Funamizu. Cough 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 cough. Roland wanted to pick up the documents on the table and smash the heads of these 3 guys. What are these guys thinking? Yoshiki Okamoto and Norihiko Funamizu are the souls of Street Fighter. In terms of fighting game sales, the only one that can compete with it is Mortal Kombat. You guys want to borrow Tuding Heishinsen guys from Capcom? Aren't you making things difficult for Sony? Wait. This isn't making things difficult for me. Roland, who wanted to calm them down, rolled his eyes and felt that this matter had great potential. Sony wants to make a PS game console and wants to use the influence of a super IP to help sell the machine. In this case, isn't it reasonable to ask them to help borrow people to make games? As for whether they are willing to borrow, Roland's office was messed up. How could they not be willing? Roland just made a phone call and threw all the pressure to Sony. Just a click of the lips could lead to a win-win situation. Why not do such a good thing? Note, there is no star in the world who does not use a double. It is nonsense to say that Stallone never uses one. In order to maintain his physical condition, he has been taking hormones. When he went to Australia to film, he was detained and fined by Australian customs because the hormone drugs he carried with him were banned drugs in Australia. There was also a 30-year-old guy who went with him at the time. Stallone explained to the customs that it was his double. His daughter also posted on Instagram the mask used by her father's double, the kind that can be put on the face to make it look real. As for why I follow his daughter's Instagram, it's because his daughter is beautiful. Leo also used a double when filming a big ship. The crew publicly admitted that there was a scene where Rousey saved him with an axe and the 2 were washed away by the water, and the scene where he was hung at the stern of the ship at the end. It's no joke that the leading actor got into trouble. Truck drivers really didn't get much money at that time. He got the dividends from the big ship only after he voluntarily gave up his fixed salary. Is Meryl Streep's salary really that low? Karina, a critic for Los Angeles Weekly, wrote an anatomy of an actor that Meryl Streep's average salary was only about $4 million when she was filming Up and the Bridges of Madison County. There are indeed no heroes in Warcraft 1, but the hero settings have been made. Because the concept is a bit ahead of its time and the balance is not good, they can only put these things in the 2nd generation. Chapter 150, the wife murder case that ruined several movies. Unfortunately, Roland thought too much. When Sony learned that Roland wanted them to invite Yoshiki Okamoto and Norihiko Funamizu to create the game together, they, who knew their own business, directly expressed their helplessness. They had already tried to win over Capcom, but they were still waiting and watching. Not only that, it would be a miracle if Capcom would agree to ask the core producer of Street Fighter to make another fighting game. Isn't this just a matter of having nothing to do after eating, creating a god to fight against itself? Is it because the market share of Street Fighter is too high? Or do they think that the opponent Mortal Kombat, which came out in 1992, is not good enough? No matter what they think, at least they can't do it in the matter of borrowing people. In this way, letting experts bring engineering machines to support is already the greatest help they can give. Faced with this situation, Roland and the three giants of Blizzard have nothing to regret. If no one comes, then do it yourself. Can a living person be suffocated to death? Although the three Blizzard giants really can't make act, they can learn from Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat to make up for their shortcomings, right? The game mode is divided into story and battle. The story mode is copied from the comic plot, and the villains are also selected and arranged according to the order of appearance. As for the battle, they definitely can't make the 6 attack keys of light, medium, and heavy in Street Fighter, but it doesn't matter. We are superheroes based on comics. Isn't it okay to change to the King of Fighters, where you can save mana and quickly throw skills? Since it is definitely impossible to make the striking feeling of Liu Jialiang's martial arts lineage, then learn from Zhu Liuegui to pursue dazzling elegance. If there is no real sense of hitting the flesh, then use gorgeous combos to make up for it. As for balance, the laziest way is to set the damage of the same key skills of each character to be the same, and then fine-tune it. Since the King of Fighters had not yet been released, Roland stayed in the Blizzard office for a whole week. After all the R&D staff understood the skill flow he described, they were all silent as they had never seen such a gamma play. No one knew whether the game developed according to Roland's idea would be successful. Of course, creating something from scratch is a gamble, and the point that really confused them was the skill description. If we follow your idea, we have to create a large number of skills for each character. Based on the number of 8 characters in Street Fighter, one character has 4 ordinary small skills and 2 big skills, which means there are 48 skills here. The skill pictures alone seem to have reached the capacity of the storage cartridge. If you add the story mode stickers, I'm afraid your idea can't be made. 6 skills for one character? Too many. Faced with such an inquiry, Roland shook his head directly. 3 ordinary small skills are enough, and then with the 2 punching and kicking methods of light and heavy, the skill released by 1 energy is relatively cool, and the final skill released by 3 energies is absolutely cool. As for the storage problem, it depends on Sony. When you are in doubt, just blame others. When you are in doubt, find an expert. Roland only knew that, if the 3 Blizzard giants made traditional fighting games, it would be a big failure, but what he could do was just to provide these professionals with another direction. To put it bluntly, in terms of games, he was just a player who played enough games. As for Jeff Kaplan, who went from being an unemployed internet mob to a Blizzard designer, tinkered with the Blackrock Depths dungeon, led the team to kill the Titan project, and then used the scraps left by Titan to make Overwatch, he couldn't do it. After all, he is a model of a strong mouth king, while Roland, in terms of game production, at best, is just a mouth cannon. After seeing the boss's behavior of not only talking nonsense, but also blaming others, the team members participating in the meeting and the curved office all laughed knowingly. They knew that Roland was not the kind of person who could lead professionals. He only provided an idea. The specific implementation was still decided by the production team. If it was feasible, they would develop it. If it was not feasible, they would reject it. In this way, when Roland left, the game plan had not yet been finalized. But he was not worried. The cost of developing games these days was far less exaggerated than in later generations. It didn't matter if they couldn't come up with a good idea at the moment. They could just give them money to work on it. No matter how much they spent, they wouldn't spend 3 or 5 million a year. After handing over the known difficulties to those who could generate electricity with love, time was also passing. On the morning of June 13th, Roland, who turned on the TV to listen to the news as usual, heard a piece of news. Late at night on June 12th, A murder occurred in the luxury residential area in western Los Angeles. People found 2 dead bodies in front of a house. The 2 died miserably, with bloodstains all over their bodies and their throats cut by a sharp weapon. One of them was the ex-wife of the football star Simpson. When Roland heard the name Simpson, he immediately realized that this was the most watched criminal trial in American history, the Simpson murder case. As a trial of the century, where the suspect was innocent, his story was later made into a documentary called Simpson, Made in America, which won the Oscar for Best Documentary Feature. Roland was not familiar with the whole incident. In addition to knowing that Simpson was eventually found not guilty, he also knew that the lawyers Simpson hired at the time were called the Dream Team. Simpson burned at least $50,000 a day just to get out of the case intact, and because they won the final victory, the lawyer who defended him, Alan Dershowitz, also became famous. In addition, Roland actually knew a piece of gossip that was not really gossip. The Mosaic League, which was loved by the basketball kids who surrendered faster than France, and the Mosaic general manager's team, reached the finals in 1994. However, when the police were chasing Simpson and dispatched a large number of patrol cars and helicopters to conduct a carpet search, the media responsible for the live broadcast of the finals directly cut off the signal source and broadcast the scene of the Los Angeles police arresting Simpson in real time. The whole process lasted for several hours until Simpson threw away his pistol and walked out of the car and was arrested that night. However, this case mixed with racial discrimination can only make Roland recall such an incident. For him, the progress of the whole thing is actually not very related to him. Whether it is innocent before the doubt or a big win in money, he is not interested. If he has the spare time, he might as well pay more attention to the polygamy decriminalization bill passed by Utah. Caring about this is more realistic than caring about the Simpson murder case, right? Unfortunately, just when Roland was holding a nonchalant attitude, reality gave him a hard slap in the face. Because movies are always inseparable from the public, and it is never a matter of one person. Within 48 hours after the incident, the whole incident fermented rapidly. At the age of 20, Simpson crossed the line to create the world's best result in the 4*110-yard relay race and stepped into the professional football field as the top pick. Later, he became the first person in the league to sprint more than 2,000 yards with the ball in a season. He was selected as an All-Star 6 times and was the most shining black superstar in the sports world after Muhammad Ali. Because of his huge influence, many fans did not believe that he would kill people, so they held up signs saying "We love Oj" to show their support everywhere, and racial discrimination became their slogan. Fans believed that Simpson was wronged, and they believed that their rival was framed, and the murderer was those white people. If they were not the murderer, why did they arrest Simpson like arresting terrorists? Wasn't it because they wanted to harm him? It was precisely because the external situation was too chaotic that the premiere of The Lion King, originally scheduled to be held at Disneyland on June 15th, was cut off by Disney. Although they really wanted to promote it under the banner of Roland's participation in dubbing, all cable media and print media were reporting the Simpson murder case. In this case, let alone holding a premiere, they were thankful that the movie could be screened smoothly. There was no other way. When black people were marching in various places, you were crazy about promoting an animated film dubbed by white people. Isn't this just looking for trouble? So, Roland, who had already prepared for the business platform, was unexpectedly unemployed. To be honest, when Roland received the apology call from the chairman of Disney himself, he was completely stunned. He didn't remember such a thing at all. Wasn't The Lion King the highest grossing animated film in the world before Frozen? Why is it so difficult to even release it? This Disney must be poisonous. After being beaten by me twice in a row, why is he so unlucky? If Disney knew what Roland was secretly thinking, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. It's obviously us who have been beaten up. Why do you feel like you are the victim? We also want to schedule a large number of films, but the situation does not allow it. Unfortunately, both Disney and Roland will only bury their ideas deep in their hearts. Under Roland's questioning, Disney also said the temporary modification of the screening arrangement. Now it can only be screened in regions. We are not allowed to have obvious racial discrimination in our Disney brand marketing. So large-scale screening is impossible, because we can't guarantee that the advertisements we put out will be accepted by those parents who support The Simpsons. If they insist on why they don't use black dubbing, then this movie, although the other party didn't finish, Roland understood the meaning. Animated films are the lifeblood of Disney Studios, and Disneyland is one of their three pillar industries. When public opinion breaks out, they will not make any guiding moves to avoid being accused of having a crooked butt. Roland had no way to solve this emergency, and could only watch Disney change its publicity plan. However, before he hung up the phone, he remembered something else. Hey, wait a minute. Excuse me, is there anything else? I want to ask, did we arrange the premiere at Disneyland in California before? Yes. If we don't do it now, will Disneyland still be open? We prefer to take a day off. Take a day off? Isn't that a waste? Roland was immediately excited when he heard it. How about this? Tomorrow, the 15th, you lend me the park for a day, and I will pay you the staff salary for that day. Based on the principle of waste utilization, you will be exempted from the venue fee. Regarding Roland's proposal of waste utilization, the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. At first glance, it seems to make sense, but if you think about it carefully, this is not how it is calculated. If the premiere fails, the park will be closed for a day for some reason, and the loss is the ticket and food and peripheral profits for one day. Of course, the staff salaries that should be paid still have to be paid. Now, if we lend the park to Roland, on the surface, the staff salaries will be paid, and the loss will be the revenue from tickets and food. But if you calculate carefully, water and electricity are also money. When it is closed, the water and electricity loss is small, but if you play, I will turn on the motor of the Ferris wheel for you alone. I will turn on the fun fountain for you alone. The water and electricity will cost more, okay. However, it is not easy for Disney to refuse. It is actually a good thing that A+LIST wants to come and play. This shows that their Disney brand is still very good. Thinking about it again, Roland can't be blamed for this matter, so after thinking for a few seconds, the other party agreed with Roland's idea. This is an accident, so there is no need to pay. If you want to play, you can come tonight. Roland wants to go to Disney? What a joke. He just made Disney's closure more meaningful, based on the principle of not wasting consumption. Well, let's talk about it. In fact, Roland had promised the three sisters who love Disney to take them to Disneyland on the day of the premiere of The Lion King. Now that The Lion King is not premiering, they still have to go. He is a man of his word. What's more, he has no psychological pressure to make money from Disney. Just when The Lion King was affected by public opinion and had to change from full-line screening to regional screening to reduce potential criticism, Roland still underestimated this storm because there were far more movies affected by the Simpson murder case. Of course, movies like Forrest Gump that promote truth, goodness, and beauty are not afraid of public opinion storms at all. On June 23rd, the premiere in California was unshakable. You black people talk about racial discrimination, but if you mess with Forrest Gump, then we can still say that you discriminate against people with disabilities. In 1990, the United States enacted the Disability Act, which prohibits discrimination against people with disabilities and guarantees fair rights for people with disabilities. And now, when you are fighting for your rights, you want to call on the public to ban the viewing of a movie about the beautiful soul of a disabled person? Isn't this illegal? You can pursue your rights, but others can't. The point is that Simpson, like Gump and Forrest Gump, has suffered from rickets since childhood. From getting rid of orthotics to running all the way to college, this is the best tribute. Those who support Simpson's protest against discrimination will not attack this movie at all. In this way, Forrest Gump will be released smoothly. Not only that, even if there is no hype, because of the wrong wind direction, the box office in the first weekend still exceeded 30 million. Compared with it, the most unfortunate is The Shawshank Redemption. Why? In the Simpson murder case, the protagonist Simpson is a successful person at the peak of his life, but he was accused by the police of killing his ex-wife and his ex-wife's male friend, and was suspected of being the only real murderer. In The Shawshank Redemption, the protagonist, banker Andy, is also a successful person at the peak of his life. He was also accused by the police of shooting his wife and her lover, and was finally sentenced to life imprisonment, but he was wronged. The coincidence of history made Castle Rock Pictures, which invested in and produced The Shawshank Redemption, cursed directly. Andy is a fictional character, but Simpson is real. If The Shawshank Redemption sells well, is this an open interference with the judiciary? They don't want to interfere with the judiciary because the last incident that caused intense discussion and major media outlets gained huge ratings by editing videotapes caused the Los Angeles riots in 1992. The war 2 years ago will happen again. Los Angeles will not let them go. Sony, which did publicity for Castle Rock Pictures, was even more confused by this sudden incident. I just want to make a good movie. Why is it so difficult? Therefore, Sony, which had sanctions and bans in front and standard wars in the back, did not think about continuing to make enemies and cause trouble. So you're not going to release this movie? When Roland received a call from Sony, the other party told him that the list of female lead candidates had been released and asked him and the truck driver to arrange a time to participate in the audition interrogation. Roland, who had heard such a big news from Mike McDavoy, was confused. Although he always felt that Forrest Gump, which promotes the American dream, is more suitable for winning awards than The Shawshank Redemption, this is not the real reason why The Shawshank Redemption flopped at the box office, right? He always thought that The Shawshank Redemption flopped too much at the box office because if no one really liked it, it would not be possible to overturn the case in the future just by Oscar nominations, and now it turns out that it was unlucky. If it was really because of the great impact of the Simpson murder case, the North American Theater Alliance might really suppress this movie. After all, if Los Angeles rioted twice in 5 years, none of them could withstand the fist of reckoning. Although it is indeed a bit unfair to do so, but no one can bear the blame for another riot. We will do the normal promotion and no advertising. Facing Roland's inquiry, Mike McDavoy sighed. He handed the list of female protagonists to Roland and said helplessly, "This movie will definitely lose money, at least 20 million. Hearing this, Roland, who took the list, did not even look at the names on it. Instead, he frowned and asked, "You don't want to lose money? Who wants to lose money?" Mike McDavoy rolled his eyes and replied unhappily, "Then, how about selling it to me?" Roland asked tentatively, "Well, you want to buy it?" Mike McDavoy thought Roland had taken the wrong medicine. Why would you buy this movie that is bound to lose money? Hearing the other party say this, Roland knew there was a play. We are now partners with Sony. Isn't it a matter of course to help friends solve difficulties? Mike McDavoy curled his lips and showed an expression that no one would believe you. Roland felt that what he said was a bit hypocritical, so he continued, "Well, actually, I want to buy it to add to our film company's film library. After all, it is adapted from Stephen King's work, and I want to collect it." Mike McDavoy really thought that Roland's brain was broken. Why collect a movie that is bound to lose money? However, since Roland said so, he couldn't persuade him. After thinking for a while, seeing that Roland had no intention of regretting, he nodded and said, "How much do you want to offer? How much does Castle Rock Pictures want to sell it for?" Of course they want to sell it at the cost price of 25 million. They don't want to lose even a dollar. No, that's too expensive. At least give me a discount. How much cheaper do you want? 10 million cheaper? Sell it to me at 15 million. Global copyright. Deal. I think they will agree. Note, I didn't mean to write that part about the game, but I really can't think of what's fun about the act, made by the three giants of Blizzard. The Superman back then was as bad as shit, and they wanted to copy Street Fighter, but they didn't even copy a poor version. In the end, even they themselves were disgusted and stopped touching this thing. The influence of the Simpson murder case was too great. The live broadcast of the Mosaic League finals was directly cut off. More than 20 helicopters were flying in the sky. The live broadcast of his arrest was watched by more than 90 million people at the same time. From September 26th to 29th of the same year, Yeltsin visited the United States. After attending the United Nations General Assembly, he even asked Clinton, "Do you think Oj did it?" They played the race card from the beginning to the end. The defense witness was refuted because of his racial bias. The lawyer kept emphasizing in court that blacks were discriminated against and the police were the executioners who discriminated against blacks. In addition, the polls at the time showed that more than 70% of white people believed that Simpson was guilty, but more than 70% of black people thought he was innocent. So The Shawshank Redemption, which had a similar plot, was released casually, including overseas distribution, which was done after 1995, and many of them were done after the Oscars. Of course, such a strong reaction is also related to MJ. Simpson is a good friend of MJ. The two bought houses next to each other. The naked examination that took place at the end of December 1993 had already made them very dissatisfied. It was a miracle that they didn't fight again, considering the new and old grudges. Who cares whether the movie is profitable at this time? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.